Learn how you can help at seizetheawkward.org. Brought to you by the Ad Council, American Foundation for Suicide Prevention, and the Jed Foundation.
And we're live here outside the Perez family home, just waiting for and there they go. Almost on time this morning. Mom is coming out the front door strong with a double-arm kid carry. Looks like Dad has the bags. Daughter is bringing up the rear. Oh, but the diaper bag wasn't closed. Diapers and toys are everywhere. Ooh, but Mom has just nailed the perfect car seat buckle for the toddler. And now the eldest daughter, who looks to be about 9 or 10, has secured herself in the booster seat. Dad zips the bag closed, and they're off. But looks like Mom doesn't realize her coffee cup is still on the roof of the car. And there it goes. Oh, that's a shame. That mug was a fam favorite.
Don't sweat the small stuff. Just nail the big stuff, like making sure your kids are buckled correctly in the right seat for their age and size. Learn more at nhtsa.gov/the right seat.
Visit nhtsa.gov/the right seat.
Brought to you by NHTSA and the Ad Council.
Look through your children's eyes to see the true magic of a forest. It's a storybook world for them. You look and see a tree. They see the wrinkled face of a wizard with arms outstretched to the sky. They see treasure in pebbles. They see a windy path that could lead to adventure. And they see you, their fearless guide through this fascinating world.
Find a forest near you and start exploring at discovertheforest.org. Brought to you by the United States Forest Service and the Ad.
This is Everett Fitzhugh, the radio voice of the NHL's Seattle Kraken. And when I want to catch up with Youngstown sports, I tune in to Western Reserve Radio, WRDB, The Scourge.
Everyone, Sports Gambling Podcast live here on VSiN. Sean Second, the Money Green, with my partner in picks, Ryan Real Money Kramer. Got the tape measure extended.
I have a very special parlay dealing only in events that are taking place in Las Vegas this weekend.
Oh, okay, that's fun.
I also have a bonus banger bet for next weekend.
Okay.
Just giving you a little tease.
Well, I got one parlay for next segment, best bets around Robin, because the money lines aren't live here yet for college basketball Saturday, which I will be either placing after we shoot craps. When do the money lines go live? Is it tomorrow morning?
I feel like
to wake up 10 minutes early to get this in.
I feel like most time. I mean, shout out to the circuit for having the 24-hour sports book, but the last couple of times it's been the Saturday morning, so maybe 5 a.m.
Okay,
maybe whatever time our flight is.
Well, red eye round robin.
Yeah.
All right, Kramer, give me that tape measure, and of course, tail of the tape is brought to you by our buddies over at Just Win Bets, baby. JWBB. You want to stay sharp as a better? Having the right info makes all the difference. Just Win Bets, baby. Proven track record. Both futures and long shot winners, picks in English and Spanish. These guys, Habla Espanol, college hoops, NBA, UFC, international soccer. They're giving you insights to help you make smarter decisions. And they go live every Friday with a full weekend betting preview. And right now their picks are free for a limited time. Head over to justwinbetsbaby.com to get started today and let them know SGP sent you. Kramer, let's go here.
Hola.
Give me that extension here. I thought I went big. Still coming up short here. 5 7/8, Ryan.
You know what it is? Big in the off season is always smaller than football season.
Well, do they do this kind of measuring at the combine? They should.
I will say, I don't know if you saw it, but there was a big to do about people feeling the need to defend Ruben Bain by explaining how different people measure arms differently.
Man.
Some teams measured his arms as long as 32.5 inches. It's like, okay.
The Ruben Bain, Will Campbell memes have been great. The battling T-Rex arms.
Well, the Bane from
Bane
Batman.
mask with the baby arms.
No, the Bane from Batman,
yes.
just with the baby arms. That's the best one to me. and yeah, it's there's nothing better than just the measuring. The tape measure, I wonder if they have a tape measure sponsor.
It's a good question.
Where's ours? Let's go.
Okay, Kramer, here we go. A little college hoops parlay. New Mexico laying 2.5 at home. Kansas getting 9.5 on the road at Arizona. Arkansas getting 10 on the road there. And your Virginia Tech Hokies catching 7. Let's go, Kramer.
Oh no. It's a lot of pressure.
That is. Don't mess this up.
Sean likes accountability. I'm pretty sure I'm going to get a text.
Yeah, if they suck, you're going to hear about it.
Just like Colby often gets Friday afternoon with his Friday plays. All right, good luck.
$200 wins me 24.56.65. Nice. At least 56.65 coming to the way of the ticket writers down there at the circus. So nice little cash opportunity for them, Kramer.
Now I will admit I didn't go big stake here, partially because again this is a very special.
Feeling a little. You got low T?
No. Very very special.
Low P, low parlay action here.
Very special.
Low T. Your ticket needs your T needs to be up.
I thought it was more important.
Did it get to 5 inches?
No, I mean come on. We're almost to 6. First of all,
okay.
Let me read the tiny print. Okay, it's 5 3/4. We'll say.
Oh, so mine's longer, huh?
Yeah. That's okay though, because while you chose college basketball and those players will funnel into the pro basketball circuit someday, which is a disgraceful league that lacks effort and real men. Meanwhile, rugby, the pirate ship that is rugby from across the pond, multiple ponds, has embarked upon Vegas. So to lay the lay of the land, explain it to some people because it might be confusing. I think it was a little confusing to big balls earlier as well. But we have Super League from England. So you have your English Super League, basically like the Premier League of rugby in England, and then you have the National Rugby League, which is the Australian Premier League for rugby. I think they might have 1 or 2 teams from New Zealand. So we have Australians and English people coming to Las Vegas to watch rugby at Allegiant Stadium. Games are back to back, Sean. So if we were here for the Saturday, this would be a fun day to take in. Starting at 4 p.m. local time, you have the defending champs, Hull. I don't know if I'm supposed to say the KR or not. Again, diving in deep for the first time in a long time. They're taking on Leeds. So we sat next to some people from Leeds.
Leeds,
the Rhinos.
Got any leads, man? Well, yeah, we got guys working around the clock.
After you left, what you didn't hear from the crowd was they were not super high on their team.
Oh, really?
So they're taking on the defending champs, who, by the way, one of they've all practiced over here in the build up to this, but Hull, the defending champs, they came over actually earlier, and they've had more time out here, more practice sessions. They even had like a scrimmage against the next team I'm going to give you. So we're going to start with Hull -4.5 against Leeds. Then we go to the 6:15 matchup between Newcastle and North Queensland. Now, North Queensland is the other team that played in that scrimmage against Hull. They've been here a little bit longer. Also going to lay the 4.5 with them against Newcastle. They've also owned the matchup against Newcastle, won 5 straight, 7 the last 9. Last leg, the Canterbury Bankstown Bulldogs are taking on the St. George Dragons. We're taking the Bulldogs. We're laying
the Dragons.
We're fading the Dragons. Was that Cisco? Remember the Dragon?
Unleash the Dragon.
I'll never forget my high school talent show.
You did the thong song?
No, I did not. Surprisingly, Sean, I was not a participant in the talent show.
Oh, really?
But 2 dudes from my class got up and like sang and danced to Cisco's thong song, and I remember like the teachers being completely like, "Oh my god, what is this?" Anyway, yeah, we're taking the Bulldogs. They've won 5 straight versus the Dragons, winning those games by 12. We're laying the 8. 3 legs. Canterbury Bulldogs -8. North Queensland. Unfortunately, they're named the Cowboys. Sean, we learned that after we made the bet. They're laying 4.5. And Hull, again, I'm not sure if I'm supposed to say KR or not. -4.5. $100 pays $5.95.80.
Oh my god!
Now that I've said the handicap out loud, I might have to double down on the parlay. So I got to.
So what your fear is that you're not going to cash enough on this.
Well, now that I'm thinking about it, I like it. And the other angle I was close to taking, but as you know, I'm not a totals guy. I like the total. The Queensland Newcastle game. I like that to go over.
So you're not a totals guy normally, but rugby totals.
No, I'm not a totals guy here either. But it stood out to me. I was looking at some advanced numbers. I think
Do they have an advanced numbers site for rugby?
No. I was using a combination of AI with just looking at previous matchups between the teams. So there you go.
So AI did the heavy lifting on your parlay.
AI pulled the data. My eyes reviewed the data.
Okay. And you're feeling pretty good.
3 legs. And it also kind of reminds me of a football parlay, Sean. I'm laying 4.5, 4.5, and 8. So good luck to me. And I'm, like you said, we'll be talking about some fun money line round robins. But we have a couple minutes. I'll give out a bonus Formula One play.
Sure, let's go.
I was in my Formula One group chat earlier. We were talking, of course, testing happened a couple weeks ago. Fun thing about Formula One every year, especially when there's like drastic changes to the regulations, is you really don't have an idea of who's going to be good, who's going to be bad. Sometimes in the testing, the teams will fake being bad, so people don't know they're going to be good. Anyway, it seems like McLaren won last year. Their car doesn't look like it's going to be a top shelf to start the season. Ferrari, Red Bull, Mercedes, all in there. The second car for Red Bull, which is always kind of a cancer seat. And a spot that doesn't have success. Max Verstappen, as you know, greatest driver in the world, definitely better than all NASCAR drivers. He's plus 350. He's the second favorite after George Russell. That's the other guy who drives a Red Bull car, Isaac Hadjar. He's 100-1. He's going to be in a good car. We're playing that. That's the only Formula One take you're going to get from me all season.
Give me the price again.
100-1.
100-1.
And his teammate who drives the same car as him is plus 350.
Ryan and all right.
Also the best driver in the world.
Okay, best driver in the world. And we got
definitely don't Google his dad Jos Verstappen. Definitely don't do that.
What was it? A boat trip?
Multiple boat trip. Formula One is basically just criminals traveling all over the world driving their fast cars.
And we're sweating out this Nuggets Thunder game. 3.6 seconds left.
Goodness.
Denver was getting 8.
Oh no.
OKC at the line looking to extend it. Dogs normally go to die in OT.
Oh no.
But Jamal Murray hit a big 3. They were down 7, now down 4. OKC at the line. Come on, Denver. Let's get it home. When we return, we close things out with our best bets and bonus round robin moneyline parlay for college hoops. Stay tuned. Sports Gambling Podcast live on VC.
This is an important notice to all U.S. taxpayers. The IRS is giving away billions of dollars in tax savings through a federal program called the Fresh Start Initiative to aid delinquent taxpayers. This initiative was established for anyone facing financial hardship and unable to pay their back taxes. Qualifying and enrolling in this program will stop all collections, settle your delinquent tax problem, and even reduce what you owe by thousands of dollars. Call the hotline at People's Tax Relief to see if you qualify and get this free information by dialing 800-548-6839. If you have unfiled tax returns or cannot afford to pay your personal or business back taxes, you can now get the help you need. One simple phone call can resolve your tax problem and save you thousands of dollars. To see if you qualify and to get this important free information, call 800-548-6839. 800-548-6839. 800-548-6839.
Hey, VSiN fans, it's your old pal, Brent Musburger. I know what you're thinking. You're driving in your car, listening to VSiN, and you have no way.
Okay, men, this is your time. Maybe you didn't choose this, but you're here now. You're gonna go out there and be an all-star caregiver. It's up to you. So what are you gonna do? You're gonna go grocery shopping, cook, clean, be there emotionally and physically. You gotta dig deeper. Drive them to physical therapy, doctor's appointments. Don't you forget about the pharmacy. I know you won't, because that's what caregivers do. Don't give up. Don't ever give up. This is your time to show the world, your family, and yourself that you're tougher than tough. Now go out there and be the best caregiver this world has ever seen. Caregiving is tougher than tough. Find the care guides you need at aarp.org/caregiving. A public service announcement brought to you by AARP and the Ad Council.
Hi, I'm Danica Patrick and proud aunt. Watching my nieces grow, play, and learn is amazing, but not every child gets to be carefree. 1 in 6 kids in the U.S. are hungry. 1 in 6. That little girl sitting alone at the playground, she can't play like the other kids. She doesn't have the energy because she's hungry. School lunch will be her only meal today. It breaks my heart that this is the reality in our country, but it's something that Feeding America is working to change. Each year, the Feeding America network of food banks rescues billions of pounds of good food that would have gone to waste. This food is then provided to families and children in need. Being a kid should be about using your imagination, learning, and having fun. These children shouldn't have to miss out on simply being a kid because they're hungry. To find out how you can help end childhood hunger in your community, visit feedingamerica.org.
Brought to you by Feeding America and the Ad Council.
Meet Josh.
Hi, everybody.
Josh is a high school basketball player, solid shooter, great teammate.
Hey, don't forget my tenacious D.
And he's my son.
Oh.
So, what does Josh do to be the best basketball player he can be?
I play tennis.
Studies show that student athletes here in Ohio who play more than one high school sport are more likely to excel. Tennis does more than improve Josh's conditioning. It gives him a fresh competitive outlet, reduces the risk of injury by cross-training, and introduces him to different coaching techniques and new friends.
Don't get me wrong, hoops are my first love. Tennis just gives me a little break.
So when the new season begins, Josh isn't burned out on basketball. He's eager to play. And you can see the difference in his game.
This message presented by the Ohio High School Athletic Association and the Ohio Interscholastic Athletic Administrators Association.
You're listening to Western Reserve Radio at westernreserveradio.com on the Live 365 network and the Live 365 app.
Live here on VSiN, Sean Second, the Money Green with my partner in picks, Ryan, Real Money Kramer. What's happening, Kramer?
So you got some angle plays coming up here.
Yes, our buddy Luke from Follow the Money already tweeted out 3 angle plays.
Oh, I'm copying.
I will be tailing those. I want to make sure he gets credit. Although I played some of these at pick, he got the 1.5s. But we'll start there. His angle plays, which I'm hopping on: Mercyhurst plus 1.5, North Florida plus 1.5, Utah Tech plus 1.5. Although I think I'm all on money lines. Maybe one of these I got 1.5. But I'll happily just take the money line pick on these.
The average person's like, where? Mercyhurst? Who?
Yeah, doesn't matter. Just ride the angle, man. It's been a fun ride. Shout out to Luke. Go back and check. We walked through how Luke comes up with them, but it's been a fun angle. I'm going to keep riding them. Some other best bets: Virginia Tech Hokies catching 7, Arkansas Woo Pig getting 10, Kansas getting 9.5, New Mexico at the Pit laying 2.5. And I got a sweet spot for this running Rebels team. Give me UNLV plus 1.5 against Nevada, and a bonus round robin money line parlay: Kansas, Arkansas, and Virginia Tech.
Yeah, I think Arkansas and Virginia Tech are fun pieces to key into your round robins.
Yeah, I was gonna play just Arkansas, Virginia Tech gave that out on the podcast, but I feel good adding Kansas in there as a fun round robin version.
I was reading a strategy guy on the internet talking about how he likes to play college basketball, and he kind of talked about the idea of keying round robins around having your 3-leg round robins always having 1 big dog and 2 smaller dogs. Which I think it's mostly just to isolate that big dog. The other way you can do that is you can just play your round robin down to 1. Which I think in your case probably advisable.
What do you mean play it down to 1?
Play isolate it as a single play as well. The money lines are big enough where I think it's wise to play the pyramid or whatever, however you want to call it. But you add 3 bets to your round robin, you put in all the straight money lines and protect yourself, because then if you get 1, you're not down all the way.
Profitable. Yeah, I'm just gonna put in the round robin. Okay. Play the teams with the points. The book was just going nuts. There was a guy in an Anaheim Ducks jersey. Ducks get the win over the Winnipeg Jets 5-4. There's nothing better than overtime hockey. And shout out to both the men's and women's getting the gold. I know it's kind of happened a while ago, but shout out to them making the Olympics super exciting.
Yeah, isn't that where Hellebuck plays, Winnipeg?
You're asking the wrong.
God,
I'm not a hockey sharp, Ryan.
He had to go.
I'm not going to pretend. I will happily celebrate us beating Canada in both the men's and women's hockey.
Yeah, I'm all for that.
And overtime hockey in general is just awesome.
Sounds like there should be an asterisk though, because the Russians didn't play.
Oh,
I'm just telling you what the hockey heads are saying.
Come on.
It's not full. It's not best on best. You got to let all the teams in.
Kramer, what are your best bets here?
I on top of parlaying those rugby plays together, I also played them all individually. Again, it's nice to play some football like spreads on a Saturday here. So we're taking the Canterbury Bulldogs -8, North Queensland Cowboys -4.5.
You're playing the Cowboys. Mark this. Best bet on the Cowboys.
Australian.
Given out by Ryan Kramer.
Australian Cowboys.
Oh, so is it like backwards since they're the backwards Cowboys?
The water goes the other way.
All right.
4.5 laying there. And then college basketball. Duke lay the 10. UConn lay the 13. Tennessee laying 5. Arkansas +10. Utah State -10. San Diego State +3. We talked about all these games for the most part. St. Mary's. I'm again. This is the one where I'm circling and saying I'm getting too cute, taking St. Mary's with the points, not taking the money line, and then give me my Hokies, which has been a kiss of death for me, is placing a paper ticket on my Hokies and then going home to watch the game. I'm also going to tell you and Luke on the angle plays, which, by the way, the angle is such a great
name.
It's like a 30 for 30 documentary, right? Like the angle.
Yeah, it's like first half unders, which we will be getting down on. Right around the corner.
So earlier today, someone asked me for the data on first half unders, and I had the screenshotted stats ready to go. So we'll have visuals, we'll have it all. First half unders loading in a couple of weeks, and then like I said, a week early, but gave you some Formula One action with Red Bull driver number 2 Isaac Hadjar to win 100-1. And next week, maybe a teaser. There is a UFC card on the docket next week, so we might have to have one of our
fights.
MMA guys on to talk.
Yeah, and then this week, all week on the podcast, just going college basketball, heavy conference tournament start. Patriot League, Ryan, my annual donation to Lehigh winning the Patriot League. It does seem like Navy's a wagon in the Patriot League.
Just sit down and enjoy. So this week we will be previewing, on top of picking games every day from the conferences still playing, the big conferences. Horizon League starts on Monday. Sun Belt and Patriot League start on Tuesday. The Atlantic Sun, Big South, Northeast, Ohio Valley, and Summit League start on Wednesday. The Metro Atlantic Conference, Missouri Valley, West Coast Conference all start on Thursday. We got the CAA and the SoCon on Friday, and of course the American East, Big Sky, and Southland starting on Saturday. My goodness.
Cannot wait. And if you're going to be out here for March Madness in Vegas, come say hi the Wednesday before the madness truly begins. 6 o'clock overhang bar. We're hosting a little party there, hanging out, having some cocktails, drinks on us. So come say what's up. Always enjoy, meeting everyone that watches these shows live or, on your podcast. Good to say what's up and drinks on us. And we'll be able to watch a first 4 game together as well.
I think we will also maybe have some bonus swag.
Oh yeah. I'm sure we'll give out some hats or lighters, whatever we can, haul from the Burbank studio.
I also think a firm handshake will be on the table. And I also think that I will be giving out NFL future thoughts and ideas if you want them. So there's a lot of reason to come by. A lot of reasons to come.
Free NFL futures thoughts from Kramer.
Yeah. Don't ask me about March Madness, but
okay.
And also, don't be the guy that comes up to me and says, "Are we doing first half unders this year?"
Yes. The answer is always yes.
Yeah. You know what?
Even last year, I felt like it got the best is when the first half unders. It starts off slow on Thursday and everyone's like, not doing them. It's they figured it out. The market's overcorrected. Then Friday, I feel like last year was like one of those where started out super slow on Thursday and then, Friday came sweet cash.
Don't have the exact numbers. And people also love to fight me on the numbers. So the numbers that I have documented since 2011 are the numbers that we've essentially talked about on the show /bet. It was 2020. It was 22 and 13 and 1 last year.
Yes,
to our numbers, and again, it started slow, and there's nothing better than the haters coming up like, "Oh, stupid trend," Or this year, I'm already. Is this the year we do the overs? Are we going to do the overs?
People try and reverse it.
And then the last one is after it does well, like so it gets hot on Friday. Oh, are we running it back for the second round? No. It's once a year we get to do it. Just enjoy it. Don't ruin it like everything else. So 10-4 since we've been doing the podcast, 2011.
Yeah.
Of course, we all remember when
the year after 2021.
No, I was going to remember the year 2020 when they canceled sport and we created it in the form of simulated March Madness. 10-4 season. So 10 winning seasons, 4 losing seasons. Overall, since 2011, 280, 206, and 18. Good for 57.61%. Pretty good sample size. And who can forget when sport was recreated in 2021 and the tournament came back? Sean, Colby, myself watching in our studio / my garage as we watched the first 10 go under to start March Madness. It changed people's lives. 10 leg parlays were being hit. It finished 20. And I remember that year we called our shot and we said, it's going to come 69%.
Yes. Nice.
It finished 26, 7 and 3, good for 78.79%.
I wish and some
we're
people
2 weeks away from the commandments in the under. So let's go.
March is upon us. Hey, stay tuned. Tomorrow, the betting coverage continues on VSiN with the VSiN Weekend Morning Line with Tim Murray tipping off there at 9 a.m. East. I'm sure Tim will have a lot of college basketball picks, thoughts, plays, great interviews, good times there with Tim Murray. Then at noon, Ready, Set, Bet gets you set for the slate. Closing it out at 3 o'clock all the way to 10 o'clock East. Live bet Saturday, tons of edges and of course live betting opportunities. Good times. Big thanks to all our guests, Colby Dant, CJ Sullivan. Thanks to producer Rick behind the glass. And of course, thank you guys as always.
Thank you for participating in the Sports Gambling Podcast.
See you guys next Friday here at the Circa for the Sports Gambling Podcast. I'm Sean Second the Money Green. He's Ryan.
Special thanks to Pick Dundee as well.
And of course, Big Balls as well. Kramer, let it ride.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Ask yourself this question. Is it really worth holding on to that timeshare that you know you need to get rid of? Here's the truth. The average maintenance fee just went up over 17%. That could have been 117%, and there's nothing you can do about it. When you buy a timeshare, you give them a blank check for annual maintenance and assessment fees. I'm Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group. For 15 years, I've helped over 50,000 families cancel their timeshare. Not sell it, not transfer it, cancel it. Did you buy a timeshare because they told you it was a great investment and your maintenance fees would never go up? That's a lie. Are you ready to get rid of your timeshare once and for all? Simply call us and I'll send you our timeshare exit kit that explains all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your timeshare exit kit. 800-939-2525. That's 800-939-2525. 800-939-2525.
The boys of summer are getting ready to take the field, and we're getting you ready for the upcoming baseball season at vsin.com.
Hey, Dad, your prescription will be ready in just a minute. Hey, Dad, your laundry will be ready in just a minute. Dad, your lunch will be ready in just a minute.
Hey, honey, why don't you take a minute?
When you help care for a loved one, you give them as much time as you can, making sure they're safe and comfortable. But it's just as important that you take some time for yourself. At AARP, we can help with information and useful tips on how you can maintain a healthy life balance, care for your own physical and mental well-being, and manage the challenges of caring for a loved one. Because the better care you take of yourself, the better care you can provide for your loved one.
Thanks, Dad.
Thank you. You're there for them. We're here for you. Find free care guides to support you and your loved one at aarp.org/caregiving. That's aarp.org/caregiving. A public service announcement brought to you by AARP and the Ad Council.
All right, class. Let's hear what everyone did this weekend. Jill?
Well, I raised my older sister to a big oak tree. It was at least 100 years old. My mom said I must have set a record or something. And then we went down by a stream and perched up on this huge rock and saw all of these little minnows swimming around way below us. And then I rescued my little brother from an evil slug king who was guarding him in the bush fortress. And my sister and I brought him back to our super twig fort for safety. And then we all laid out and told stories until it got dark. And the Big Dipper led us all the way home. Whoa! Awesome. Where were you, Jill? Yeah. We went to the forest. It's not that far away. Anyone want to come this weekend?
Ask your parents to take you and your friends to the forest this week and find the fun, adventurous you. It's closer than you think. Check out discovertheforest.org. Brought to you by the U.S. Forest Service and the Ad Council.
Tom has been a teacher for over 40 years. One day, I think one of the students had asked the question and he didn't remember the answer. And I also noticed that he was letting his class out earlier than they were supposed to let out. I was really starting to worry.
Levi and I talked about how it would change our lives, but he was there beside me.
When something feels different, it could be Alzheimer's. Now is the time to talk. Visit alz.org/ourstories to learn more. A message from the Alzheimer's Association and the Ad Council.
Listening to WRDB, Western Reserve Digital Broadcasting, Youngstown, Warren, Salem, and around the world.
Located in Applewood Estates in Boardman Township, the Applewood Swim and Tennis Club offers a pleasant family environment. Choose a membership that meets your needs and enjoy a relaxing venue that includes not only swimming for the family, but also youth activities such as competitive swimming, tennis, and more. Enjoy the friendly atmosphere all summer long with the staff and members of the Applewood Swim and Tennis Club. For more information, go to applewoodswimandtennis.com or call 330-953-2833.
Are you ready to join the legacy? This is your chance to become part of something special with the Youngstown Patricians. Honoring the proud football tradition of the Valley, we're on the lookout for talented post-high school athletes who want to make their mark on the field. Whether you're a seasoned high school athlete, college, or former professional player, develop your skills and become part of a team that values hard work, dedication, and community spirit. Don't wait. Begin your path to the gridiron by visiting youngstownpat.com or contacting us on Facebook at the Youngstown Patricians. Be bold, be legendary, join the Youngstown Patricians today. Village Tavern's been a beloved local landmark in Hubbard, Ohio for nearly a century, and now it's better than ever. Recently renovated and still serving up the same warm hospitality, the Village Tavern is your go-to spot for great food, cold drinks, and a laid-back atmosphere. Whether you're stopping in for dinner, catching up with friends, or just looking to relax, you'll enjoy a full menu of American favorites, rotating drink specials, and friendly service that makes every visit memorable. Be sure to visit the Village Tavern at 746 North Main Street in Hubbard, right next to Repair That Glass. To learn more, go to villagetavern3.com.
Western Reserve Radio is the Valley's online source for sports talk and local live events. Tune in and be a part of their live weekly shows, as well as all of the hard-hitting action of Youngstown Phantoms hockey, high school football, and the GDFL. Find them at westernreserveradio.com. Tune in and the Live 365 app to be a part of the area's sports conversation. Be sure to visit them on Facebook at Western Reserve Radio and on Twitter at WR_radio.
It's time to kick back and listen to the Sports Page with your host, Pat Lucia, right here on Western Reserve Radio. You can call the show at 330-707-4202 and tell everyone what's on your mind in the wonderful world of sports. Now, here's your host, Pat Lucia.
Saturday morning Sports Page. Pat Lucia, Dave Clark. 330-707-4202. Get in, talk sports. We do it every Saturday morning here. Here is Western Reserve Radio, Dave Clark. I think we're going to add a little description to this Western Reserve Radio. How about the home of the wild dogs? Too bad our buddy, the Hall of Famer Gessler's not here.
Right.
And he doesn't bring his wild dogs in. Which
Yep.
we didn't do good this year with our NFL picks.
They weren't in here.
Dogs weren't in here.
Yep.
When he brings the dogs in, we do better. So we are of the belief that the dogs come in, they raise Cain, and that's why we do better on our picks, because when the dogs bark, we know we take the dog.
Right.
We haven't had the dogs in this year, so our picks were not so good. I got to blame something. I got to look for I have to reach for something to blame.
Right.
But as we motor through the week, for being we talked about it a little bit last week, the dead time or the lull, there's a lot going on here. I mean,
no, there's no lull.
it is.
That used to be, not no more.
Not anymore. I almost like here. We talked a little bit about. We didn't get to it, but the Big Ten Commissioner Petitti, what he wants to do with the college football playoffs, he wants to get it to 24 teams. Okay. We're going to get into that. And then there was another little nugget that came of light. And I was kind of looking. The NFL cap went up to $301 million, which was a $22 million increase from last year, 7.9% increase. So, however, this is the best part. There's been a 40% increase over the past 5 years by the booming league revenue. Okay. And I was kind of like thinking about this. You take TV, you look at the NBA, look at baseball, look at NFL. I don't really throw hockey in that discussion because I don't really follow hockey, but hockey's a niche sport. But of the three sports growing up our age, we grew up 60s, 70s. So we kind of, when we watched TV and watched those sports, but how popular baseball was in the 60s, it was more popular than the NFL.
Oh, yeah.
And obviously it was more popular than the NBA. But as the 70s evolved, NFL started to kind of really take over. But the sport, basketball always was pretty much kind of steady. Bird Magic, the ratings went up with Bird and Magic, and then they peaked with Jordan. Now they've kind of come down a little bit. Not radically down, but they're not like they were in the 90s.
Right.
But when you look at baseball's ratings have really gone down. They've never been back to where they were in the 60s, the 70s.
Yeah, no. That's the golden years or golden age.
The golden years, the golden game.
Yeah.
Back, especially in, we know the 60s, especially the 70s. Reggie Jackson's home run off of the light in Detroit in this all-star game. Everybody remembers that.
Yeah.
And Reggie hitting 3 homers for the Yankees. And I could, go on about all the great players and, what they did in the 70s and 80s. But then baseball, the sport that the NFL has pretty much, I think, impacted is baseball. It's taken the baseball viewer audience and it's gone over to the NFL. But now the NFL dominates everything.
Something.
The NFL has almost made baseball a niche sport, but not quite. And a little bit, it has impacted basketball, but basketball now this year has been making a comeback. The ratings are up. The regular season ratings are up this year.
For NBA.
NBA.
Yeah, that is surprising.
It's surprising, and this is a good thing for the NBA, it's the younger folks, the younger generation, like the 20s and the 30-year-old men and women are watching the NBA.
Yeah.
Like I have a friend of mine, he's got a future son-in-law, his daughter's fiance is a hardcore NBA, watches the NBA every night through streaming, watches all the games, loves the NBA.
Yeah.
My friend doesn't watch it as much, but he goes, I go over there and he's talking about the games, like the players, what's going on. He's into it. And, he can rattle off statistics, the players, the league, where they are.
Yeah, and not to cut you off, this is the thing I'm thinking about why I think it's like that. The favorite word we done said, parity.
Yeah.
You don't have domination Celtics, domination Lakers back in the day, even though it was still good. Now you don't know. You got several teams, and then when we get into the NBA, I just got some surprise teams. I think for the playoffs, there could be surprise teams than some of the others we have to watch out for. But it's just different. And that is true because I noticed even myself. I usually say forget it. The NBA, I wait until we get around March Madness. We start watching the NBA and get ready for the playoffs and everything like that. I started watching a little earlier than normal. I started watching some of these games here and there.
I've been watching.
But before I didn't watch it at all until then. Just watch the highlights. No, it's a lot more competitive. It's just good. It's a lot better. It is.
Yeah, I have to admit, like I've been watching I have to say the same. I really haven't watched the NBA in the regular season, but this year I am.
Yeah.
I mean, we've got it on.
It's different or something. I don't know what
it is. I like
watching
it. My wife likes watching it. We always seem to have it on. If there's nothing on, we watch an NBA. We have Peacock. We've got the Netflix. We've got all the streaming Prime.
Yeah.
Amazon Prime.
It's on ESPN.
And ESPN. And it just seems it's always on. And it's a very interesting watch.
Mm-hmm.
Speaking of that, last night,
talk about that game. That's what you're getting ready to say.
The Nuggets and the Thunder.
Oh, that one too. Yeah,
and that one too.
Yeah.
It leads me into that, and talk a little bit about that because there's another thing we got to get to. I heard this yesterday. We're talking about Cody Campbell, who is the big contributor to Texas Tech.
Oh, yeah.
The money behind. He's got that. He has put a program, we're going to get to it, that he wants the college football to share revenue across the board. Like combine it all and divvy it up between 136 teams. The Big Ten and the SEC don't want to do that. They're fine with the way it is.
Dominate. They want to dominate.
Whiz. Why can't see that one coming?
Yeah,
right.
Big Ten and SEC.
They're making the bulk. They are making the bulk of the money.
Right.
They don't want to be sharing it with everybody.
Right.
So I don't know where that is going to go. We'll get into that a little bit. Talk about it. But I thought it was very interesting because college football wants to model their self around what the NBA does and what NFL does with the TV money.
Mm-hmm.
But the NBA only has to split it up with 30 teams.
Right.
NFL only has to split it up 32 teams.
Mm-hmm.
When you're talking about trying to split it up 136 teams, I think that seems to be a problem because you only have so much money.
Right.
And obviously the Ohio States of the world and the Michigans and the Notre Dames of the world, and you could probably rattle off a couple of the SEC, LSU, probably Alabama is in that mix. They don't want to.
Mm-hmm.
They might have a lot of other money coming in from other places. They don't want to be splitting that up.
Right.
So I don't know where that's going to go. But the SEC and the Big Ten are not for it.
Right. Yeah, I don't think that's going to get.
And I don't know where that's going to go.
And if those conferences not behind it, pretty much it's not going to happen.
No.
You know, now they may do some sharing, but I'm sure they're going to reject the 136 schools. Now, if they say, just like they started off with, Power 5 conferences, if they want to pick a Power 4 or 5 and you divvy it between them, because that's really, realistically, that's who's going to be, in it. You could go those conferences and then they won't be called independents, but the other little divisions that you could see that these teams could compete. Then you might name some of those schools, or maybe even those couple of those conferences, but not 136 schools. I can't see it happening. That's not going to happen. I understand his model, and you see the success about it, but it's just too much. And I still think it's it's still a favor. Even if they did do that, I still think it'd be favored with SEC and Big Ten anyway, because if they split that money, I think they're so well off in other things that they do in revenue, as far as getting revenue, they will still outweigh those other schools anyway. But I understand those schools saying they don't want to come to a level playing ground, pretty much. So that's going to be hard, that many schools. Got to split it up some kind of other way.
And that's kind of what I really think will happen is I just don't think that you're going to get the same model in college because of that amount of teams, et cetera, than you do in the NBA and the way you do it NFL. And obviously, the NFL drives the boat on everything. And like I said, the NFL is getting to the point where it is really almost taking over a large amount of the TV viewership. But the NBA now is picking up steam, which is, I think, good. College basketball is always a good. And you got the bracketology, and now this will really pick steam up now.
Oh, yeah, it will now.
And
tomorrow's March 1st.
What the NBA might have this year, or really with the interest peaking now in the regular season, they may have bigger ratings in playoffs. Because I mean, normally if you're watching it in the regular season, you're not turning off the NBA on the playoffs.
Yeah, that's true.
You're going to watch it. In fact, you're going to probably should pick up steam. But just the fact now that the younger generation, sort of to speak, the 20s, the 30s, the younger people are watching the NBA now that had not done before, is starting to pick up steam. And then ultimately, when you get into the playoffs should really be at its peak, because they're going to have, and we're going to get to looking at we always do, but start breaking down the NBA, the standings, what's there as far as where these teams going, the drama out in the Laker land. A lot of people are concerned. The Lakers seem to be falling off now. They lost the other night.
Phoenix? Which one?
It was Thursday night.
Yeah, I'm trying to think of that Phoenix game. They lost 3 in a row.
Yeah, they lost 3 in a row, and they lost the Thursday night game, and they were not happy, and they had the last shot.
Yeah.
I think Luka took it in.
What's his name? Took the shot. Why can't I think of his name right now? Luka did have the ball. What's his name? Reeves.
Yeah, Reeves took it.
Reeves took the shot. And I mean, but I see something that a pickup that I thought would be beneficial, and he is beneficial, but the problem is he's not a guy that wants to do what they're trying to do, and that's DeAndre Ayton. Because they want to use him where Luka used him in pick and rolls. Now, see, Hayes will do that coming off the bench. He'll just do whatever dirty work. He'll play defense, defend, and pick and roll, and then create some of his own scoring by getting on the boards. Ayton looks at himself as a scorer.
Right, he wants to
I want the ball. I want this, that. you want to win. You're coming. They gave you that olive leaf or branch to come on with them because your career was on a down cycle because of all the things that was going on. Just do what you need to do. And then you want to see about getting away from that later, do that. But why you do be a professional and do it? And I see him just taking his time up court. He's not even hustling. You're not going to win. I don't care if you got the 3 stars. You're not winning if you don't play together. That's what you see in the NBA now. These teams actually don't care about sharing the basketball.
No.
All you had to do is watch the games last night, and they'll tell you that. If you watched Cleveland and Detroit, and if you watch the Nuggets and Oklahoma, you
City.
will see what it was all about. Share the basketball, and he's not looking at. He wants to be a scorer. He's not Luka. Luka's a deadly scorer. He's the top guy, and Reeves improved so much.
Yeah.
Those should be your leading scorers. LeBron can get his score if he needs to, and he could do so many other things. You go with that.
He
right
could
there.
still play.
Oh yeah, he
at a good
definitely
level.
still play.
He's definitely good play. I mean, he
Yeah,
can still play at a high level.
That's
Yeah,
right.
he can.
Yep. So it's no question that's what you go with. Nathan already know what he shouldn't be thinking he's I'm the second option. You're
No.
not. You're fourth.
You're in that team.
And
You're fourth on that team.
Yeah, right. They'll get you stuff, and you'll get a lot of stuff off of Luka's shooting, and they have to come out to Reeves and him. That will leave you down there one-on-one on people. Just play.
The game that I referred to was the Phoenix Suns.
That's the one, yeah.
That was the Thursday night game. The Lakers
Uh-huh.
got beat 113 to 110.
Mm-hmm.
The Lakers fall to 34-24. Now there's, obviously always concern in Lakerland because they lost, like as you said, they've lost 3 in a row.
Mm-hmm.
Where does this mean? I know they still have, let's see, they have played 58 games, so they have, 24 left.
Mm-hmm.
So they still have enough games, but the trend is not good, the
No.
Lakers. They're not trending in the direction.
No, they can't be in the losing
And
streak.
in the West, it's really tight in the West. The East has pretty much got its
Top
teams.
10.
Well, the Milwaukee Bucks are outside looking in. They're sitting at 11 in the East. They're only 2 games from the Charlotte Hornets, who sit at 10. And the Hornets, as of today, are in the playoffs at 29-31. The Milwaukee Bucks are 2 games behind them for that 10th spot. Atlanta Hawks are a half a game over the Hornets. Miami Heat is like 2 games over the Hornets. And then the Magic are 3 games. So the play-in in the East is pretty tight.
Yeah, it is.
3 games separate 7 and 10. But it falls off a little bit there. Magic still have a chance of getting in the bye if they could. They're only a game and a half behind the Sixers.
Right.
So it can be interesting there. Milwaukee Bucks are really the only team. Now the Bulls are right now 5 games out of the 10th spot. I would think they're pretty much done. After that, it's over. I mean, the Wizards, the Nets, and Pacers have no chance at all.
No.
The Bulls are kind of on a really remote chance.
Yeah, and then they did so many trades.
Yeah.
They traded a lot of guys.
They traded a lot of guys.
Yeah.
And,
So it's a whole new nucleus.
Right.
So I can't see them getting in there.
It's going to be tough.
Yeah, it's going to be tough.
Now, the West has pretty much got the 10 teams in there. The thing you have with the Lakers, and this is where the big concern is they'll make the playoffs. They're going to get in because just so to give you a landscape quick of the Western Conference, your 10 teams are in. The gap between the 10th team, which is the Clippers, and the next team, which is the Grizzlies, is 5 games. So the Grizzlies are 5 games out of the play-in. They're not getting in. 5 games, that's going to be really hard. They're going to have to go on some kind of a real roll and hope the Clippers or the Blazers, somebody falls off.
Yeah.
But
other than that, I don't see it happening.
No, I don't see it happening. The only thing you have in Lakerland now, it's got everybody in kind of a uproar or getting there, is the Lakers lost that big game. And why is it? Because right now they are at the 6th spot, and they lost to the Phoenix Suns, who are at the 7th spot, and Phoenix is only 1 game behind the Lakers. The Lakers could end up in the play-in tournament. If you look at the way the team is trending right now, lost 3 in a row. They lost that game to Phoenix, and I know it's regular season, and but that was a big regular season game because that's the team that's following you in the standings. So they picked up a game on you. So now the Lakers potentially could be out. They could end up in the play-in tournament, which they don't want to go there. And they're holding on to that last spot.
Right.
Where they were last week, we were talking, I think they were sitting at the 4th spot. But that's so tight because the Western Conference, those teams are like, you have OK City, but then after that, these teams are on top of one another. So the Lakers, things have not been going well for the Lakers. And I think at the end of the day, that's where the big concern is. The trend isn't good. And they've got to kind of, and this is where the grind of a regular season can really affect the team. You play those 82 games, but sometimes teams go on a losing streak and they can't find their way out.
Yeah, yeah.
And we've seen that.
Yeah.
And to your point,
they play Golden State next, if I'm not mistaken.
Yes, they do. And that's Saturday. That'll be a good game Saturday night to watch.
That's tonight.
ABC tonight, 8:30. Golden State. They play now. You see, the Lakers got here. And here's the other thing with the Lakers: when you watch them play Sunday, I watched that Boston game. They didn't play the Lakers. I don't know if they just quit or didn't want to play the second half or didn't play defense.
Yeah.
But they let Boston just basically took them to the woodshed, and they beat them 111-89. The game was really not even that well. It wasn't close, but the second half, the Lakers just stopped playing defense.
Yeah, and that's something because they're not a good defensive team.
No, to start.
Yeah. Anyway, and when you can get them to play enough team defense, they be pretty good. I mean, they really are a better team, but there's no consistent defense there, so I can't see them going too far anyway.
Well, within the playoffs,
yeah, within
because
the playoffs.
The way the team,
Yep.
you're right, with the way that team is put together or constructed, I don't think they're going to make a run in the playoffs. You never know, though, because teams do weird things. But you're right. They're at Golden State tonight. They've lost to Boston on Sunday, Orlando 110-109 on Tuesday. Then they had the game Thursday night. They kept showing because at the Sports Center, they were showing Phoenix and that replay of the Lakers missing the shot, the three-pointer to tie it. And the Lakers go off the court. They're not happy, you can see. So Coach Redick is going to have to somehow, some way, reach down and get the troops rallied. And at least worst-case scenario, they want to hang on to the 6th spot. They don't want to get into the play-in.
Right.
You don't want to get in there. You want to stay at least in the 6th spot where you get the week off and you can kind of gather your group. And the Lakers, LeBron, everybody could use a week to rest and get over the injuries and then make your run in the playoffs. But they don't want to fall into that play-in. And right now, Phoenix seems to be coming out in the rearview mirror. Now they're only a game behind the Lakers.
Yeah, because 7th place is always a part of the play-in, correct?
Yes.
The 7 and 8 and 9, 10.
Yeah, the way they do it is they play they've got the 7 plays the 10, 8, 9.
Right.
And you get in that play-in tournament, that's a crapshoot. You know?
Yeah, no. Yeah.
It's that whole play-in tournament.
It's tough.
Can be tough.
Yep.
And if you're playing a team that's starting to turn around and get better, and they're in that play-in tournament. We saw the Miami Heat got in that play-in tournament. They barely beat the Chicago Bulls. Like they were almost eliminated. They pull a game out of their proverbial butt, and they beat the Bulls. They end up in the finals.
That's right. And it can happen.
We've seen it time again where some teams get lucky, or however you want to coin it, get on a roll, things fall their way. And the Miami Heat that one year got into the NBA finals, and they were hanging. They almost were eliminated in the play-in tournament.
Yep. Yep. And that's what I'm looking at. So Lakers don't really want to be there. So this game tonight is big.
And now Phoenix has won 3 out of 4. They lost to Houston. No, this is the Phoenix Suns. Let me get this up. That's not right. The Phoenix Suns, after beating the Lakers, let's see. They have. Here it is. Yeah, they've lost 2 out of 3, but that win over the Lakers, they had lost 2 in a row. Portland and Boston. Boston's on a roll. We'll get to that because Boston may be the best team in the East, but it's a crapshoot.
Yeah, I mean, I don't between them and Detroit, but my sleeper teams over there is still the Cavs. Because if they could play with the type of heart they play with not having the entire backcourt there, and play like that, like they did against
last
Detroit,
night.
yeah, they can be dangerous. And the other team, the Philadelphia 76ers, they are doing exactly what they should do with their the way they're playing Embiid and everything. They keeping them healthy, and they can play. Their backcourt is also good. They play defense. That is a sneaky team, and those are my 2 sneak teams in the East. You better watch out. And team that, like you said, to play in. You know who I wouldn't want to play? Charlotte Hornets.
I know.
Knuffle will shoot your lights out, and then the other guys play so hard, ball and everybody, they catch you in the wrong night, and you'll be out. That's what you don't want to. You just don't want to play them.
Yeah.
Yep.
We have so much to get to.
Yeah.
We've just scratched the surface today. We got to get to the ratings on the teams where the report card came out on the NFL teams.
Oh, okay. Did it?
We'll get to that. Saturday morning sports page. Pat Lucia, Dave Clark, Western Reserve Radio. Back after this.
Are you tired of switching apps just to catch your favorite shows and live events? Say hello to the iMedia1 Network app, your one-stop destination for streaming and everything that matters. From national sports to exclusive local content, Western Reserve Radio, Western Reserve Radio 2, and City View Sportscast are now all in one place, anytime, anywhere. Download the free iMedia1 Network app on iOS and Android and unlock the future of sports audio in the palm of your hand. The iMedia1 Network, your sports app in the Valley. Lena's Pierogi House is your home for the area's best variety of pierogies. Daily specials include the Polish platter, the Hungarian platter, stuffed cabbage, and halushki. Having a last-minute get-together? Lena's has you covered with a wide variety of frozen take-home pierogies and dumplings. Go to Facebook at Lena's Pierogi House to see the weekly lineup of available flavors for dine-in or carry-out. Catch the best at Lena's Monday from 10 a.m. to 4 p.m. and Tuesday through Friday from 10 a.m. to 8 p.m. 20 North Main Street in Hubbard, or call 234-254-8532.
During the fall and winter, grilling season never ends, and Gessler Propane is your local supplier that makes sure you get your hard-earned money's worth. Why go to gas exchanges to pay higher prices for tanks not filled to capacity? Gessler Propane makes sure you're prepared for year-round grilling with 100% filled tanks at a reasonable cost. See Bob Monday through Friday, 10 to 4, and Saturday, 9 to 3 at Gessler Propane, 702 Youngstown Poland Road, Struthers, or call 330-755-9119. Gessler Propane. They got gas.
Sherman Gillums Jr., Paralyzed Veterans of America.
For more than 70 years, Paralyzed Veterans of America has helped hundreds of thousands of veterans get all the benefits they have earned.
Al Kovac Jr., Paralyzed Veterans of America.
We provide one-on-one support tailored to your individual needs, including healthcare advocacy, benefits support, and career assistance.
For more information, call 1-800-424-8200 or visit pva.org. A public service of Paralyzed Veterans of America.
Saturday morning sports page back. Get to these NFL report cards. This is, Dave Clark, based on the players.
Okay.
1,759 players did this. Like,
wow.
You think about it, you have 32 teams. And how many you have? 53 teams, 53 players on 32 teams, right?
Mm-hmm.
So if you want to look at it that way, say 32 teams, 53 players, that's 1,696 players. Well, they had, and then they have the practice squad.
Yeah.
And bottom line is, they had a lot of people fill these forms out.
Mm-hmm.
So the bottom line is, and they ranked the team overall.
Wow.
And Pittsburgh Steelers ended up 32nd.
That's terrible.
And the Browns were 30.
That doesn't help.
No. And what they rate these teams on, like the Browns were 30, the Cincinnati Bengals
I got them there.
were 28.
Yeah, I see that.
And the Pittsburgh Steelers were 32.
Yeah, so that's 3 of the divisions.
Yeah,
Three teams out of that division.
Now, the Baltimore Ravens in the division were the best team. Their overall rank was they were 12th.
Yeah, see? Yeah.
So they were pretty good.
They're top half of the league.
Right. So then it give you an idea. It gives you like what are the parameters of where they base these teams on? Treatment of families, home game field, food and dining area, nutrition/dietitian, locker room, training staff, weight room, a strength coach, position coach, offensive coordinator, defensive coordinator, special teams coordinator, team travel, head coach, general manager, team ownership, and then the overall rank of the team. Now, I have the Bengals in front of me.
I see that one.
And this is the part that let's look at the Bengals. They sit at number 28. And then we'll get to Pittsburgh because they are the bottom of the barrel. They're 32.
Right.
But this is Cincinnati Bengals. Treatment of families, F-. Like, that's like, if you're an F-, that's like lower than low.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
If your daughter came home with an F-, you'd be like, you better start to really study because you can't.
Well, in most things, that means I'm out.
Yeah.
Right?
I'm out.
So Cincinnati is out.
Yeah, they're
terrible.
Out. Treatment of families. Home game field, D-.
Just about out.
Food and dining area, F-. Nutrition, dietitian, F. Locker room, A-. Training room, A-. Training staff, A-. Weight room, A-. Strength coach, A. Position coach, B-. The offensive coordinator, A-. D coordinator, B+. Special teams, B+. Team travel, C-. Head coach, A-. General manager, C. Team ownership, D+.
Yeah, I got to. And that's because they're in the league.
And here's the deal. What does this basically tell you? This tells you this. I'm a Bengals example. They like their coaches.
Yeah.
They like the coordinators. They like the weight room. They like the training staff.
They build this.
Grade them high. But the things that the ownership was responsible for, like the field is a D-. Treatment of the families, that's ownership.
Yeah.
And then they give the owner a D+.
Yeah.
General manager, they give a C, but then they give food, dining, F-. What are you, not feeding these people?
Or just give them anything. That's raw.
Eat it. Yeah.
They don't care.
No. Nutrition, dietitian, F. What are you giving them, like processed food to eat out of a vending machine?
Or something. But that's bad right there. I'm telling you, that is terrible. I mean.
So they said it.
And I always thought, their head coach people always say, fire him, fire. I actually think he's a decent head coach. He's dealing with a situation that is.
It's the Bengals.
Right. It's unbearable. And it's a great testament. They know he's good. That's why he's been around so long. And another part of it is that Brown don't want to pay any money. He doesn't want to pay. But he is a decent. I mean, you could tell he came from McVay, I believe.
Yeah, he's.
Right?
I believe he's a
with the
McVay
his
disciple.
and
That coaching tree.
Yeah, and he knows offense. We already know he knows offense. That offense has been sparkling since he's been there. So it's it's the ownership, which we have talked about for years. And then now we find this inside information that you said they didn't want it to leak. But you feeding them, like you said, processed food
doing?
or TV dinners. I don't know.
Like, yeah. What are they doing down there?
Because look at all these A's they got.
Right.
But anything that deals with the owner, treatment of families, like you said,
Yeah.
that is the ownership.
Right.
How can you get an F-? I mean, you are very rude and terrible.
Right.
To the players' families.
Right. That's what they're telling you.
Yeah. So that's why, guys, I'm out. I'm out of here.
Right.
We want to win. And I know the offensive guys love each other there. But I don't know how you're going to win if the people don't think those things are important. They are.
Well, the other problem they have, and like the Giants and the Jets, I believe had home field.
Let's go to them.
F minus.
Oh yeah, that's
MetLife. Well, they haven't said that. They said if you play a MetLife, you'll go out on that field. It's like a torn ACL waiting to happen.
Wow.
On that field, the field is brutal, and the Jets and the home field is F minus. Both teams F minus. So the Jets and the Giants agree that their home field is putrid hard.
And I don't see that. I'm trying to look and see if this tells
Now-
us anything, but it can't be saying, like, I look at the Giants, they got them down as with these report cards. But I know it's got to be, towards the 2025 season because they got head coach a C. It's going by the head coach
Fable.
before. Yeah, it's got nothing to do with Harbaugh, no doubt. But this
Not
is
yet.
from, but
Well,
I look at that horrible.
speaking of that, real quick, going over to the Jets actually are 18.
Yeah.
Giants are 25. Giants, real quick, treatment of families B minus, home field F minus. We talked about it.
Yep.
Food is B plus, nutrition, dietitian A minus, locker room is D. Training room B minus, training staff B plus, weight room a B, strength coach, position coach, all B's for boy, offensive coordinator C plus, D coordinator D plus, special teams is a B plus, team travel C, head coach C, general manager D plus, which we know that Shane's not a good. Team ownership is a B as in boy. The Jets, for all the people complaining about Aaron Glenn, he got an A.
Yeah.
Head coach for the Jets, A.
Right.
General manager, A minus. Team ownership is a B. So the players evidently don't have a problem with Woody Johnson.
It's just us. So I tell you that, and you know what? Who gives a rat's what we think?
We don't care.
Because if they're the players and they're okay with them, hey, who am I to say something?
The one really egregious rating for the Jets is the home field again.
Yeah.
That's MetLife Stadium. It's an F minus.
So when you look at this, and if we see our guy, now see this might his rating might change if he fires Aaron Glenn. Just by looking at this rating,
looking at that, you're
look
right.
at that. His coaching staff, the training,
They like the players like the
everybody. Look at that. Look
they
at that
like
coaching
Aaron
staff.
Glenn.
Yeah, they like Aaron Glenn. They like the strength coach. I mean, all the coaches, B's or A's.
They like their
everything.
coaches. Yeah.
Fire Aaron Glenn, and that
may
rating
go
change.
quick.
That team ownership will change.
But it will.
Because that shows they, so you got the right guy. Now give him
a
what he
chance
wants and allow him to do what he wants. He wants a defensive coordinator. Let him get it.
Let him get
Quit being
Wink
cheap.
Martindale's who he wanted to hire.
And you talking about
And
them
he's
two
one
minds
of the best
together?
coordinators. Yeah.
Yeah, that could be some very dangerous stuff.
Right.
Put them two together.
If you put Wink Martindale is an excellent defensive coordinator.
See,
if they hire him and obviously Glenn can oversee him, but then Wink Martindale will run that defense. He and Glenn, but then that will give it will give Glenn more time to focus in on the overall team and not be worrying about the defense, because you have one of the best D coordinators in my books is Wink Martindale running the defense.
Well, I tell you this. If Wink Martindale was working with Aaron Glenn,
yeah,
and they draft, I don't care if they draft Arvell Reese
or Caleb Downs
or Sonny Styles.
That's the other name.
Any of those out, I think they should take one of the Ohio State guys.
Yep.
If he was allowed to use him like he has done, I can't think of the linebacker's name. He's a DN linebacker for Michigan. It's okay. But because of Wink Martindale, I forgot. I think the coach drafted him. He got a funny last name, Abovko or something. I forgot. He used to play for Michigan. Became a very good player. Now in the NFL is playing and doing a good job. I think he'll turn them guys into all pros. Arvell Reese, Sonny Styles, if you want the defensive back. But I know they need linebacker help. They definitely do. So I think they're leaning towards Reese. But Sonny Styles, after his way he looked at the combine, you see what type of athlete. Well, you already know he's a good athlete.
Well,
he's a safety first. Put on 20, 25 pounds and became a linebacker. The guy can move. So I could just see him and Aaron Glenn put their heads together and use that guy. And they got other guys still on that team that could play on the defensive side. I don't know.
The only problem they're going to have to deal with the Jets is quarterback.
Yeah, they have to get a quarterback.
And that's where
Kyler Murray comes in. I think you get him.
Well, herein lies the other dilemma. Since we've opened,
if he's released,
well, here's something to consider here. Is if you look at the quarterbacks, which we're going to get to this, but we're going to go ahead and open up the door anyway. That's what we do. Are the Cardinals and the Dolphins, with two quarterbacks, especially the Dolphins, have a brutal cap hit with Tua, $100 million dead cap. Murray's cap hit, I think we'll look it up, but I think it was in the range of 50 or 46 million.
Yes, 40 something.
With these teams, with what is available out there, this is what was discussed a lot on LeVar Arrington and Brady Quinn's show with Jonas Knox, those guys. There's some thought here, just instead of trying to go out and find one of these other quarterbacks, just work with the ones you have. Like, how are they going to be significantly better? Will the Cardinals be significantly better if they go out and go after one of these free agent quarterbacks or just roll out Murray? Would Miami be significantly better if they get rid of Tua, absorb cap hit, and go out and get one of these other quarterbacks in free agency who might be available? If somebody doesn't gobble them up. So it's like, are they going to be significantly better, or do you just roll them out this year and play with them, try to get pieces around them, but work with them what you have, and then look at it next year and see where you find out?
Well, if they fit. See, that I don't think you do that if the guys don't fit what you're trying to do. Those quarterbacks may not fit. That's the thing they're talking about with Tua and Justin Fields and all the different guys.
Right.
They don't fit what those coordinators want to do. So you're just asking to go be in trouble. You'd rather get a guy, if you say, hey, he fits it. Now, will he change us from 4-13 to 13-4?
Right.
Maybe not. Maybe not. But you'll be rolling in the right direction if you got a quarterback that fits your system. And then next year, when you come around, you fill in the blanks where you need to fill them in. Because it's I mean, when you got as they say, the field general does not really rate high in doing what you like to do.
Okay.
You're lost.
Okay.
That don't make any sense to do that.
Let's look at this. Okay. That says, okay, good point. Find the quarterback that fits your system. All right. Now, here are your free agent quarterbacks out there. Okay. Ask yourself. You might not get, Malik Willis is the head of the list. Hasn't had a lot of starts, but he's going in the right direction. He's really developing. He's third-round pick from the Titans. Never really developed down there. Struggled, but got to Green Bay. He looks He looks good. But again, not a lot of starts yet, but he's going in the direction.
Right.
But do you get into a bidding war and give a Malik Willis $40-50 million? I don't know if that's going to be, then you've got Daniel Jones.
Well, I think he's staying in the Colts.
I think he stays with the Colts. So take him off. Aaron Rodgers is on this list, but we assume he's staying with the Steelers.
I was thinking that people are saying they wondering if that might be the case.
Yeah, there are people out there saying, but are you going to be significantly – all right, Joe Flacco, he's old though.
Yeah.
And we talked about this a lot. I just don't think he is a starter. He's a good backup, but I don't think you want him starting going into the season with the starter based on his age. He'll probably get hurt. Marcus Mariota's good. He's a great – he might be – he and Flacco could be your two best backups out there. But can you want to go back to making Marcus Mariota the starter? Then you have a Trey Lance, Gardner Minshew, Sam Howell, Kenny Pickett.
None of them.
Okay, then the question comes down to, getting back to what we just said, if you are the Dolphins and you are Arizona, is your team going to be significantly better with one of those guys? And you might not get Malik Willis because someone may outbid you.
Yeah.
But so then if you don't get Rodgers and Jones, you got Flacco, Mariota, Trey Lance, Gardner Minshew, Sam Howell, and Kenny Pickett. I would just I know exactly what you're saying, but if you're the offensive coordinator, based on what's available, I would just think you just roll with what you have and just make your offense. You have to change your offensive scheme with what you have there to make Murray a little bit better and Tua better, and then look at following year with the draft is supposed to be better next year. This year, not so much, but then look at next year as then you don't have these contracts.
Right.
You're not getting these brutal cap hits. You stick with these guys and play them. Cleveland's keeping Watson. Now he may end up being a backup to Shador or vice versa.
Yeah, I actually think he has a chance to start.
But he has a chance to start.
Yeah, I think he does. Now the thing about Kyler Murray, I don't know if you can. The reason I say that, it's a guy that was injured.
Right.
Okay. Then he was healthy. He was a healthy scratch for about 6 weeks.
Yeah.
You basically shut him down.
Yeah, shut him down.
You just you're not playing, even though he could have played. That is a very, very high, significant talk without even talking. That's telling you something right there.
Right.
So they may look at the salary cap just went up. Now I know they had that capology guy on. I can't remember his name, but he said the way they get around paying for Kyler Murray is not a big hit. I think they said 46-something million
dead cap. I'm pulling it up
they can
now.
they can even maneuver that.
Yeah,
to a certain thing.
The way they do it is June 1st.
June 1st, right?
They do the designation. They could spread it out where they could pay part of the dead cap hit now. Like they split it.
Right.
Part now and the other half later. Kyler Murray's cap hit, dead cap money, right now for this year, his cap hit, this year. 42 dead cap money for this year coming up, which is actually, that's 2025. 2026, dead cap hit is $54 million. It was $42 million in 2026. And it goes up to $54 million next year. So if they cut them loose, I think the dead cap hit would be $42 million. Dead cap. And they could split that over 2 years.
Right.
So his is not that bad because then you're looking at $20 million, $21 million, split it, the 42. So Kyler Murray's a little bit more doable because the contract's not that bad.
Right.
But Tua's contract, I know the dead cap hit was close to $100 million.
Yeah, what did that guy say on it? It was
9 million. I thought it was either 98 or 99 million.
Yeah, he said 98.9 something.
Yeah.
So it's near 99.
Right.
But after the June 1st,
right,
they can do some
little
stuff.
They do the split.
Now they said they should try to get something for both of them.
Well, herein lies your other problem.
If they can.
If they can, and that's the $100 million question, is can they get something for these guys trade? But then what team wants to take on that salary and that dead cap? But Tua, that's why I'm not sure they could, unless they do. They were talking about, $99.2 million is dead cap hit. Mm-hmm. Yeah, 99.2, almost 100 mil. But the point is, and the cap hit is $56 million, but the dead cap money is $99 million for Tua.
Mm-hmm.
So if they keep him this year and they play him, then next year the dead cap is only $31 million. And the cap hit is $53 million. And with the money going up. So Miami might keep Tua unless they can trade him. And then they usually say trade and they get it back in draft picks.
Okay.
Is how they would do it. So
yeah.
But I guess the question comes down, Dave Clark, if you're a team with a quarterback need, and if you're the Jets, do you want a Tua? Now, Cousins is going to be out there. They're going to release, as we talked earlier, you brought it up, he will be released in March.
Mm-hmm.
His first state. So
I forgot the day. It's coming up, but it's
March 10th, maybe?
Somewhere in there. Yeah,
okay.
Somewhere close to that.
Kirk Cousins is out there. He will be released.
Mm-hmm.
The question comes down to, if you're the Jets, we're talking about the Jets. This is what started this. We got off the report card. We'll come back to that because I want to go over the Steeler report card, last in the league. But coming back to the quarterback discussion, do you try to trade either Tua or Murray? Murray's contract, though, isn't that bad. Because a cap hit of $25 million, they can do that. Yeah. It's the Tua contract hit is $99 million. They have to do that over 2 years. That's a hit.
Yeah.
That Tua's dead cap hit is tough. But these teams have a tendency to figure it out. Or if you're Miami, do you roll out? Do you take the hit, trade him, or try to get rid of Tua, and you roll out and Quinn Ewers is your guy?
Yeah, I mean, if everything works that way, the reason I say about Murray, I think the Jets might because of their offensive coordinator, which is Frank Reich now.
Right, that's right.
And he likes a mobile, that's one, and an accurate thrower. That's one thing that Kyler Murray is good and accurate on the run, and he would fit his scheme.
And he will have to move around.
Now, he got a mobile guy in Justin Fields, but he's not accurate.
Right.
And that's the only problem now.
But he's still under contract.
Right, and that's what and they were saying, you get a guy like Kyler Murray to be a starter, and you still keep Justin Fields as your backup, because that's what he would be anyway in the league as a backup. Right. So keep him. He's under contract anyway, so try to keep him. Unless he just, pushing to move on somewhere else. He could, but he might be okay there. But, I think they have to do something because, and I know Aaron Glenn's got to think, we got to do something because if he doesn't win, I still feel, just as you've talked about, that they're going to get rid of him.
Yeah,
and I think it'd be a terrible move.
Right now, they would take, with Justin Fields' contract, he is under contract this year for the Jets.
Mm-hmm.
The cap hit would be $23 million if they release him. Dead cap $22 million. Not crazy.
Yeah.
But the point is, then that's the question going to be if they still have Fields under contract for one more year.
Yeah.
So do they keep him as a backup?
And I would.
And I would if I was the Jets.
Yeah, if I can, unless he pushing to
unless
to
he
move
wants
himself.
out.
Yeah, unless he wants out.
But if he is going to play his contract, he says, "No, I'll stay, play the contract." Or if you guys release me, fine. But I'll stay if you want me to stay, I'll stay. do they go out and get either a Kirk Cousins or a Kyler Murray? They trade for Kyler Murray.
Well, you ain't got to look far for Kirk Cousins. He's not going to be the mobile guy no more.
No, but he could still.
He can throw the football, but he doesn't do the things that Reich likes to do that he did
and
with.
so he may not be a good fit. He may be a fit for another team, but not the Jets.
Yes, for sure. So, Kirk Cousins is going to come up in somebody's radar.
Oh, he's going to be on a team.
Yeah, he's going to be somewhere.
One thing, I didn't think it was a good idea for Atlanta to release him. I would have kept him because he played good last year. You have Penix. I would keep Kurt as the backup. They evidently don't want to go that direction. That's what they do. But the point is, I personally thought they should keep him for another year of the contract. Penix is the guy, no deal. But if Penix has trouble with the knee coming back, Cousins knows the offense, Cousins knows the team, and you roll Kirk Cousins out. He played well last year, and Atlanta had actually a pretty good run. I thought they were going to keep Raheem Morris and save his job, but the owner thought otherwise. So bottom line, though, that's what I thought they should do, but they didn't do it. So now they have Penix, and they'll have to better get a good backup because Penix, although very good, has got those knees.
Yeah, but I don't think they're completely sold on Penix, not because of his ability, but because of his injury history.
Yeah.
And so he's not going to start the season off. I forgot who I seen that they might get. They were talking about it on that thing with and.
So the question
they said it would be not getting rid of Penix because he's injured.
No, he's the guy.
But they got rid of Cousins is because he also got an injury history.
Oh yeah,
and he's older and he's don't got much left. They looking at they're trying to get prepared because in case Penix is not ready.
Well, they're looking for, according to reports, as you said, they're looking for a legitimate veteran backup, but they want a minimum salary backup.
Yeah.
I don't know. We'll have to talk about this next hour and a lot of other items to get to. Saturday Morning Sports Day. Pat Lucia, Dave Clark.
Youngstown, Warren, and Salem's local and national sports talk can be found on TuneIn and the Live 365 app at Western Reserve Radio, WRDB, The Scourge.
Here's a fun fact for you. The average chameleon can point their eyes in 2 different directions. On the other hand, the average human can't. So unless you're a chameleon, there's absolutely no way you can focus on texting and driving at the same time. So don't do it, unless you're a chameleon.
Visit StopTextsStopWrecks.org. A message brought to you by the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration, Project Yellow Light, and the Ad Council.
Honorary Forest Ranger Betty White here, lending a hand to my dear friend Smokey Bear. Because for years, he's only said,
only you can prevent wildfires.
But there's a lot more to say. Like if you park your car on tall, dry grass, the hot exhaust pipe can start a wildfire. So keep the animals safe, especially the cute shirtless one. Go to SmokeyBear.com to learn more about wildfire prevention. Brought to you by the U.S. Forest Service, your state forester, and the Ad Council.
Located in Applewood Estates in Boardman Township, the Applewood Swim and Tennis Club offers a pleasant family environment. Choose a membership that meets your needs and enjoy a relaxing venue that includes not only swimming for the family, but also youth activities such as competitive swimming, tennis, and more. Enjoy the friendly atmosphere all summer long with the staff and members of the Applewood Swim and Tennis Club. For more information, go to applewoodswimandtennis.com or call 330-953-2833.
Village Tavern's been a beloved local landmark in Hubbard, Ohio for nearly a century, and now it's better than ever. Recently renovated and still serving up the same warm hospitality, the Village Tavern is your go-to spot for great food, cold drinks, and a laid-back atmosphere. Whether you're stopping in for dinner, catching up with friends, or just looking to relax, you'll enjoy a full menu of American favorites, rotating drink specials, and friendly service that makes every visit memorable. Be sure to visit the Village Tavern at 746 North Main Street in Hubbard, right next to Repair That Glass. To learn more, go to villagetavern3.com.
Saturday morning sports page back. Pat Lucia, Dave Clark, 330-707-4202. Get in and talk sports. Do it every Saturday morning here. Here is Western Reserve Radio. Yeah, Dave Clark. The interesting part, and we'll obviously talk about this a lot in upcoming weeks about what will, like Atlanta do, what will the Jets do? Kirk Cousins is out there on the market. Where does he end up? You know he will end up somewhere where we don't know.
Yeah.
I mean, the rumor is, one rumor was he may go back to Minnesota.
Yeah. Well, they even got that for Aaron Rodgers, too. That's why.
Rodgers is another one if he doesn't stay with Pittsburgh.
Right.
But he's got Mike McCarthy, his old coach, so we'll see if there's talk about Pittsburgh drafting Ty Simpson out of Alabama this year. They have Will Howard there. So it'll be up to Mike McCarthy to see, are you going to, if Rodgers comes back, you have him for the year, and then you have to look at potentially who you're going to develop long term.
Right. And if they take Simpson, I wouldn't be surprised they try to get Cousins. I could see McCarthy going to a veteran like that.
If he doesn't go with Rodgers.
Yeah,
Right.
I think he probably prefers Rodgers. He knows all of it, but that's if Rodgers does that. If he might shock us and say, "I'm done."
Well,
he could. You never know. But
that's going to be.
I don't think he wants to go out in that.
I don't think he does.
I think still play enough. He could play well enough to still play in the league. He just got to be protected more. So he's not the running Aaron Rodgers that he used to be. But he definitely, if he's protected and got time to throw, and he gets rid of the football quick anyway. So,
yeah, Rodgers, will have to see what they do in Pittsburgh and in New York and some of these teams. Atlanta, you do need to roll in. You got to get a decent quarterback, because what you don't want to do, if you're Stefanski or the team, you don't want to start out 0-4. And wait, you don't want Penix to get back and the team's 0-4, 0-5. He doesn't play 3 or 4 weeks. And you come out 0-4 because you don't have a quarterback. This is the NFL. It's not baseball. It's not basketball where you can blow those early games. That's what makes the NFL so great, is because you can't blow games. You can't give away games in the NFL.
Yeah.
Baseball, you can go on a losing streak. Basketball, they kind of go through lulls. It's a long season. Not football.
No.
Each game means a lot.
Yeah. You don't want to start off.
You can't start 0-4,
yeah,
0-0.
That's not
because
a good sign.
then you're out of the playoffs. Chance of getting into the playoffs starting 0-4 is tough.
Yep. A lot of pressure. So.
And that's where
they too good of a team. They got too many.
Right.
They got a good offensive line.
Right.
Atlanta.
Too much talent on that team.
And then every level. Tight end, good. Receivers, good. Running back, great.
Didn't they? I believe they just did they franchise tag Pitts?
I know they were going to. I don't know if they did it yet, because you can't let him go. People used to say he's a bust. I said I don't think he's a bust. I just thought they didn't use him properly.
No, I never thought they used him right.
They just didn't use him. How can you be a bust when you don't throw the ball to him? Now they get the ball to him. What happens? This past year, 90-something receptions and all. I mean, he was a big part of the offense, and that's the way he needs to be used by whoever has him. They got to use him like that, because it's like having a tight end plus a wide out at the same time. It's just, it was stupid what they were doing with him.
For the record, Atlanta Falcons placed the non-exclusive franchise tag on tight end Kyle Pitts. They just did it 4 days ago.
Okay.
Fully guaranteed, projected would be worth between 15 to 16 mil a year. So they have franchise tagged Kyle Pitts. So he's Atlanta. They've now, whether or not they work out a long-term deal, we'll wait and see. But they have tagged him, as Dallas did. Pickens is now franchise tagged with Dallas.
Right.
So, and I don't know if they'll work out a long-term deal or not with him, but he will be under the franchise tag this year coming up.
Well, I mean, if anything goes awry for him. It has to be him. As long as Dak Prescott is healthy, I don't see how you go. The guy is just too good at. He is. People didn't want to give him credit. Dak Prescott.
No.
He could really get the. Now they got a running game. They signed Javonte Williams.
Right.
He had a season, like he did as a rookie at Denver. He's back to that form. They got everything there. They need to get to upgrade their line some more. Try to get
defense. Got to get the
defense.
defense.
Is horrifying.
That's it. That's where they've got to be. Their
upgrade.
offense is not the problem on that side of the ball, because this past year, Dak Prescott had really almost an MVP season. You could make the argument, and he had a great season. And if they had any kind of a defense with that offense,
he might have won the MVP. Which you said
he would have won, and they could have potentially competed. They never even got in the playoffs. If they could have gotten to the playoffs, and again back with the good defense, they made hayway in the playoffs, which they never got to because their defense was just absolutely
upgraded the defense, and there can be some problems in the NFC. That's all they need. Their offense is, you can't stop them.
Yeah.
They score. They score quickly too. They can score quick on you. But that defense, boy, was like a sieve. You just do whatever you wanted.
They could not stop anybody last year.
And getting Kenny Clark and all of them, I see them stop, but they couldn't consistently stop the run, and they couldn't get enough pressure on the quarterbacks. And right down the field, teams would go right down the field on them.
For the record, the Cowboys have tagged George Pickens $28 million.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
That's what he gets. So George Pickens is officially, the Cowboys have put the franchise tag on George Pickens to the tune of close to $28 million.
Uh-huh.
So he, Cowboy, Pitts is a Falcon. They've been tagged. Mm-hmm. They will play this year. Now, whether or not these teams get long-term contracts with either player, wait and see. But they're not going anywhere for this year.
Right.
Then the other question comes down to, Dave Clark, this was discussed a little bit. Malik Willis, what happens, and I don't rule this out, what happens if there is a bidding war for him? Like, what happens if they get into a bidding war and Malik Willis ends up with 40 or 50 million for like 3 years, guaranteed?
Mm-hmm. It might happen, though.
And it might happen.
Yeah.
Even though he hasn't had a lot of starts, he's developing. He's looked really good. He looked good for the Packers as the backup for Love when Love was hurt. He's given a lot of promise. But what if Malik Willis, third-round pick?
Well, I think that may happen, though. Because
I have a feeling, and I will not be surprised.
See, he wasn't horrible at Tennessee.
No, he wasn't. He just didn't get to play, and they didn't have a good system down there.
Right. That's what that fit him really good. And he played. He started some games. He did well, but he didn't have the players around him. He gets to Green Bay, got a better offensive system
and a better defense,
and the players around him.
Right.
And that's what I was just looking at. Even in Tennessee, they didn't win, but let's see how he performed. He performed pretty decent.
Right.
Just not the big play capabilities that when he got to Green Bay, that opens up. When you got receivers that can get downfield, get open, and then his escapability and the run, that's a problem. So I think if he could be in the bidding war and go somewhere, he could be a guy that could end up in Atlanta. And the thing about that, good offensive system, and he got weapons. What are you going to do when you got to worry about Bijan Robinson, Drake London, Kyle Pitts, and then him back there where he's a threat to run? That is going to
This is where something. See, this is where Atlanta has got to be really careful with the quarterback, because you just rattled off. You just stated what they have. That is like a Cadillac of a team.
And I think he would want to go there.
Talent-wise, I think the reason why Morris got fired, is because that team was so good on paper. they obviously felt he did not get the maximum out of that team, and they fired him. I'm not sure. I'm not saying right or wrong. I'm just saying that's how I look at that. But you won't have Penix ready. Penix has got the bad knees, so you always have a potential injury issue. You've got to get yourself with that team a really pretty good backup or really good quarterback or a solid one. You can't you can't cut you don't want to go out and get a bargain deal and get a guy that's just go through emotion and you lose games because your quarterback's not any good. You can't skimp on the quarterback. That's what I was looking for. You can't skimp because you got to get a pretty good backup because you got to get to Penix, but you can't lose games because your quarterback stinks or not doing the job with that great a team.
Right.
And that's the concern that's why I was saying again, go back to the Cousins situation. I would have kept him because I would have bridged him because I think he was winning with that team. When Cousins came in, they were winning games. That's why I think I would have taken the approach, keep him. You got him under contract. I know you didn't want it. You got him a big contract, but you signed him. But the point is, keep him another year just to bridge to Penix. And then if Penix gets hurt, you got a guy that knows the system. They didn't do that. Okay, right. Fine. But now, Stefanski, you're kind of getting yourself in a trick bag here early on in the season because you don't really have a quarterback yet. You have to go out. You get who are you going to get? Mariota. Yeah, maybe I would take him. You might have to go get him, and that's a good find. And you're going to have to maybe pay money to keep this guy, or you take if Malik Willis wants to go there.
Yeah,
but Malik Willis is young. Mm-hmm. Now he doesn't have a lot of. He's only started 6 games in 4 years.
Yeah, but the reason I would take him if they know something we don't, and I think that's what's making me think that. Penix is a young guy, but do they know something that we don't know as far as the knee? Is it coming back right? Is things looking good? Or are they looking at, they done got some red flags about some things down the road? When you see that, then I'm going after a young guy with the ability that, hey, he might be the starter. Penix might have to be gone, or I keep him. You keep both of them.
But you keep them both.
Yeah, you keep them both, and then you see if it's Willis, you got him. If it's Penix can come back and Willis is not, then you still got him.
But you still got Willis on the bench.
Yeah, you still got those guys. So, they got to take advantage of a guy that can move, though. They want a guy that can move.
Right.
Penix would run sometime, but he didn't run a lot, even though he can. But that's what they're scared about, him running a lot because he can get injured.
See, what Atlanta's got to be careful, though, and we just brought it up, we've seen it in the NFL with quarterbacks. If there's teams that want Malik Willis, like the Jets want him, Falcons want him.
Well, they're going to be a bit more.
Right. How much does Atlanta want to spend for a backup? Because now Malik Willis could sit back and look at, he's in kind of the catbird seat here because he could sit back and say, okay, maybe I take a little less money, go to Atlanta because I love that team around me. Mm-hmm. Or I don't want to go to the Jets because of the Jets.
Right.
So they're sitting back, and he's sitting there thinking, well, and then there may be some other teams coming, maybe Minnesota automatically starts. There's a lot of discussion in Minnesota or speculation. They're moving on from JJ. I mean, they don't know if
they get the right guy in there,
right.
They are.
So if you're Minnesota.
If you take a Malik.
Right.
They're getting rid of him.
Right. And that's kind of what, if you're Minnesota, do you do that? I mean, Minnesota's got to be thinking, do we go after a Malik Willis and give, and trade JJ for picks, and we go after Malik Willis with free agency because we think he's an upgrade from what we see with JJ. We're concerned because he's getting injury issues.
Right.
So then you're throwing Minnesota in the mix. How about if Arizona moves on from Kyler? Now all of a sudden they want Malik Willis.
They do want him. Want him. Yeah, that's already.
So now you've got Arizona in the discussion, maybe the Jets in the discussion, potentially Atlanta,
Well,
maybe
it ain't gonna be. It's gonna be more than that. It's gonna be somebody else.
Maybe
too.
Miami,
Yep.
because they're
Yeah,
moving
part of
on
it, too.
from Tua. So now that's 4 teams I've rattled off. I haven't even, I'm just like I said, right.
Those 4 will be, I think,
Right,
on
and I
there.
think there's 4 teams that could be interested in Malik Willis. Now, granted, he's only got 6 starts in 4 years, but again, at the end of the day, you see how he played with Green Bay, and you figure this guy is really young. He's developing. That's what we want. We want to bring this guy in and make him the starter.
Right.
So, and then we've got that, and then we've got the Richardson with the Colts.
That's what I'm gonna bring up because he's a guy that's going to go somewhere.
They
throws the ball
gave
too
him
well.
the green light to get a trade. He's in his contract it's the rookie contract he's still in. I think he's got a year left.
Mm-hmm.
So the team, I think the way they were talking that the team could trade for him, get him for a year, play him, and then they could decide whether or not they want to pick up that 5th-year option for him. So Richardson from the Colts is also now in play, even though he's not a free agent, but the Colts are obviously looking to move on from him.
Right.
So, again, there's the other question. If you're a coach, do you want to bring in Richardson from the Colts and develop him? Because he's still probably in the development stage. But you have him. You've got Willis involved. Now Cousins is out there. And teams need quarterbacks. We just brought up the Jets. What are they going to do for a quarterback? Miami might need a quarterback if they move on from Tua. It looks like we think Arizona is moving on from Murray. Yeah. So they're in need of a quarterback. You've got all these teams, but I think that the number, at least if you rate him, I think Malik Willis might be the number one free agent quarterback. And you're going to end up, again, Pete Briscoe was talking to Brady Quinn and LeVar and Knox, said he could end up getting 40, 50 million.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, he will. Because it's going to be a bidding war for him.
Because there'll be a bidding war.
Oh, I think it's
and he
going to
goes,
be.
believe it or not, he goes, he could end up getting 40 to 50 million because these
it's going
teams
to drive.
Yeah.
It's going to drive. And then with the expansion of the salary cap, so he's going to get that. And Richardson is an interesting thing because Louis Riddick, he made some points. He said the coach drafting him, it wasn't that it wasn't smart, it's that they didn't have any plan.
No.
He said that was a guy that didn't have a lot of college starts.
No, he did
but
not.
Could he throw the ball, or as they say, throw the ball between the needle? And yes, he could have do that. He could get the ball anywhere you need on the field. Was he an athlete that could be a big threat running the ball? Yes, he could. But he needed to be behind somebody and just learn the game at the NFL level because he could make all the throws and he can get out of danger just with his running ability. And then he would have learned, got to get down, got to do this. And he would learn as he went because he's a big guy. But they rushed him right in.
Yeah, they put him right in.
And you just can't do that to a guy at that level. And that's what happened. You could ruin him, but he might be somebody else's prize coming up.
If
they use him right.
There's always an offensive coordinator out there, and head coach looks at him and says, "We'll take him. We can develop him."
Yep, we get a veteran in front of him for a year or two,
right?
And then he'll be
We'll
ready.
get the system that'll help him. There's always a coach out there looking at a guy like a Richardson.
Too much talent.
Yeah, they see the talent and they know or they feel they can develop him.
Yeah, and he's not the what's that guy? DeMarcus Russell. He's got the same type of throwing ability as DeMarcus Russell,
right?
But the work ethic
work
is
ethic
completely
is totally
different.
Yeah, sadly, yeah. Let's hit the phones. You're on the sports page. What's up?
Good morning, Pat. Good morning, Dave. How you guys doing?
Hey, Irish Mike. What's happening?
I'm doing well. Thank you. Hey, you guys are talking football here, and I want to get your thoughts on this. You know, I think early next week or middle next week, Urban Meyer and Nick Saban and several people are going to meet with President Trump at the White House and try to figure out from their end, and I don't know if obviously Congress got his hands full with other things right now, but how to fix college football. One thing I just learned about this week, guys, and I kind of heard about it, and I didn't really know how it worked until a guy explained it on Wednesday.
Yeah.
That's going to be the new norm. We all saw NIL coming, 6, 7, 8 years ago, and then the transfer portal where you don't have to sit out and guys can play for literally 5 schools in 5 different years in football and basketball. But A new one is now they changed the rule, and you only had a open portal from January 2nd to January 16th. You know, where players can jump in, and obviously that happened 6 weeks ago, and guys were jumping from school to school to school. Well, there is a new thing out there that started a year ago, and it's happened 4 or 5 players, and they think it's going to happen with the fact there's no spring portal this year after the spring. You know, people end their spring games in the middle end of April. That beginning of May, when kids find out where they're on the depth chart, because there's no spring portal, what they can legally do now is Pat Lucia can drop out of school as a student, saying, I'm no longer enrolled here. I'm going to re-enroll. I mean, I'm out of here, academically, athletically, socially, and then enroll at another school. Now, you can't be on scholarship now. You have to be a walk-on. But if you sign an NIL deal, say worth $200,000, you don't really care about the fact that, you know, you're paying $40,000 or $50,000. You're still $150,000 ahead.
Right.
So that's a legal way you could do that. What's your guys' thoughts on that? You know what I mean? Like, where is this just going to continue to be the wild, wild west that when we create rules, they're going to find ways to get around it?
Well, here...
Sir, no, you laugh, Dave, but you know what I'm talking about, right? I mean, it's like, when I heard that, I go, what? Dude, yeah, they say you simply say, I'm no longer enrolled here. I'm leaving academically and athletically. The Purdue kicker did that at Notre Dame. He's at Notre Dame now. He never went in the transfer portal because I said, how did they work that out? He goes, he just re-enrolled from Purdue. He said, I'm no longer coming here, and I'm going to enroll at Notre Dame. But he's a walk-on, but they give him NIL money, and that's 100% perfectly legal. But there's multiple kids going to do that, they said, in May and June this year.
Oh, yeah, I could believe they're always going to find anything they come up with. You know, they always, as soon as they come up with it, they're looking at a loophole somewhere. Always. Because they don't want, no one wants to be up under a certain,
I think
stipulation.
The problem you have is they're using there's so many problems here. For the one, there's problem one is they don't want to pay these kids and make them employees. So
correct.
They're using NIL to do that. Then they want to limit, and they want to turn around and limit an NIL that they can't legally do. And therein lies your whole problem, is they can't legally limit NIL. You cannot limit what a kid can make, because where do you start and stop with that? You're going to start limiting. You can't look at all the NBA, obviously, all the pro football players, basketball, LeBron James, all of them. You think you can limit LeBron's NIL? He's a pro. No, you can't. You can't limit people. You can't limit an NIL. You can't legally do it. I mean, they could meet with anybody they want. I know that. I heard that too. They're going to meet with Trump sometime this week. And I mean, okay, great. But legally, they're never going to win that. You're never going to limit NIL. So you can't really limit what a kid can make while you're using NIL. And as long as you keep using NIL as your compensation mechanism, you're screwed if you're going to limit them, because you can't limit them. I don't care what you pass and what they do legally. They'll lose it again. They'll take that to the Supreme Court and they'll lose that. And that's what it's going to come down to. I don't care if they get Congress to pass whatever they do. Yeah. You can't do that. You're using a mechanism that you want to compensate these players, but you don't want to make an employee out of them. Okay, but you can't turn around and compensate them with NIL, so I don't have to make them an employee, but then you can't limit that. And that's where inherently where the problem lies. And then I didn't even get into transfer and all.
So you're saying, Pat, with this new thing that this in the last year, I can just re-enroll for my school academically, athletically, and re-enroll in another school and just get in. I'm a walk-on now, but I mean, you can't stop that either, is what you're saying.
Well, you can't, but the problem is now the trick with NIL, though, and you're finding this out, the kids want to transfer, and they're getting, and teams are saying you can't transfer. You signed an NIL contract, and you can't transfer. They're going to court. Yeah. Then there was that basketball player who played. I kind of looked at it. It starts with an A. He's got that. I'll look into it. He's trying. He played in the NBA.
Did the Duke quarterback do that, Pat? The Duke quarterback's going to Miami of Florida now, didn't he? He literally did Dave on the last day. He said he was coming back to Duke the whole time, no problem. He signed a new deal, and then 6 weeks later, on the very last day, he announces to Duke people he's leaving on the last day of the portal on Friday afternoon, the 16th.
Yeah, well,
which now leaves Duke in a pinch because now you have no the portal's closing down in a couple hours, and you just lost your starting quarterback for the last 2 years.
Yeah, but if they're in a situation like that, that's Duke's problem, because I go all the way back to before they played the bowl game. They already knew that situation because they told Miami and Florida that they would not be able to get him. He's going to be at Duke. And then they was going through all those things, just like Pat was talking about, all kind of litigations, what you can and cannot do. And then they went down to the final part that, yes, he can move on if he wants to. So then he went on and moved on, because that's what he really wanted to do anyway. He wanted to go to Miami, Florida, but they stopped him.
Yeah.
And then he said, his representatives said, we're going to go to court about it. They did it. And right at the last hours, they say, yep, we can't stop him. That's what it happened around the same time that the Chambliss decision came down. So, I knew once they did that, he's free to go, because they can't stop those guys from doing that.
You're telling me Dave Clark, he left the ACC champion and Duke Blue Devils to go to the third-place team in the ACC.
Yep.
Yeah.
That's smart. It lets you know,
right?
Like Pat said before, who was the real champion.
Lucia's favorite conference championship game, Duke versus Virginia. That was his all-time favorite.
That was the best.
Yep.
They screwed that up. Leave it up to the ACC to screw things up. But,
I mean, by record-wise,
you're right.
To be honest, I mean, that's who it was. But you could have, Miami lost some games at a critical time for that to happen, and that's what happened. But it just screwed things up, as far as you knew by looking at which teams were better. You knew that they were a better team than either one of Virginia or Duke.
Yeah, they were.
You knew that, but they lost. That it was an inopportune time to lose, but they did. So that's what happened, and that'll screw things up going forward.
You see, the thing you're getting back to, and this is this transfer portal, is again you're using NIL and then you're trying to use NIL to contractually make these kids stay at the school.
Correct.
Yep.
And it's like, that's not what it's for. You see, hold on for a minute. We're coming up on our break. A lot to get to. Saturday Morning Sports Page, Pat Lucia. We got Irish Mike on the line. We'll be back after this real quick timeout on Western Reserve Radio.
If I could be you.
And you could be me? For just 1 hour.
If you could find a way.
To get inside each other's mind.
Walk a mile in my shoes.
Walk a mile in my shoes.
Walk a mile in my shoes.
We've all felt left out. And for some, that feeling lasts more than a moment. We can change that. Learn how at belongingbeginswithus.org. Brought to you by the Ad Council.
Walk a mile in my shoes.
During the fall and winter, grilling season never ends, and Gessler Propane is your local supplier that makes sure you get your hard-earned money's worth. Why go to gas exchanges to pay higher prices for tanks not filled to capacity? Gessler Propane makes sure you're prepared for year-round grilling with 100% filled tanks at a reasonable cost. See Bob Monday through Friday, 10 to 4, and Saturday, 9 to 3 at Gessler Propane, 702 Youngstown Poland Road, Struthers, or call 330-755-9119. Gessler Propane. They got gas.
Not completing high school is more of a social thing than it was an academic thing. Even though all these years have passed, I still had that longing to have my diploma.
At age 30, Carissa finished her high school diploma.
If you're even considering getting your high school diploma, you can do it.
No one gets a diploma alone. If you're thinking of finishing your high school diploma, you have help. Find free adult education classes near you at finishyourdiploma.org. That's finishyourdiploma.org. Brought to you by the Dollar General Literacy Foundation and the Ad Council.
So why do teenagers play high school sports?
My reason why is a sense of purpose.
My reason why is to inspire others.
One reason student athletes seldom mention is to get an athletic scholarship. They know that only 2% of all high school athletes are awarded a sports scholarship. So why do they play?
My reason why is friendship.
Tell us your reason using the hashtag #MyReasonWhy.
This message presented by the NFHS and the Ohio High School Athletic Association.
Saturday morning sports page. Pal Lucia, Dave Clark, got Irish Mike back. The Irish Mike, you there?
Yes.
Okay, yeah, we were. We were kind of talking off air. I won't go pretty much into this. I'm sure you're familiar with Charles. Is it Benedacco? He was the Alabama. He played for Alabama, then went into the G League, and now he's going back to Alabama to play.
Correct. Yes. Very familiar.
There's lawsuits back and forth, and currently he can't play because the Alabama Supreme Court denied his request to play while his case is appealed. He's appealing his case, and they're not going to let him play while he's appealing his case. So he was actually in the NBA in the G League. I didn't know much about this until this kind of came up the other day, and it's just a very interesting situation. But it's getting back to now. Is this opening up the door for players to go play like in a pro league? But then if they have eligibility left, can they go back to college?
Right.
Like, I leave early to go to the pros, but I got 2 years left. And if it doesn't really go in I play a year in the G League and I want to go back to college. I want to go play for Alabama because, I didn't like
the pro career's not working out.
Yeah, the pro career's not working out. Can I go back to college and play?
Mm-hmm.
And that's what its other concern is now. Is if they allow this will really open up a door to total chaos. And then who is the guy, Virginia, going for the 7th year?
For Virginia?
Yeah, Virginia. He filed for the seventh year. Football player.
Yeah, I'm trying to think. For this upcoming season.
Yeah, he filed for the 7th year. You know about that, Irish Mike?
I kept thinking about my guy who was at Miami. I can't think the tight end, but no, you talk about Virginia. I remember something coming up about a guy, but I can't remember who that was, though. I can't remember who he was.
I don't know. Irish Mike, you there? I think we lost Irish Mike.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, because he would have answered.
He would have said, "Give us a call back, Irish Mike." I'm looking at. They were talking about this guy. That's not it. There's a player.
I'm trying to think who that is.
We'll dig that up on break. There is a player. They were talking about it earlier. I can't think of the name of the player, but he wants a 7th year, and he's been bouncing around. I believe he's a quarterback, and he wants a 7th year.
Is that the quarterback? He actually is the cousin of Tennessee Titans quarterback. It's what's his name? This was the first player drafted.
Cam Ward.
Cam Ward's cousin. I'm trying to think if that's who it is.
We'll get to that because hopefully Irish Mike can get back to us. We'll look that. No, they were talking about it this week on a couple different shows where he's bounced around.
Oh, I don't know if is it Chandler Morris?
And there's Irish Mike.
Yep, that's it.
Chandler
Morris filed lawsuit seeking 7th year.
Yeah, that's it. Hey, Irish Mike.
Sorry, I lost you guys. I hit the wrong button.
No, we were talking about it's Chandler Moore who's
Morris.
Yes.
Morris. Yep.
He's filed for the 7th year. He wants to play another year in college.
You get guys in college football, they're getting 9th years of eligibility now.
Right.
There's a couple guys that got a 9th year of eligibility in 2026.
Right.
Smaller schools, but still a 9th year. Think about that.
Mm-hmm.
Here's the problem. I think this is where, Chandler Morris.
Mm-hmm.
Chandler Morris has filed a lawsuit against the NCAA seeking the 7th year of eligibility. And, he really doesn't have a good reason. He said mental health. He's using the mental health. He's just celebrated 2 years of sobriety. I'm just looking at this. The love that God restored in him, he said. So he's born in 1995. No, that's not him.
No,
no,
he's 25 years old.
No, he's right. So he's looking for the 7th year. So bottom line is, people are like saying, no, I think what they do need to do in college is they either give these guys 5 years. They get 5 years. That's it. You can play 5 years, or you could sit out a year, but you only get 5 years. So that's it. So you work it out in 5 years, you get it. If you don't, your eligibility is
because every school brings in a kid, Pat and Dave, you know this too. They bring an 18-year-old freshman and say, hey, he needs a year in the weight room. He's definitely going to redshirt. I mean, we like his potential, but it's 2, 3, 4 years down the road. It's not as a true freshman, you know what I mean?
Yeah, but I don't think they ever go for 5 years, because technically, even way back when I was playing, it was always 5 years anyway. You always had 5 years to play for.
Right.
Yeah,
and you could perform in a certain amount of games in that 5th year and still be redshirted.
And you'll still get redshirted.
But guys pushing for 6 years, I can understand it under certain circumstances.
Yes, and the 6 years traditionally always, Pat and Dave, were a medical rep. You tore your ACL and MCL in fall training camp, and you missed the next 7 months, and you had no choice. So, you know what I mean? Like, you came to school as an 18-year-old, you redshirted for football purposes, then in your 3rd year in the program, you tore your ACL and MCL in fall camp. You know what I mean? So, and that's how kids were getting 6th year of eligibilities.
Right, I can understand it. And even if I see a guy push for a 7th year, and because he had 2 knee injuries or some type of illness or something that happened, those going to only happen few and far between. We can't do it just because he wanted another year to play because he had the red shirt or something. No, I don't think that you should get that. There could be certain circumstances to push for that. Now, when you get in the 8th, 9th year, that's just insane. That part. I don't care. I mean, you can have, 5 knee injuries and just keep it red shirt? No, you can't do that. But, you push for that 6th year. And like I said, 7 for extreme circumstances. But, just making it a regular occurrence, 7 years of college football is too much.
That's where they've got to kind of figure it. The other thing with the transfer portal is now the eligibility, and the fact that you have this one player in Alabama, the basketball player, who has eligibility left, decides to come back and play and use up the eligibility he has remaining because he left early to go to the NBA.
Yeah, but I think I think that part should stay under the rules. Once you sign an NBA contract,
your eligibility is null and void. You're done.
Yeah.
You don't have any more. You've in essence forfeited whatever college eligibility you had left. But he's taking it to court. We'll see where it goes.
Yeah, that one's going to be tough. But today, with the losing streak that the NCAA is on, they may lose that too.
Therein lies the problem. The problem you ultimately have here is that. Now, the Alabama Supreme Court, where I think this is headed, might say, no, you can't. Mm-hmm. But then he might go to the U.S. Supreme Court, and they might say, yeah, you can.
They make me think they don't like the NCAA because they're sick of what they have done over the years.
Over the years, they have slam dunked the NCAA every time.
Yeah, because they knew they did some unrightful things over the years. I mean, they know they have.
They know they have.
Yep.
And they also, I've always said the Supreme Court knows, they won't, obviously, I'll speculate, they know the kids were getting paid, and they're not paying taxes on that money because it's all in suitcases and envelopes, as we like to talk to. They're figuring, okay, you might as well pay these kids on NIL anyway, because NIL, you can't deny a person's name, image, and likeness anyway, because that's really like un-American. You can't. That's just basically saying, no, you can't make money off your name, image, and likeness. No, everybody has that right.
And then the other argument is that you can't say that, but you're making it off me. You're taking my name, likeness, and image,
and you're turning
money.
And the colleges are making the money off the name, image, but then they're denying the person the right to do it, which is you can't do.
Yeah. That's
but
insane.
The whole problem you have with this thing is, I think it's as time and time again, they go to the Supreme Court, they lose, because I just think that they know in reality these kids have the right to make money.
Mm-hmm.
And nobody has the right. You can't deny people the right. Granted, you're going to give them an education, that's fine. But then you can't, that's great, but you can't turn around and deny them the right to make money on their own.
Right. Yep.
And that's where this, and again, we're going back to, I know they're going to have the big meeting this, Urban Meyer's going to be there, all the name of names are all going to be in the White House to talk about how they're going to fix college sports. I don't know how they're going to do it. I mean, fix what? They don't want to make these kids employees, but they can't deny them NIL, and you can't limit that.
Yeah.
You're going to go back to that premise.
Yeah, but you see, that's what it is, I hate to say it, the C word, control. They want to have control of everything.
Yeah, they do.
You can't do
well,
anything.
yeah, you can control if they sign a contract with the school as an employee.
Yeah.
Then you can control them.
Right, yeah. But they're not.
They don't want to do that.
No.
Well, then if you don't want to do that, you can't control them.
Right. They could be able to make
the only way they can control them is make them employees, and then you have rules and regulations to follow as an employee.
Yep. And they really try to put all that into one box and act like the NIL is their employee of the school, and they're not.
They can't use, again, it's an apple and an orange. You're putting that NIL you can't use that or limit that. They're using it as compensation. They want to limit that. And inherently that's where the problem lies. They can't do that.
Yep.
So, I don't know what else to tell them.
What you think they're gonna do, Irish Mike?
Oh, that's great. I think they're try to influence and had come out of that meeting and say we can sit down with Congress and figure out what's the best solution moving forward. But I just don't see, once this can of worms opened up, 6-7 years ago with the NIL, and then obviously the transfer portal. We were all used to, hey, if a kid wanted to leave, that was fine, but they had to sit out a year. Like I think a rule should be, guys. You have one free transfer. Pat Lucia goes to a school after a year or two and wants to leave. You got one freebie. You can go to another school and be immediately eligible. But if you leave that school, then you have to sit out a year.
Okay.
Because
how about if your coach quits? Like you transfer in, you're playing there a year, you're doing good, and the guy that wanted you to go, he leaves. He goes, I'm going on to, whatever that is. Or he gets fired, whatever.
Yeah. I think you should have a 5-day time period, a 7-day time period to look for 5 or 7 days. A whole week's good. You can decide with you and your family what to do then. I think another thing we have to revisit, the schedule's so messed up, Pat. Like, we have this early signing period now. Remember, traditionally when years and years ago, 10, 15, 20 years ago, it was always in February. The first Wednesday in February was National Letter of Intent Day. Now, the early intent day is early December. I think this year was December 3rd. You have all these kids, I think, of the top 300 players in America, like 290 of them signed in the early signing period on December 3rd. Okay, you got your name on the paper. You're legally locked in for at least a year. Okay, then the transfer portal opens up a month later, and you bring in multiple players to the position you just signed a kid for a month earlier. Maybe that kid said, if I knew you were going to bring all these kids in and for transfer, I might not have come here. Like, you know what I'm saying?
Right, and therein lies the other problem.
Yes. The calendar's all messed up.
Right.
The calendar's so messed up.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, I think they need to go back to the old way when it's all around the same. Well, after the portal is closed, then that's when they make their decision of where they want to go.
Right.
Because then they can judge it better.
Pat, and now the big difference is, you go back 20. I think he was one of the first people to do it. You guys correct me if I'm wrong. Remember Maurice Clarett enrolled at Ohio State in January?
Yeah.
Right after his middle of his senior year. He graduated in December from Harding and enrolled with Coach Tressel at Ohio State in January of 2002.
Mm-hmm.
That was like one of the first times we've ever heard of an early enrollment.
Yeah.
And then more schools started to do it over the next 3, 4, 5 years. Yeah. And you might sign 25 kids, and like 4, 5, 6 kids might enroll early, okay? Out of the 25, you might have 20% of your class. Now it's like 90% of your class enrolls early.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, they all do. A lot of them do. Most
same Notre Dame, Pat. The standards they have there, and they have, I think, of their 25 kids they signed, 19 or 20 enrolled in January. There's only 5 kids that won't start till June.
So they had
obviously they all enroll in June because you got to. We all know that you're going to graduate high school, and 2 weeks later you're going to be on your college campus. You're not going to graduation parties with all your buddies.
No, you're
by
not.
June 15th, you're on campus working out and you're taking classes. That's the way that works. Everybody's enrolling in June.
Right. Yeah,
I mean, if you haven't enrolled in January, but the point is, with early enrollment now, Dave, I think all these kids sign early because they want to enroll in January. They don't want to wait till June. If they're allowed to do it, if their school allows them to do it through their high school.
Right.
Yeah, they graduate early and then they basically go right to college. They go from high school, they finish this year, count
December.
Athlete in December.
And like I said, Pat, that's the norm now. That's the norm. It's been the norm the last 6 or 7 years. That's the norm.
They finish their high school football in December, and then they go right to the college campus and go to class like Clarette did, and then they get a jump on the academics.
Right.
And how about this one, Dave? If your team is still in the college football playoffs in January, as an early enrollee as a freshman, you're allowed to practice with your team, but you can't play in the game.
Right.
Right.
But, so if you're an early enrollee, not only do you get to spring practices, but you might get 8 to 10 practices in January, but based upon the fact that your team made it to the college football playoff, a deep run.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Yep.
No, you're right.
And I know we're trying to solve so many things. Maybe we should all, the three of us should be in the meeting. But, another thing that Nick Saban talks about, most schools are going to start college spring practices here. Tomorrow's March 1st. Most schools are going to start up in the next 2 weeks and have their spring game in early to mid-April. I think Notre Dame's the 25th this year. They're starting a little bit later. They're starting March 20th. Right. But next year, the semifinals and the finals, the college championship game next year is January 25th on a Monday night in Las Vegas. So the 2 teams or even the 4 teams that make it to the semifinals, you're playing in the middle of January. How do you turn around and ask those kids to come back out in spring practice on March 10th?
Yeah, 6 weeks later, right? Somewhere in there.
Yeah, 6, 7 weeks later, about 7 weeks later, yeah.
I mean, it's getting outrageous that the body needs.
But
they'll wait. They'll wait until the
we talked a lot about
injuries.
the injury, and that's the other problem. A lot of people talk about how it seems there's more injuries than there were 20 years, 30 years ago. But back then they weren't doing this.
Right.
And they had time off, and kids did other things. But like they were saying, is your Achilles tendon and your ACL are the same. And the fact that you're putting all this undue stress and this constant training, there's a lot of people believing that this constant training is you're not letting the body heal, rest, and you're not taking a break.
Correct.
And ultimately, that's what's leading to all these injuries, and you do have to wonder about that.
Yeah.
Saban proposes, Pat, that we move spring practice to like June, so all the kids are enrolled there, and instead of having 15, traditionally the teams have 14 practices in a spring game. Now the spring game is glorified now because they don't show you anything.
No.
Their big scrimmage is always the week before. Like I know Notre Dame is bringing all their kids in. Their spring game's April 25th this year, but they're bringing all the kids in the week of the 17th and 18th. The week before, because that's their big scrimmage in stadium that the media is not, no one else allowed to see. That's what they really want to get through. So, Saban's proposing doing spring practice in June, and not having 15 practices, just having 10. And this way, you avoid all that hustle bustle March and April. Kids going to class, kids practicing football, and gives them time to heal. And it moves back. He wants to move back the portal period. He wants to move back the signing period, to make it, work for everybody as far as a better calendar for college football moving forward. So that's what's your thoughts on that?
What do you think, Dave? See, I personally think to some extent, I know they like these spring games, I get it, but and I know they're now making a bunch of money off it, because they're charging people to go in, like Ohio State. And it's money.
Ohio State have 75,000 people there.
That's right, and
so they're making money from it.
Making money.
It's a glorified scrimmage. I think Ohio State. Don't they play 2-hand touch now in the spring game?
Yeah, they might.
Some of them,
maybe some
where
have
they just
decided
grab and blow the whistle.
Right. Maybe some of them have decided to do that.
And they might as well go out there and play flag. I mean, because like we just said, when he mentioned 6 weeks, almost 7 weeks before they got to get back into
I mean,
spring practice, you're hitting, you're doing this stuff.
I think
that
the
body's
problem
not
is
recovered.
with it is there's no downtime. There is no off season. Think about it. How much off season do they really have in football?
Yeah,
College.
Well, and that's the bad part.
And that's the
don't
bad
make them don't make them pros before they're pros,
right?
Because those guys got class, they got other things
right.
to take care of,
and you want them to get a degree,
right? You want them to have much more downtime than
right, and that's what I think.
You're in the weight room January,
right.
February, March, April.
Right.
I mean, you're in the weight room a lot. I mean,
you know
obviously in conditioning,
right?
And you see what we were talking about right now. That eliminates the argument of trying to make them get a certain amount of money from NIL. If you're going to work these guys like that, like they're in the NFL, then let them get paid as much as possible out of NIL.
And that's and therein lies the inherent problem. The problem is, and this has always been, this is just not a new this is not new. And I've heard players all back when I went to school, the NFL, these college players, that's what they say. That Northwestern filed, I think, that lawsuit. They wanted to become employees. Remember, they were going to strike, all that stuff. But they were saying this, that we have training, we have weightlifting, it's nonstop. When do we have time to go to class? When do we have to live a life? Yeah. We're not your employee, but you're treating us like an employee with all these requirements.
Right.
This is supposed to be, remember, sports is supposed to be extracurricular activity. Hello, they're not
but they come and argue. We're giving you a full ride, blah, blah, blah.
Right. But
I understand, but they're still supposed to be kids. They should enjoy their college life.
Right.
They don't get no chance to really enjoy it.
No, because they're in the weight room, they're in this training, and it's nonstop. And then it's the spring game. Then it's before you know it, they have no time off in the summer because they're back in training camp, getting ready for the season that starts now in the end of August.
Right.
And they're now in July, and they're in training camp, and they're getting ready, and they're doing their drills. I mean,
And then you want to limit them
right.
what they get. These guys might not have opportunity to play at the next level because they're so banged up before they even get there.
And that's a good point.
Great point. That's a great point.
That's an excellent point, because if they're talented enough to do it, they might not be able to do it because physically they're beat up.
Yeah. And
that's what happened
you
to
shorten
Brian.
their career.
Yeah. I mean, Brian Bosworth, I know that years, but he basically was done when he was done with college. He said that his shoulders were shot. He tried to make it in the NFL. He was done. He said kept separating his shoulder because he wasn't that big to start, and he got steroids. But the point is, physically, he was tapped out at 22.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean,
because of all the football he played in his career and the impact it had, especially on his shoulders and his body.
And look what they're doing today. That's what I'm saying. So it's unbelievable.
And that's what's going on, I think, today. And then if you do have, and the reality is 97% of the kids aren't good enough to get to the NFL.
Yeah.
And then you have the percentage that can make it but won't make it because of the physicality of the game and what it's done to their bodies. They can't play at the next level.
Yeah.
They have a talent to.
Yeah.
But because of their injuries, they can't.
Yep.
But it's like I said, that's why it's imperative they get. And that's the other thing is I know they can make money in NIL, but what about the education?
Yeah.
They need to get the education. They're going to need that because they're not going to make it at the next level.
My buddy's got stuff on the porch.
Yep. That's right. So, I mean, it's just funny with, it's not really funny because it's just, you think about that. That is tough. A grueling season. You look at Indiana and Miami playing that last game.
Yeah. And
7 weeks later.
And that's stretching that out, as you said, Mike.
7 weeks later, you're back on the gridiron.
Yeah, you're going to be back on the gridiron in 7 weeks, back at it.
Correct.
That's insane.
And you extend the playoffs out another week. Starting next year and the following year.
Yeah, they're going to.
And it's all about
not only for the final two teams that were listed, the final 4 teams as well. Even everybody in general, you extended them out.
Right. And they loving it. And what is it for? Money, right?
It's all right.
And then when you think about it, that's the same thing they want to stop the kids from getting is money. But they want to rake it in all the time. And that's sad. at the expense of these kids. And that's what they are. They're kids. I done seen some players after they done got out of college on some of these shows talk about not having the opportunity to play at the professional level because they're already burnt out.
Yeah,
exactly.
They're shot.
It's done.
Mentally.
Yeah, they're done. They can't deal with it.
No.
You know, and that's sad.
Correct. And it's not fair to them.
You know. Yep.
Not fair to them. Well, hey, guys, I got to get run, but you guys have a great weekend. Thanks for taking my phone call, gentlemen.
Yep.
Thanks, Irish.
Thanks
Bye.
for calling. Yeah, it's just, I think about it, it's crazy. That quick turnaround, and you're right back at it, but it's true. This month.
It's
spring,
March.
Yeah, spring practices will open up.
And they just finished in December or January. Some of the teams say January. That's 2 months.
Yeah, that's it. Right back to it.
So they've been finished. The teams that got into the playoff played in December, January. All those teams, not even about 3 months, 2 to 3 months, they're back at it.
Yeah. Well, definitely January because you got the bowl games.
Got the bowl games.
Plus the playoffs.
And the playoffs.
And then you go to maybe, let's say February, the middle. We just say the 15th of February. That's 1 month.
Yep.
March 15th, they're back on the field. They're already back on the field.
So it's 2 months.
2 months. They're already back on the field. That's tough. If you're going to talk about you want to limit what they can get, this might be the chance of when they can get any kind of money because they might not be able to go to the next level. They're burnt out.
In all probability, though, statistically, they don't go to the next level either. You know?
Right. Yeah.
I mean,
it's hard. It's hard. Yeah, right things got to happen to fall in place. Believe me, I know that there's certain things got to happen.
Saturday Morning Sports Page back after Western Reserve Radio.
Accidents happen. That's why you need Repair That Glass. Specializing in windshield replacement and all other auto glass, we offer a full range of automotive glass repairs. Our technicians can do everything from minor chip repair to a complete replacement. Your windows don't go up or down, they can fix that too, along with custom glass work and antiques. Repair That Glass is a family-run business for over 40 years. Repair That Glass. Call for your appointment now at 330-5...
The stations that always keep you in the zone.
I love it.
It's awesome.
Western Reserve Radio, Western Reserve Radio 2, and City View Sportscast, Youngstown, Ohio.
Are you tired of switching apps just to catch your favorite shows and live events? Say hello to the iMedia1 Network app, your one-stop destination for streaming and everything that matters. From national sports to exclusive local content, Western Reserve Radio, Western Reserve Radio 2, and City View Sportscast are now all in one place, anytime, anywhere. Download the free iMedia1 Network app on iOS and Android and unlock the future of sports audio in the palm of your hand. The iMedia1 Network, your sports app in the Valley. Are you ready to hit the gridiron and make your mark? The Cleveland Cobras are recruiting players and coaches for the upcoming Premier Amateur Football League season. We're looking for passion, grit, and the relentless drive to win. Whether you're a seasoned vet or hungry rookie, your shot starts now. Join a brotherhood, build a legacy, strike with the Cobras. Follow us on Facebook at Cleveland Cobras Football, or for league information, visit TAFLfootball.com to get started today. Team, pride, Cobras. Are you ready to join the legacy? This is your chance to become part of something special with the Youngstown Patricians. Honoring the proud football tradition of the Valley, we're on the lookout for talented post-high school athletes who want to make their mark on the field. Whether you're a seasoned high school athlete, college, or former professional player, develop your skills and become part of a team that values hard work, dedication, and community spirit. Don't wait. Begin your path to the gridiron by visiting youngstownpat.com or contacting us on Facebook at the Youngstown Patricians. Be bold, be legendary, join the Youngstown Patricians today.
Looking for future leaders we can believe in? Look no further than the high school student athletes right here in Ohio. High school sports teach young people how to be effective leaders. It includes learning to listen, accepting responsibility, being a good role model, and it's about respect. The result, it transcends sports. It gives us hope for the future. This message presented by the Ohio High School Athletic Association and the Ohio Interscholastic Athletic Administrators Association.
Saturday Morning Sports Page back. Pat Lucia, Dave Clark. 330-707-4202. Get in and talk sports as we do it here. Here's Western Reserve Radio from 9 to 12 on Saturday morning. You know, Dave Clark, we talked a lot, as we always kind of do. We evolve it to football. And we're looking at the contracts. And we're looking also at some of the NBA, get to the playoff picture as it evolves, and then obviously college bracketology. I believe I was looking this up, and the Indiana Hoosiers are now the first team out, I believe, are they? But the thing with the bracketology, it's going to change because those teams are, win, lose, they're on that proverbial bubble.
Right.
And the bubble teams are the ones that are floating in and out of, being in the tournament, out in the tournament. And just to give you an idea of the calendar, this year they've got like another week left. And then they start, like in the Big Ten, the conference starts, I believe it is that Tuesday in March. Second Tuesday in March.
Which is what, the 10th?
Is either...
March 10th is the Tuesday, I believe.
Yeah, March 10th. That's when the Big Ten starts their tournament.
Okay.
So the Big Ten starts the tournament, and they go to the 15th where they play the championship, and that's Selection Sunday.
Mm-hmm.
So obviously this tomorrow is... today's the 28th. Tomorrow is March 1st.
Mm-hmm.
We turn the clocks back or turn the clocks up next weekend. Daylight savings time is
on the 7th.
The 7th, that's Saturday night. We turn them up. We lose that hour's sleep. And then the following Sunday is the 15th. That's the Selection Sunday.
We get longer days coming up.
Longer days coming up at night.
Great.
Longer, right, daylight.
Yeah,
and then
I love it.
The tournament play-in, NCAA tournament, for those out there that watch it, will start the 17th of March. It's that Tuesday.
Yeah, with those, was that
the play-in? Yeah, the play-in is 17 and 18.
And then the actual
19th starts.
On that
the actual tournament starts the 19th.
Yep.
So that's kind of how your calendar maps out. And then I believe the NBA start their play-in games. I have to look it up. I think they start the 19th. Or that might be the playoffs. The play-in games may start Easter is Sunday, 12th.
Yeah, almost a month right after.
Almost a month to when college ends in early April, and then it's a couple weeks, and then you got your NBA play-in tournament, which is the playoffs, even though they don't want to call it the.
But it is the playoffs.
But it is the playoffs. They go, the teams don't make the playoffs, but they don't count the play-in tournament as the playoffs, which, well, for whatever reason they don't.
Yeah.
But we do.
Yeah. I mean, because it is.
It is.
I'm
because
playing
once
a
a
game
team
to
is
win.
in the play-in, you can go, well, as we said earlier in the show, Miami Heat got in the play-in, almost was eliminated by Chicago Bulls, and they pull the game out. They were losing the game. They win that game and end up going to the finals.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
So the play-in tournament is the playoffs.
That's right. Because, it's giving you an opportunity to go all the way.
Right.
So it's a playoff. They don't call it that, but that's what it is. That's what it is. And it's, nice little thought by them to generate, interest. And it has. And now with the way the league has been this particular season, is even more interest. So, like I said, I like my sneak teams. Like I said before, the Cavs, Philly. Not a lot of things they're talking about with them, but I think those two teams could be dangerous. San Antonio is now playing on the West. It's playing so well. Got to open eyes to Denver and OKC because San Antonio could do some damage too.
For the record, the NBA calendar, the regular season ends April 12th. They call it the SoFi Play-In Tournament, which is obviously they're playing in that new arena.
Mm-hmm. Where the Clippers play.
Which is pretty cool, neat. That's April 14th to the 17th. Then the playoffs, the actual NBA playoffs, start April 18th.
See, exactly a month from when the start of the regular college.
Yep.
You know, even though they call theirs a play-in, but they do say tournament, and that's what it is.
Right. They have their conference Their conference tournaments will start not this week, next week, the week after.
Right.
Like the NBA, like the Big Ten starts that Tuesday, the 10th, and all these other.
And then the 17th is the play-in, right?
Yeah, the play-in tournament, the actual play-in for the NCAA tournament is the 17th, is the week
17th
later.
and 18th.
Yeah.
And so, see, they almost exactly a month because April 17th is when the play-in games start.
The play-in start April 14th.
Or 14th.
So, yeah.
See that? Oh, that's just
so
perfect setup.
It's perfect. I mean, if you're sitting at the sports calendar now and you're trying to figure out, okay, what's my calendar look like? Now it starts to move quickly because this upcoming week is the last week of the college, and this is where now the teams are getting in position to get into their tournament. And, those bubble teams like Ohio State and Indiana, to name a couple, there are others, they need to start. They can't lose any more. They can't really be losing any more games.
Right.
They got to really start winning games, and they might have to win games in the tournament to get in. Like Ohio State, Indiana had a rough week because Indiana got beat by Northwestern. Ohio State got absolutely handled by Iowa badly.
Yeah.
They need to recover, and Ohio State's kind of got a rougher schedule because they play Purdue, Penn State, and then they finish up with Indiana.
Yeah.
So, they need to, and Purdue's very obviously one of the best teams in the league. They might have to beat Purdue, beat Penn State. They might win at least 2 out of 3 and then make a little headway in the tournament and win a couple games in the conference tournament.
Mm-hmm.
And then they got the conference tournament so giant now because they've got 20 teams in the Big Ten. They've got double bye and bye. Some teams get a single bye. Some teams qualify for a double bye. But at the end of the day, a team like Ohio State and Indiana that are on the bubble, they really need to really make a little headway and win some games here.
Yeah.
To get in, or they're out. And that's going to be where if you're a fan of either team, or your team might be on that bubble, that's what you got to be worried. You got to be like, hey, I got to start winning games here.
Yeah.
And, that's kind of where this time of year gets real interesting. And then the NBA will heat up when these teams get into position. But I'm not sure the teams, and I could be wrong, but I don't know if these NBA teams care about 1 through 6, their seeding. I think they want to rest. I don't think they want to get well. I don't think these teams care if they have to go on the road in the NBA. I think they just seem to say, we got to be healthy. We got to be healthy going into the season. If we have to go on the road, so what? I would rather be healthy than injured and have a home court because I don't know if the home court in the NBA means as much as the health part. The team is healthy and the guys are playing good. They don't care where they're playing and when they play. Now, they don't want to get in that play-in tournament because that's.
I think that's what they try to stay away from.
That I think they stay away from. But 1 through 6 positioning, I don't think they care as much as the health part.
Yeah.
I think they're more concerned with being healthy than, okay, I'd rather be a 5 seed. I would rather be a 4 seed than a 5 seed. I don't care. Right. I don't care about the seeding so much. I just want to make sure the team is in good shape and playing good, but is mainly
I think
healthy.
Overall they probably think that. I mean, all teams like to play at home, but I think they don't really care. They don't want to be in that playing game. That's an extra pressure.
Right.
So
and that's kind
thing.
of a crapshoot.
Yeah.
If you have a couple bad games, you're out.
Yeah.
Depending on where your seed is, or you're playing the team, like you say, a Charlotte Hornet team, who might be the 10 seed, but they come in there, young team, and they're hot, they're on a roll. You run into them, and they might eliminate you.
Yeah.
You could be the 7th seed, and then you end up losing to the Charlotte Hornets, the 10 seed.
Yeah, because I'm trying to think, is that a double elimination? I can't remember how it is.
The way they do it, I think, is like if the Charlotte Hornets, the 10 seed, they lose up front, they're out.
Yeah.
They have to win 2 to get in.
Yeah.
Where the 7 seed, if they win a game, they're in. And then the 10th seed, they have to win 2 games to get in. But if they lose a game, they're out.
Yeah, somewhere it goes that way. And then at the end, you have the 8 and 9 playing and to see who they play at the 7th, right?
Yeah, what you do is it's the 7th through 10.
Mm-hmm.
Then they determine in the play-in tournament.
Yeah, because I think you're right. The 10th place teams, they lose, they're done. They're out.
Yeah, the way they do it, if you're the lower seed, you can't lose a game. You have to win both games. Like if you lose a game, I think you're out.
Mm-hmm.
And that's where we talked about this before. And the teams that like the 7 and 8 have more flexibility. The 8 and 9 don't.
Okay.
So that's kind of where, like, they have the final. It says here the 7th seed. Oh no, I got this wrong. Jeez, the way they play this out is the 7th seed will host the 8th seed, and the 9 hosts the 10.
Mm-hmm.
And the winner plays the loser of 7 and 8 for the 8th spot. So it says like game 1, play-in tournament. The 7th seed hosts the 8th seed. The winner would secure the 7th seed. One game. So whoever wins the 7 and 8, they became the spot. Yeah.
Okay.
They secure the 7th spot. Whoever wins the 7 and 8.
Okay.
See, they get that spot of that game.
Okay.
Game 2 is the 9th place team will host the 10th place team. The loser's eliminated. So 9 and 10 play, and whoever loses that is out.
Gotcha.
Then game 3 is the play-in elimination game. That would be the loser of game 1 hosts the winner of game 2. Then that winner gets the 8th seed.
And then you're done.
The loser's out.
Okay.
So if you're like a 9 or 10, if you lose, you're out.
Right.
If you're 7 and 8, the loser's not eliminated. But then the loser would actually play the winner of 9 and 10.
Yeah. So that's
so
one thing.
7 and 8 can lose a game
and still
get in.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. They automatically do because whoever won is 7.
It's in.
They're in at 7.
The 8. So if you lose, if you're 7 or 8, if you're a loser
in that,
right,
you're still in.
You could still get in because then you play the winner of 9-10.
Yeah, I got it.
And then the loser of 9-10 is automatically out right away.
Yeah.
And then the 9-10 winner will play the loser of 7 and 8, and then that winner goes in as 8th seed.
Yep.
So that's kind of how that works. I knew it was something a little different, but yeah,
I like that.
And I like that because it does take away from the regular season because we had this conversation that you have 30 teams in the NBA and 20 teams qualify for the playoffs.
Mm-hmm.
So you're almost like
2/3 of the league.
2/3 of the league will get in your playoffs.
Mm-hmm.
Why do you play the regular season? And that's where the debate always gets involved.
Yeah, if you scrunch it down, boy, they'd be fighting and scratching.
But again, it does make it interesting for the play-in tournament, because that is I think it's kind of cool. It's kind of neat how they work that play-in tournament.
Right.
You know, if you're 7-8, the winner of the 7 and 8 game is in.
And I think that's why they got that mid-season tournament.
Yeah.
Okay, because they're not going to say, hey, let's go back. We're not going to have 20 teams making the playoffs.
No.
So we're going to eliminate playoffs. No way. Money. Not going to do it. No. So having an opportunity to be the regular season champion and then the world champion at the end gives two scenarios, gives teams the opportunity of doing that. So
right.
That's what they want to see.
That's what they want.
Yeah.
You still want that play-in tournament because and they play, again.
And the Knicks, and the thing about it, the Knicks won the in-season tournament.
They did.
But they are looking so drab right now.
They don't look good.
They don't look good at all. Now it could
change.
They
won last night.
Yeah, they did. They did, but they played the Bucks, I believe.
They beat them badly.
Yeah. They beat them over 20, I believe.
I'll tell you one thing. I watched the game. I tried to stay up for the entire game. I didn't stay up for the entire game between the Nuggets and the OK City Thunder. But I never saw the Joker get that mad.
Yeah.
At Dort. And that was cheap. You could see they showed that on replay. Dort did stick out. He saw that Joker was going to run by him. He definitely sticks out the leg, and Joker just goes crazy and goes after Dort. I was going to kill him. He had that look on his face like he wanted to. And they separate him, and then ultimately Joker and one of the other players from OK City got technicals, and they eliminated that, but Dort got ejected, and they gave him a flagrant 2, and Joker shot the 2 free throws. He missed one, made one. They ultimately lost the game, though. The Nuggets got beat by the OK City Thunder.
Right. Yeah, and Dort, I was reading that thing about him being he couldn't lash back. These guys was going crazy, though. They're saying he could go to prison if they got in a fight.
Oh, God.
Because, he's a fifth degree, I forgot the type of martial arts.
Martial arts
But
guy.
it's the type of thing where Dort he knows how to kill you if he had to.
If he had to.
Now, so if he attacked,
then
he would go to prison.
Yeah, he would.
Because he can't do that.
He can't.
So, but if thing attacks him, and he got to protect himself. Yeah. I said, I don't want that.
Boy.
I don't want that.
No.
I don't want that happening.
No, you don't really want that happening on any level. No, especially the NBA doesn't want that.
Yeah, they don't want that.
No, they don't want that to happen on any level. They don't
want to see that kind of
stuff.
No.
You don't want to see that. But, yeah, the Knicks won last night. The Cavs lost. They got to give you a landscape.
What a heartbreaking loss.
The Cavaliers, that was a brutal loss.
That was brutal. They had it
They had that. They can't. You know what it is? I'll tell you what. You watch enough years, it always comes down to free throws.
Yeah, but
if the Cavaliers would have made those free throws at the end of the game, they win that game. They would have gone up by 4. It's like you see it time and time again.
Yep.
When teams need to make free throws, and then Detroit made theirs.
Yeah, at the end. But but during the game, they missed a lot of free throws. I seen Duren miss 2 free throws twice, back to back. That was a total of 4.
Yeah.
I was like, these guys are missing foul shots. But it was a thing. I understand Tyson going after the guy, but I think all you do is just try to get in front of him. If you make the shot, it goes to overtime. Which was to happen anyway.
It would happen anyway.
But I wouldn't have fouled him.
No.
Just try to block the shot, stay away. If he makes it, he makes it. If he don't, they're not going to have a chance to get another 3-pointer off.
And that's the kind of the
thing.
It
was almost a half-court shot.
It was. And he was smart enough to go into the shooting motion and then grab the foul. And the guy was I know they try to do that, and I know, but when it doesn't work out like last night, it costs them the game. Because I would have ventured to guess if you would have just played defense.
They tell him to foul, but he caught him in the middle.
And just play good defense and make him make a three. But if you get enough good defense,
Yeah,
I think you have a better chance of winning. You put him at the free throw with three, and he made him. And it got overtime.
Yeah.
And I had a bad feeling when it went into overtime that Cleveland was going to lose.
I think the loss of Jared Allen being fouled out. I said no. Now, if you had Jared Allen with
I think they
Mobley,
win.
I think they could still do it because they was dominating inside. But after that, I said, no, it's over.
One thing you got to really like the NBA. It seems I don't know why. Maybe it just seems more exciting this year than other years. I don't know what it is.
I don't even know. I don't understand.
I don't understand it.
I watched Minnesota a couple days ago. Real good. I was like, I don't know. It's just something about it.
And you've got the drama with the Lakers, and there's the question: what does LeBron James do next year? Where's he going? He's a free agent. Does he sign with? I don't think he's going to re-sign with the Lakers.
I actually think he is going to be a Cav. I really do. I think he's going to finish his career right there.
Does he end the game, end his career, or does he go to the Knicks?
That's still a possibility,
I think that's a possibility. Do the Knicks go after him, and does he sign there and play a year there with the Knicks? If he doesn't want to go to Cleveland, I don't know. Rumor is the Cavaliers may not want him.
Yeah.
For whatever reason.
They said that they was thinking that Donovan and James Harden pushing for him might put it over the top that they'll get him. But if they don't want him there, I think that's where he might, like what you just said, the Knicks. He might end
They
up
have to sign. Harden will drop. See, the thing with Harden is the Cavaliers have to figure out, and he has to figure out, he's got a year. He can opt out of his contract, and that was what Harden was traded because the Clippers wouldn't give him an extension, which is over $50 million a year. So, and Harden is making, I believe he's going to like $42 million, $43 million, but he doesn't want to opt in. I think it's 47 to opt into. He wants a brand new contract extension, more money, but then more years. And he's 36 years old, Harden?
Right.
So the Clippers didn't want to do that. They didn't want to give him a contract extension because they didn't want to give him more money and more years because he's old and he has a tendency to fall apart in the playoffs for what it's worth. So the question is, what do the Cavaliers want to do? Do they want to extend Harden and give him more money? But then Donovan Mitchell has got one more year after this one. Then he has the player option and he can, I believe, opt out. So it's coming to, do the Cavaliers want to keep Harden around but then give him a 2-year extension, $100 million? Do they do that, or do they say, let Harden say, no, you can opt in to play here or you can go elsewhere and opt out and be a free agent? So next year, it's going to be interesting after this year, what happens to Harden and the Cavaliers, and then what's LeBron James going to do, because he is a free agent at the end of this year. There's no contract left.
Right.
So he opted into this contract for, I believe, $52 million. So he is done. So LeBron can go anywhere he wants to go. Then the other people ask questions, okay, what happens to Bronny? So does Bronny get cut by the Lakers, or does he stay at the Lakers, or he goes with LeBron and it's a package where the team signs LeBron and takes Bronny too? What do they do?
Yep. Yeah, because I'm wondering. I know that Knicks situation. I also think the Timberwolves, for some reason, might be a place he could end up too. But he's going to go wherever it is. I don't see him going to a team that's not in the running.
No, he's going to play for a team that can win a title.
Yeah.
I mean, LeBron's not going to a Washington or no, he's going to go to a team that can put him over, or the team is that close to a championship, and he could be the difference maker of getting the team in the title and winning. He wants to win another ring, which makes sense because he knows he's probably got a year or two left.
Right.
And then he's going to retire. So he's just thinking, at the end of the day, what am I going to do?
Right.
But when you look at, you see, the other thing too is you look at the salaries, and this is where it gets kind of really interesting. If you look at it by team, right now the Cavaliers have the highest payroll. at 217. Next year they go to 218. And so you're getting into this whole discussion with LeBron. If he wants to go to the Cavaliers for cap reasons, they really...
That'd be tough.
As a free agent, I don't know how they can't fit him under the cap.
Right.
Do they get that veteran exception? He plays for almost like a veteran league minimum if he wants to go there. Or the Cavaliers, but I don't think they can do that. So, I mean, they can't, unless they sign LeBron to a big contract to pay the luxury tax on it.
Yeah. Yeah, it's going to be an interesting offseason for the NBA, too. It's a few players they could move around, so we will find out.
Well, I think that at the end of the day, this is what's going to really be interesting is when you break it down and you look at the landscape of the NBA this season, at the end of the season, with all these players, what are they going to do? Like Harden, what do the Cavaliers do? I mean, Donovan Mitchell, again, his contract, he's got another year, then he opts out. He can opt out.
Right.
So what do they do? Do they keep Donovan Mitchell and extend him out? But then what do you want to do with James Harden?
Yeah, it's you know.
And then if LeBron wants to come back, how do you – I don't know if you can sign him for cap reasons.
Yeah, it's going to be tough for them to sign him, I think.
And the Knicks, too. The Knicks are second.
Yeah, I know.
I was just looking here to see if they have any salaries coming off the books. The Knicks, I don't think they really do. I think the Knicks are in a situation with their team is you've got Towns making a lot of money, but all these guys make a lot of money.
Yeah.
But at the end of the day, as you evolve with the NBA, and it'll be interesting once you get into the off season. I know we're a few months away. The Knicks are basically at 211. They are the second highest paid roster, and they go down to 202 next year.
Yeah, so it's still up there.
So it's still up there. We'll see how this all plays out. We got another half hour left on the Saturday Morning Sports page. Back after this, Pat Lucia, Dave Clark.
Tom has been a teacher for over 40 years. One day, I think one of the students had asked the question and he didn't remember the answer. And I also noticed that he was letting his class out earlier than they were supposed to let out. I was really starting to worry.
Levi and I talked about how it would change our lives, but he was there beside me.
When something feels different, it could be Alzheimer's. Now is the time to talk. Visit alz.org/ourstories to learn more. A message from the Alzheimer's Association and the Ad Council.
Honorary Forest Ranger Betty White here, lending a hand to my dear friend Smokey Bear. Because for years, he's only said,
only you can prevent wildfires.
But there's a lot more to say. Like if you park your car on tall, dry grass, the hot exhaust pipe can start a wildfire. So keep the animals safe, especially the cute shirtless one. Go to SmokeyBear.com to learn more about wildfire prevention. Brought to you by the U.S. Forest Service, your state forester, and the Ad Council.
If I could be you.
And you could be me for just 1 hour.
If you could find a way.
To get inside
each other's mind.
Walk a mile in my shoes.
Walk a mile in my shoes.
Walk a mile in my shoes.
We've all felt left out. And for some, that feeling lasts more than a moment. We can change that. Learn how at belongingbeginswithus.org. Brought to you by the Ad Council.
Walk a mile in my shoes.
I'm getting older. Do I need to worry about falling?
Yes, you do. Each year, 1 in 4 people 65 and older will experience a fall, and many will be serious. The majority of falls happen at home, so remove things that could make you trip and install handrails to keep you steady. To learn more about the steps you can take to help prevent a fall, please talk to your doctor. You can also visit aarpfoundation.org or medicaremadeclear.com/falls. This message was brought to you by United Healthcare and AARP Foundation.
Saturday morning sports page. Pat Lucia, Dave Clark, back. Looking a little bit at the NBA salary cap. I'm not sure how much we want to dive into this one, Dave Clark. This rabbit hole.
Oh, man.
We would never, I don't know if we get out
I don't think you get out of that
this
one.
rabbit hole. But as of right now, when you talk about teams that are going to get hit with the most salary cap penalty are the Cavaliers, Knicks, Thunder, and Magic. Cap space, the Bulls have 68 million, up to 68. Wizards have 50 million. Clippers up to 50 million. The Jazz 48 million. The Lakers 38 million to 47 million. The Nets have 36 million to 44 million space, and the Hawks are 23 million to 28. So we'll see how it all rolls itself out. Where it always seems with the NBA salary cap and where they do, teams can trade, get rid of, to sign. The question's going to be ultimately going into the offseason. We'll get into that in later months about as far as where these players are potentially going to end up, what the Cavaliers ultimately do. Right now, they're focusing on getting into the playoffs, getting in. They're a game and a half behind the Knicks. The Knicks are, I believe, a game behind the Celtics in the standings. They're a game and a half.
Game and a half, yeah.
And the Cavaliers are a game and a half behind them. And then the Raptors and the Sixers. And the Sixers right now, as you said, you bring up Dave Clark, a dangerous team.
Yeah,
with Embiid, if he stays healthy, the 76ers that are a 6th seed trying to get higher. But at the end of the day, they need to keep Embiid healthy because it's a whole – the 76ers are an entirely different team.
With him, no
with
question.
Embiid.
No
and they can
question.
play anywhere. They don't need home court.
No.
If they have Joel Embiid, they can win any. They can win a healthy Joel Embiid. They can win any playoff matchup with him.
Yeah.
No matter where they could have road game, doesn't matter.
Right.
They don't have to worry about having home court advantage. In fact, sometimes knowing Philadelphia, they're better off without the home court because those fans are. They get tight, and I think they watch their team, and they can get, if the team is not performing well, they start booing their own team, and they could be a detractor to the team. I wanted to throw this out to you, Dave Clark. Just finished this book about the Dallas Texans and the Dallas Cowboys when they broke into the league way back then in 1960. Tom Landry, the Dallas football coach, right? Could you make the argument? Definitely one of the top coaches of all time in the,
Yeah.
If you want to get into the greatest, that always, these conversations can get crazy. Who's the greatest coach of all time? All right, well, Belichick, but, people. But Landry's always in Walsh, Landry.
Yeah.
Here's something to consider, or a thought of the day. Tom Landry was 13 and 38 and 3 ties in his first 4 seasons as a Dallas Cowboy head coach. Okay. The owner at the time, Clint Murchison, said, what are you going to do? Right. So he calls Landry in to his office. Now, this is back in 1963, 64, saying, okay, what do you think Clint Murchison did when he called Landry into the office?
You think he'd be getting ready to fire him.
Now, right. If it's this day and age.
Oh, he would have been gone before then.
he would have not made it to then.
No.
Right?
That's right. Yeah,
he would have never made 4 years. 13 wins, 38 losses, and 3 ties in 4 years.
No, he wouldn't have made
it. He would have never seen that record, right?
No, he'd have never seen it.
Clint Murchison brings him into the office. He signs him to a 10-year extension because he said he was a smart football person, great coach, and he knew the team started out as an expansion team and had challenges, but he had Tex Stram and he had Landry, and he said, no, I'm keeping these guys around. I like them. we're going in the right direction. Tom Landry's a fine football coach. He knows he's a student, knows the game. You know, I sit in, I talk to him. He knows he's smart. You know, blah, 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 blah. And sure enough, he signed him to a 10-year extension. That was back then. You know, today, these guys don't even make – he would have never made 2 years.
No, he'd been gone.
He'd be gone.
They didn't care about was the expansion.
He did not win a game his first year.
Right.
0-11-1. His first year, he tied, I believe, the New York Giants.
His old coach where he coached there before.
He coached there. That's where he coached, him and Lombardi.
Yep, at the Giants.
Lombardi was the offensive coordinator, and Landry was the defensive coordinator, I believe.
Somewhere like that, yeah.
Yeah. And Jim Lehow was the head coach. And then both those guys left. Lombardi went to the Packers, and Landry went to Dallas to coach the Dallas Cowboys, where he started off 0-11-1. And ultimately, it took them a few years to become the Dallas Cowboys, we know. But the beautiful part of it was they actually let Landry keep his job and develop the team. That does not happen today.
No. Everything's quick. Everything is microwavable. So it's got to happen quick. If it doesn't, you're out. They don't even give you a chance to implement. That's the thing. When you hire a coach, I think the first year should be exempt.
Oh, yeah.
Because you ain't got all the players you want in there anyway. The second year, now you count that one. The third year, you should give them that one. And if things are getting progressively worse, then you got a conversation. But that's not how it works. The first year counts. They don't care what you don't get your players in. It doesn't matter. It counts. You don't win. That counts. You go to the second year, start off bad. You might not make the season. That's just, that's how certain owners are. You give some that might give a little bit more leeway, but most of them, the pressure is on. And that's what it is. It's a trickle-down effect. You know. So they have to win. They got to answer that owner. That GM got to get the right coach. If that don't work, the coach got to make sure his coaches is doing the job, and then the players got to do what they have to do. If they don't, a lot of heads roll.
Tom Landry went 0-11-1 his first year, 4-9-1 his second, 5-8-1 his third, 4-10 his fourth season, 5-8-1 the fifth season.
66 probably his first winning season, wasn't it? Somewhere in there.
10-3-1.
Yep, I remember them starting to win in 66. I remember it good.
1965, they were 7-7. 1966, they won 10-3-1. They lost to the Dallas. They lost to the Green Bay Packers. I think it was 34-28. Took a chance to go to the Super Bowl, and they lost the following year in the freezing game in Green Bay. What was the infamous
Ice Bowl?
Ice Bowl. Thank you.
Yep.
And they would have played. They would have played the first. They were a game away from going to the Super Bowl. Both first 68, 67, 68. They could have gone to those, and they were very close games.
Yeah.
That they lost to Green Bay.
Yep.
Very competitive games, and Landry. That's when they started to win. But his first, really, 5 seasons where he was terrible. He didn't win any. He didn't have a winning. In the first 5 years, he did not have a winning season.
Right.
It was his 6th season. He got to 7-7. And then after that,
sky's the limit. And
he started winning games, and he finally won the Super Bowl, the 72 Super Bowl. He won 24-3 over Miami. Lost the prior Super Bowl to the Colts.
Yeah.
16-13 playing on a horrible turf, and he would have started Roger Staubach over Craig Morton. They probably beat the Colts.
Yeah, seriously.
They do.
Yeah.
And he would have had another Super Bowl in his belt. Then he won the 77 Super Bowl. No, the 78 Super Bowl. He beat the Denver Broncos and Craig Morton 27-10 in a game that was not even that close.
No. They dominated.
No, they dominated Denver from the kickoff. Denver was never in that game on any shape,
Tony
way, or
Dorsett
form.
was a rookie, I think, that year too.
Yes, he was. It was Tony Dorsett's rookie year.
Yeah.
And Harvey Martin and Randy White became co-MVPs for the defense.
Yeah.
And they were terrors.
Yeah.
Randy White was those two guys. Martin and Too Tall Jones was, I believe, on that team too.
Yep. Sure was.
And that was one of the great football teams, in the argument of all time. Starbuck was one of the best quarterbacks, and Dorsett, his rookie year.
Yep.
I mean, that was a great team. And then they actually lost the Super Bowl the following year to the Pittsburgh Steelers. They got in the Super Bowl, and then the next year they got to it and then got beat by Bradshaw and the Steelers and Len Swan's catch.
Yeah.
Lynn Swan's catch. Was that
21-17
yep,
game?
21-17.
Yep.
I mean, he's pretty much, you think about it, he's in there every year.
Yeah, he's always in there.
I mean, the only year they didn't make the playoffs in the 70s was 1974. They had a down year. They went 8-6.
Yeah. That was back then that was my team with the Raiders. My favorite teams.
Yep.
I told you all the way up until the 90s, and then my guy Jerry Jones just ruined it.
Well, he bought the team from Bum Bright, who Bright purchased it from Clint Murchison.
Mm-hmm.
And then Bright had it, and then he sold it to Jerry Jones. I think they had money problems, and Jones came in and obviously offered him a boatload of money, and he took it. But then Jones fired Schramm and Landry
right off the bat.
Right off the bat, the first thing he did.
And he did it with no dignity.
Not at all. Not at all.
Did it for me. I was done.
He put the axe.
And then until he hired Jimmy Johnson, that's what kept me with him. So he got Jimmy. Okay, let's go. And then after he did that to Jimmy, I was done. That was the end of Dallas Cowboy football team for me. I was done when he got rid of him. Even though I did like Barry Switzer at Oklahoma, I was done. Because the way you did Tom Landry upset me. Then the way you did Jimmy Johnson, I said, I don't care if I like Barry or not. He probably do him terrible too. So I was done. I was done with him when he got rid of Jimmy Johnson. So when they got in that last Super Bowl win with Switzer, I actually was going for it. Were they playing Pittsburgh then too? I can't remember who they beat. It might have been Pittsburgh. But I was going for Pittsburgh.
Yeah,
it was kind of hard for me to do it too.
The 96 Super Bowl, they beat the Steelers because O'Donnell kept throwing it to
Larry Brown.
And made Larry Brown a rich man.
Yep.
And O'Donnell handed the game to the Dallas Cowboys. Really, I mean, that was one of the worst quarterback performances, one of the worst.
It was bad.
And the Steelers had a good team. Had they got anything out of the quarterback, they probably could have beat the Cowboys.
I mean, Greg Lloyd and Kevin Green was playing a great Super Bowl that one.
Yep, they were great. That was a good tandem, and they had a great defense. And O'Donnell just could not. I don't know if he just had this, the jitters, if you want to call it that.
I don't know what happened to him, but he had been playing well.
He had been playing good all season. Then he hit the Super Bowl, and he literally just fell apart. Yeah. But he went on to sign a big free agent contract with the Jets right after that. That was it.
Yep. Yeah,
because he was from New Jersey.
Right.
And he wanted to go home and play for the Jets. That was a mistake.
Yeah.
About everything you want to say with the Jets, but
Yeah, that's the sad one.
But that's the best part with Tom Landry. 13, 38, and 2. 4 seasons. You think he's going to get fired? And as the owner of the team gives him a 10-year extension, it says, I'm on you, baby. I'm staying with you. I got a lot of confidence in you. We'll get there. Mm-hmm. And he did.
Yep. Yes, he did.
I mean, it ended up being a very smart business decision made by the owner, Clint Murchison, at that time. And that's, that sadly, here, I know we started, I did want to get back to this real quick. The Pittsburgh Steelers in the survey,
Oh, yeah.
The bottom,
Mm-hmm.
32.
Yeah.
Here's the their treatment of the families is an F.
Oh, my.
Home game field is F minus.
Yeah. Yeah.
We know that.
Yeah, that feels terrible.
Food, dining areas, B minus.
Okay.
Nutrition, dietitian, B. Locker room, F minus. I'm surprised by that. Locker room, F. Oh, yeah. You know what they said with the locker room? They're talking. They only have 5 bathrooms in the locker room. That's it.
5?
5. That's it. They were talking about it
So
yesterday.
you had to go, it's just 5 little spots.
Yeah, there's 5
you
stalls.
got 50-something. Well,
right.
you got coaches. You got all that in there.
Right. You got 5.
Yeah, that's horrible.
You're waiting in line. As LeVar Arrington said, you're waiting in line.
Yeah, that's not good.
That's not good. Training room is C. Training staff, B+. Weight room is a B. Strength coach, B-. Position coach, B. All B as in boy. Offensive coordinator, B+. D coordinator, C. Special teams, A-. Team travel, F.
Team travel?
Team travel is an F. Head coach is an A. They obviously like Tomlin.
Yeah.
General manager's a C+. This is the part that's shocking. Team ownership is a D, is a David minus. D minus for the team ownership, where the players rate the ownership, the Roonies.
Very interesting.
So how do you like that? But I mean, you know what? That's the thing, though. Here's what with these surveys, and they shouldn't dismiss these surveys, because this is what attracts free agents.
Yeah.
And if you want to play there,
5 bathrooms. That just cracks me up right there. I can't believe.
If you want to play there, if you want to play, and you start looking at these, and you say to yourself, like, do I really want to play there? You know, we're talking about playing surfaces, fields.
Yeah.
Here's something. I know we go kind of over the board, but here, talking about poor playing surfaces, saying, MetLife Stadium, nobody wants to play on that surface because they're having knee injuries. Look at Malik Neighbors, blew his ACL. You have a host of knee.
I pray he comes all the way back.
I do too.
He's a good player,
but
man.
You're from Philadelphia, Dave Clark. Did you ever play in Veterans Stadium?
Yeah. That's what I told you. That's one of the worst I've ever been on surface.
Here's a little a friend of mine sent me this. You'll probably Philadelphia Inquirer. This is back found dangerous chemicals in the AstroTurf of now demolished Veterans Stadium. 6 Philadelphia players who played on that turf: Tug McGraw, Darren Dalton, John Vukovic, John Oates, Ken Brett, and David West, have died of a rare and aggressive brain cancer. The 6 players all died in their 40s and 50s, roughly 3 times the rate of the average adult population. Even more alarming was their mutual diagnosis, which is glioblastoma. Philadelphia sold pieces of the turf in 4 by 4 inch bags, 4 foot by 4 inch bags. The Inquirer purchased 4 of these on eBay. Samples were analyzed by 2 separate labs and found 16 types of dangerous chemicals in the turf. They are referred to as forever chemicals because they don't break down and can last in the human body for years. The U.S. federal government estimates that 12,000 artificial turf fields contain this PFAS, or forever chemicals, that exist in the USA. No updates on this story. So
might not want to hear anything.
Well, do you know Dave Clark you remember that turf in Meadowlands.
Yeah.
And the players died, John Tuggle and Doug Kodar, and there were a couple others that died of this. And people are always leery of that turf there and said, why are these players?
I wonder if it came from the same company.
And that's kind of, I was wondering.
And I can see it. They look where they're located. They're so close. It's right down the road.
Right down the road.
It's probably the same company.
Yep.
Did both of those fields.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah. I read this said to me, and I remember the players and I remember I remember Tug McGraw, obviously Darren Dalton, and I remember those guys, Brett and John Oates, and yeah, they had died of this. It was very scary. And then when you read about it, and then you read about they played in that turf, and then they found these chemicals on the turf, and that's not even any of the football players. The Eagle football players that you don't know. I mean, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, you don't know.
You don't know, like, if the players that played in Philadelphia, I know they had horrific leg injuries.
Yeah.
Blew out their knees on that turf. They had dead spots.
I hated that thing.
You played on it.
Yeah, I mean, you're running. One area could feel cushiony.
Right.
And then all of a sudden you hit another spot and it's like flat cement right on there.
Right.
And you'll drop like
and
a
you
drop.
Yeah, drop.
I did not like that.
Right.
So sometimes and I'm not going to lie, you'd be like not running. I won't say at full speed. You're real gingerly running. That's how I'll put it like that. Because you didn't feel secure under your feet under you at times. It was a scary, it was. I'd never we didn't play there a lot, but at least twice, 2 of our games was always there that usually the early season, they always call it the Black Showcase game, Black College Showcase game. That was early in the season. And then we may have one more game near. A lot of times it would be the senior day game would be at Veterans Stadium. And that's usually twice a season. I was never thrilled about playing on that field. Get me back to Cheney Stadium, grass, let's go. That thing, I did not like it at all. And then you had seams. You had look like somebody that sewed these seams up, and that's how they were. And you stumble over that or get caught in those seams. So you always was very, very leery of playing on it.
There was an article in New York Times back in '87, and the headline said that the Meadowlands was built on a site of a landfill. Might not have been the turf, but it was where they built it.
That could be from both.
And might be yielding cancer-causing agents. I know I don't want to go too crazy with this, but it's just sometimes where I want to tie it all in is because we saw some of these turfs, and there's all this discussion about these rubberized turfs in this day, and what does that do as far as what risk does it put people in playing? And I know some of the fields were bad; they had to take out. And I look at all these articles about toxic chemicals in some of this field turf. But then we get back to the discussion about how the players rate the New York Giants, MetLife, and we know why they rate the Steelers F, because they don't maintain the field grass.
Right.
But the Giant, they have the injuries on that field turf, and the players obviously rated an F-. And then you got you have the injury aspect, but then you have potential this cancer-causing risk on some of these stadiums, and that's where a lot of the people do get, and genuinely so. I mean, I could see if you have children, your son, your adult, or your child, your girl, your boy, playing, on these turf fields, you've got to sometimes wonder about it.
Yeah, and they got to find out when they're building these places, they got to make sure.
Yeah. Maybe
it's a reason this is undeveloped area.
Right. And that's the kind of where you got with the Meadow. Now, they were saying it wasn't this article, I'm just reading the top of it. They said that this was more where the Meadowlands was built because they had those players, Doug Kodar. I remember him. And Tuggle. They both died very young.
Yeah.
And they both had, I believe they both had cancer, brain cancer.
Yeah.
And I remember that well.
And it might have been they say they think it is from that, right?
There's always that talk. I'm sure there's a book about it somewhere someone wrote.
Yep.
But I know that was always kind of a concern.
And I could, like I said, I could see wherever they got their materials from. Both teams got it. They're same division. Not just that, but how close they are. The proximity to where Philadelphia and the Giants play is so close. People don't realize that's not far. They're not far apart at all. That's not a plane ride. That's none of that. That's you could jump in your vehicle and run down the highway and get right there. No problem.
And that's basically it. And again, this is just, I said, the Philadelphia Inquirer. This is exactly what I just read.
Mm-hmm.
Is that 300% higher rate of glioblastoma as a rare aggressive cancer.
Yes.
And I mean, you look and you say you have, and then look at the players that died and how young they were.
Yeah, that's young.
And that's young.
Yeah, those
Tug
young.
McGraw, Darren Dalton.
Yeah, and who else you say? Did you say Brett?
Kent Brett, George Brett's brother.
Brother, yeah.
Right.
Yep.
George Brett's brother had passed. So I mean, it is kind of it is kind of disturbing, and it's just like then when you read about these players complaining about the field turf,
right?
And we didn't even get to all the other teams.
Seattle needs they ranked 4th.
NFL's got to do something with the turf because there's so many complaints, and you think because you're the owner, are you cutting your cost? You don't want to spend a lot of money on turf, but look at the risk you put your players in.
You should see all these fields as F. It's a lot of
them. There's a lot of Fs in this. We didn't get to all the Fs, but there's a lot of Fs.
Yep.
We'll do that next week. We'll break it down.
Yep.
Saturday Morning Sports Page. Thank you, Dave Clark, again, for coming in and doing the show with me. I'm Pat Lucia. Everybody stay safe. Do not drink and do not drive. And buckle up. Saturday Morning Sports Page, Western Reserve Radio.
The stations that are always ahead of the game. Western Reserve Radio, Western Reserve Radio 2, and City View Sportscast. Youngstown, Ohio.
This is Ready, Set, Bet with Matt Brown and Mike Somich on VSiN, the Sports Betting Network.
Hey, it's Ready, Set, Bet here on a Saturday. Matt Brown and Mike Somich with you here for the next 3 hours. Going to go through everything going on out there in the sports world. Of course, we'll talk ponies. We got some ice hockey to talk. We will talk Major League Baseball as we get into the individual team previews, breaking down the ins and outs of these teams, and maybe it'll lead you to a bet before we get going here in Major League Baseball season. Mike Somich, we have action going on in the NBA where you got Jokic wanting to fight people. I mean, the intensity is high. This isn't, for you and I, maybe not the absolute greatest time of the sports calendar, but boy, they're ramping it up for us. They're going to make us a believer.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm pretty excited about the Gulfstream card today. You've got the Fountain of Youth Race 14. You got 8 graded stakes on the card as well. We'll talk about those as we go through the program here. May have a couple best bets to sprinkle in as well. I like a horse in the 3rd race at Gulfstream, about 30 minutes from that, so we'll talk about that race a little bit later. You mentioned Jokic. You don't usually see him fight. He's usually a pretty chill dude. He was not happy with Lou Dort last night, so we'll go through that and break down what that actually means. I also find it fascinating right now. We got the NFL Combine going on.
Yep.
The number 2 draft pick market's one we've discussed in the past. I think it's wrong team favored in that market. I cannot get to your current plus 105 favorite. Excited to talk through that with you as well now that we've got some measurables from some of these guys.
Yes, we will have Ryan McIntyre here in about a half an hour. We'll get his college basketball thoughts. We will have Justin Finsterman on a little bit later with his NBA, maybe some NFL thoughts there as well from him. And Tom Albright will actually be in studio here, Mike, one of the Average Joe winners of that contest that we ran back during football season, get his insights as to how he ran like the sun. Because as we know, to win any of these contests, you basically got to go on a nice big run good. And we'll see if there was any super strategy behind that or if he just went with what he thought and got it done.
Yeah, nice to be on a year-long heater in the NFL, and that's what it takes to be able to win any of those contests. So excited to hear his strategy, how he got to his picks, and what he's going to do, if anything, to adjust next year, if he's going to kind of roll it back.
Yeah, I mean, you and I kind of joke because we've played these contests, and our we are the worst at them because we were 3-2 or 2-3 every single week. Like the absolute worst place to be. Yeah, like absolute worst place to be. Never 0-5, so we could go for the booby. Never 5-0, so we could go for one of the quarters. Just 2-3, 3-2 every single week.
Just it's the average Joe contest. We should have been in that because we were average the entire NFL season. Just right middling the field every single quarter, for the full season as well. So we'll see next year, Matt. Hopefully we can run it back. Hopefully we can get one of those sun runs going because we had a very good betting NFL season. It was just the contest that we couldn't quite be able to get that going for us.
Yeah, we talk a little bit about what we got last night. A couple of marquee games in the association last night with the Thunder getting it done in overtime over the Nuggets. Welcome back SGA, who goes 36 with 9 assists in that one. Jamal Murray has 39 of his own, 8 boards, 6 assists. I mean, it is – you watch that game last night, Mike, and you kind of see, you're like, okay, these two teams, no disrespect to everybody else in the West and all that, but you watch those two teams, and when they are at full strength, and you start to go, oh, it's these two teams. What am I even thinking trying to make a case for anybody else?
I mean, maybe pump the brakes a little bit. The San Antonio Spurs, who have had the number of the Oklahoma City Thunder, I think are at least interesting. I understand what you're saying. These two they're clearly your class of the West. But I think the Spurs are in a level of their own right behind these two. And then you've got a serious gap to 4 through 8 who are going to be in the playoffs there. I do think the top 3 have a chance coming out. But you understand watching that game why these are your favorites to win the NBA title, to come out of the West. They are the best 2 teams as constructed when fully healthy.
And you look at SGA last night, he gets to the 36 points, Mike. He didn't hit a 3 in the game. I mean, he was just all over the free throw line, 12 of 13 from there, 12 of 29, did not hold back at all, firing it up last night, and gets to the 36 points and eventually the 20-14 win in overtime to get them the 6-point win there. I mentioned Jamal Murray going for 39. Jokic, the 23-17-14 triple-double that it seems like happens on a nightly basis, and we just go ho-hum. It's this weird thing as us as humans, and it's trickled over. It's every day when we wake up on whatever's on television. It's the same deal in sports. It's like when someone just does something over and over and over and over again, it's almost like we become less impressed with it. And you look down and you go, wait, he went 23-17-14? How are we not every single day waking up going, man, this guy's the basketball god, and instead we're just like, oh yeah, anyway, he had another triple-double. Anyway, moving on.
It's funny you say 23-17-14, and my first thought is, why didn't he score more points? Why didn't he get to 30, right? It's the 17 and 14. I'm like, man, whatever. But Murray goes off in that game. He ends up putting 30-plus points on the board, goes 39, 8, and 6. Not a bad game himself either. And that kind of speaks to, when healthy, this is a very, very good Denver Nuggets team, because it's not just Jokic. You do have other pieces that can contribute on the offensive end.
We saw the Cavs and the Pistons go at it. Another overtime game. Pistons get it done there in that one. Durant goes 33-16 in that one, Mike. And it was one of those things with this Pistons team. We kept wondering, were they going to be able to keep this up all season long? Were they going to be able to do this if Cade Cunningham didn't have a great night? We were trying to pick holes and poke holes and pick apart this team that just continues to win at home and win on the road. They're road warriors, as well as this Piston team. And I understand you didn't have Harden in this game if you're a Cavs backer, me, who has the ticket on the Cavs and all of that and everything. But it doesn't take away from what this Pistons team, we say this in the NFL all the time. You only play the teams in front of you. Here come the Cavs. Get your best effort. You still find a way to get it done in overtime. And this team moves to 44-14 on the season. And yet we still kind of don't believe in this Pistons team.
Okay, I believe in this Pistons team. I do think that they are
being, you know what I'm saying? We being the industry at large.
I think they're the best team in the East pre-Tatum. Like now, if Tatum comes back, I'm allowed to change my opinion on that, especially if he ends up playing well. And it was a Cavs team that was shorthanded. No Donovan Mitchell, no James Harden. But it was a shooting game that was just atrocious from Detroit. They were terrible from beyond the arc, 26%. They were 2 for 16 at one point in this game. Cunningham fouled out in the fourth quarter, so they didn't have him in overtime. I thought this was a really gritty win from a Pistons team that should have won the basketball game. Let's be clear. Without Harden, without Mitchell, they should win. But considering how they shot and the fact that they didn't have Cade, who was their do-it-all offensive guy in overtime, I thought this was a nice W for the Pistons.
And then you mentioned that Celtics team with just a historic performance last night. 67% from the field. They were 52 of 78 from the field, Mike Somich. It was their third. When you're a team like the Celtics and have had awesome teams like they haven't been around for as long as you have, it's actually only their third best as a franchise, but still, 67.
Catch the best at Lena's Monday from 10 a.m. to 4 p.m. and Tuesday through Friday from 10 a.m. to 8 p.m. 20 North Main Street in Hubbard, or call 234-254-8532.
Discount Power Sports LLC is continuing to grow. They offer ATVs, dirt bikes, go-karts, electric bicycles, while offering off-road power sport repair services. Located at 758 North Main Street in Hubbard, right next to the newly renovated Village Tavern. Discount Power Sports LLC also offers financing and accepts all major credit cards. Discount Power Sports LLC. Find them online at discountpowersports.biz. Discount Power Sports LLC, where value meets adventure.
Are you tired of switching apps just to catch your favorite shows and live events? Say hello to the iMedia1 Network app, your one-stop destination for streaming and everything that matters. From national sports to exclusive local content, Western Reserve Radio, Western Reserve Radio 2, and City View Sportscast are now all in one place, anytime, anywhere. Download the free iMedia1 Network app on iOS and Android and unlock the future of sports audio in the palm of your hand. The iMedia1 Network, your sports app in the Valley.
Best source for everything hockey is here. The NHL app is your place to get every highlight from every game.
McDavid to the net, score!
Off the ice player content you won't find anywhere else.
You guys have a helmet I can throw on for this?
The most NHL edge stats and advanced analytics and ways to catch up on the game how you want, when you want. When it comes to following the NHL, don't settle for anything else. Hockey is better on the NHL app.
Are you ready to join the legacy? This is your chance to become part of something special with the Youngstown Patricians. Honoring the proud football tradition of the Valley, we're on the lookout for talented post-high school athletes who want to make their mark on the field. Whether you're a seasoned high school athlete, college, or former professional player, develop your skills and become part of a team that values hard work, dedication, and community spirit. Don't wait. Begin your path to the gridiron by visiting youngstownpat.com or contacting us on Facebook at the Youngstown Patricians. Be bold, be legendary, join the Youngstown Patricians today. The Village Tavern's been a beloved local landmark in Hubbard, Ohio for nearly a century, and now it's better than ever. Recently renovated and still serving up the same warm hospitality, the Village Tavern is your go-to spot for great food, cold drinks, and a laid-back atmosphere. Whether you're stopping in for dinner, catching up with friends, or just looking to relax, you'll enjoy a full menu of American favorites, rotating drink specials, and friendly service that makes every visit memorable. Be sure to visit the Village Tavern at 746 North Main Street in Hubbard, right next to Repair That Glass. To learn more, go to villagetavern3.com.
Think back to the beginning. That first game. That first jersey. That first moment when you knew you'd found your place. What you wear today started with a feeling. A feeling that changed everything. NHL Shop, a Fanatics experience.
Are you ready to hit the gridiron and make your mark? The Cleveland Cobras are recruiting players and coaches for the upcoming Premier Amateur Football League season. We're looking for passion, grit, and the relentless drive to win. Whether you're a seasoned vet or hungry rookie, your shot starts now. Join a brotherhood, build a legacy, strike with the Cobras. Follow us on Facebook at Cleveland Cobras Football, or for league information, visit TAFLfootball.com to get started today. Team, pride, Cobras.
Youngstown, Warren, and Salem Sports Talk is on the iMedia1 Network. Western Reserve Radio, Western Reserve Radio 2, and City View Sportscast.
Keyboard Cat, Hamilton the Pug, and Toast Meets World. These are some of the internet's most beloved pets. And they all have one thing in common. Their stories started in a shelter. Start your story. Adopt a dog or cat today. Visit theshelterpetproject.org to find a pet near you. Training that pet to play the keyboard, that's optional.
Start a story. Adopt a shelter or rescue pet today. Brought to you by Maddie's Fund, the Humane Society of the United States, and the Ad Council.
Okay, what are you wearing right now?
Nothing.
That's right. So mommy's gonna teach you how to dress yourself. Underwear always comes first, name tag at the back, then pants, then shirt. Get the first button in the right hole or you have to start all over. Socks going first, then shoes, right on right, left on left. With shoelaces, just take the ends, cross them over, switch the loops, the rabbit goes down the hole, pull tight, and you're left with bunny ears. Got it? Why are your pants on your head?
Most parenting is hard to do in just 2 minutes. But 2 minutes twice a day making sure they brush their teeth is easier, and it could help save them from a lifetime of tooth pain. Visit 2min2x.org to find out more. A message from the Partnership for Healthy Mouths, Healthy Lives, and the Ad Council.
How's it going? I'm having a stroke. Are you going to shake my hand? I'm having a stroke. Wow, you're not even moving your arm. I'm having a stroke.
When someone is having a stroke, they may not be able to say it with words, but their body language will tell you loud and clear. Look for FAST. F, face drooping. A, arm weakness. S, speech difficulty. T, time to call 911 immediately. Know the sudden signs. Spot a stroke fast. Visit strokeassociation.org. Brought to you by the American Stroke Association and the Ad Council.
The storks are bringing me a baby brother. We can do this together.
All right, let's go.
Storks know how to keep kids safe. Do you?
What?
Oh my gosh, you don't know.
I know.
You don't. Oh man, you laugh when you're uncomfortable.
No.
Making sure your child is in the right car seat is one of the steps to safer travel.
I will rock this.
You will rock this.
To know for sure that your child is in the right car seat for their age and size, visit safercar.gov/the right seat.
Cool. Very cool.
Brought to you by the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration and the Ad Council.
Someone's got to set the tone out there, boys. Someone's got to set it.
The station that sets the tone for Youngstown Phantoms hockey is Western Reserve Radio. WRTB, The Scourge.
You're listening to Canton Akron Jets hockey on the iMedia1 Sports Network. Third period action coming up here. Jets with a 2-0 lead out shooting. Indian Hill 34-22. Braden LaChance, Tyler Benson accounting for the goals for Canton Akron. We'll switch sides of the ice again. Connor Mold will be in net to our right. Max Maddow will be in the net to our left. As we get ready to round out the second game of the Buckeye Cup for Canton Akron. First game of the day here. They'll be back on the ice again tonight. They'll take on the Dayton Stealth at 7:30. And an early till tomorrow, if everything works out, I believe. That's going to be an 8:30 game tomorrow morning. The championship to be played in the afternoon. Black, Craven, Pryor, LaChance, and Stagmeyer all to start this out for Canton Akron here in the third period. Connor Mold in net. Chance to take the face off. He'll take this one against Braden Robertson to get us started. We are underway here, third period. Jets with a 2-0 lead. Indian Hill banging this one off the board. Craven now working through center. He'll drop the puck for LaChance. Chance will sweep this one all the way down ice. We'll get an icing coming up against Canton Akron. And a stoppage with 16:49 to go here. Third period, just 11 seconds into the third period. Defensive zone draw for the Jets coming up to the right of Connor Mold. The chance will step into the circle. He'll take this one against Braden Robertson. Try to back Black out of the circle. He and Nolan Vaught trying to get an advantage. Actually going to throw LaChance out of the circle now. Stagmeyer will step in for him. Stagmeyer using his body. He'll shield this one, send this one back to Pryor. And Pryor working off the boards to LaChance. LaChance out to center. Stagmeyer chipping this one down low into the Ranger zone, working from behind the net of Maddow. As LaChance trying to take a sharp angle shot from the far board. It'll go across the face of Maddow and then into the upper left corner. It'll be sent. As the Rangers try to clear it out. LaChance there. Black now trying to hold on to it. Back out to the blue line. Craven taking a shot. And it's going to go left of the cage. Maybe caught off the pad of Maddow. Back out to the far side is LaChance. Trying to work into the upper left corner. Intercepted by Gellner. Fed over to Vaught. And Vaught will send us down to Connor Mold. And it'll be an icing coming up against the Rangers. Mold stepped out of the net for a moment to maybe play that. Thought better of it. Making the high IQ hockey decision
to head back into the net. Nicely, Doris, Bell, Morrow, and Barbieri on the ice now. Offensive zone draw for the Jets. Doris take the face off. Rangers will win this one. Try to take it from behind the net, but have it taken away by the Jets. Working from the left side of Maddow. Puck still loose. Ethan Bell reaching out forward, and it'll head into the low left corner. Back out to the point. Morrow taking a shot. Blocker side save by Maddow. Bell with the rebound shot, and it's going to go in. Bar down. Ethan Bell with the Canton-Akron Jets goal gives them a 3-0 lead. 15:44 to go, third period. The senior out of Jackson High School gets on the score sheet. Let's see if they give the assist to Mason Doris. Oh, the assist going to Max Morrow. The Jets take a 3-0 lead. Doris will take the face-off against Cats at center, though. Jets will win this one cleanly. Morrow tipping it forward, try to get it nicely. Let him just a little bit too far. They'll work from the near board in front of the scorekeeper's table. And we're going to get a whistle. Not sure what the whistle was for. It was up against the boards here. Well, the puck went out of play. We'll go with that. 15:34 to go here in the game. Jets with a 3-0 lead. Doris to take the faceoff just outside of the Indian Hill zone. Doris using his body will screen this one. Puck still loose. Morrow trying to bank this one off the board. He'll get this one deep into the Ranger zone. From the far left corner, it'll be Fahey trying to clear it out. And the Rangers will have it redirected back down behind the goal line behind Maddow, where Doris will come in and break up the play. And they'll send us into the far left corner. Puck still loose. Nicely will go down. He'll try to get back up on his feet. And Doris on the near side now, feeding into the slot, looking for somebody. And this one going to be sent all the way down ice. We're going to get a whistle. And a tripping call coming up. And I believe this one's going to be against Hudson Fahey. Judging by the body language, he'll try to argue his case with the official. 2 referees today, 2 linesmen. And the Jets will go to the power play. Billy Dab Morrow coming off the bench. Deacon Johnson out there as well. Dab to take the face off from the right circle. It'll be to the left of Maddow. 14:55 to go here in the game. Morrow trying to take the shot from the blue line. This one's going to go off the boot of a Ranger. Down in the low left corner, Sebastian Dab in there. Beauregard now trying to work into the slot. And Morrow going to keep this one in. Almost lost it and took a shot. Almost hit the 5-hole here, but Maddow readjusting just enough. Is Dab now trying to send it to the far side. Barbieri dropping it in the low circle. And he'll pass up Dilly. On the left corner now. Rangers with it for a moment. Dab stepping. He'll take it away. He'll try to get it back out to the blue line. Kept in. And this time it will be sent all the way down to the right of Connor Mold. Barbieri bringing this one around the back of the net. He'll set up. Time and space available as he'll feed this one to Morrow. Morrow through center. He'll work around one Ranger. That'll be Gellner. Into the Ranger zone. He'll take the shot. It's going to go off the stick of a Ranger up into the glass and settle down behind the net where Deacon Johnson will try to find an option. Dilly waiting there. And the Rangers able to clear this one out. Going to go off the shoulder of Dab, so it won't head all the way down ice. But Sebastian Dab will be able to reorganize from his own defensive zone, sending out to the far side. Errant pass out to LaChance, but poked right back to the Jets as Benson will set up from behind the net. Tyler Benson from the far side, working around McDonald. All the way down the board, McDonald losing his feet a little bit from the right circle. Working around the net, looking for an option. Benson will go down, puck loose. Lucas Black there as well. But this one will be sent down the length of the ice where Connor Mold will come out and play it. He'll send it to the far side, try to bank this one off, set it up for Morrow, and it will be an icing coming up on the Jets netminder. 13:10 to go here, third period. 16 seconds left on the man advantage for Canton-Akron. Hudson Fahey in the box for the next 16 seconds. Benson, LaChance, Black, Balestrino, and Weaver. In the left circle to the right of Mold. LaChance taking the face-off. He'll take this one against Robertson. Weaver setting it up from behind the net. Just about 10 seconds left on the power play for Canton Akron. Back out the center, try to get it off to Benson. He'll go off the stick behind the net of Maddow, working from the low left circle. LaChance from the left circle. He'll get the pass from Benson. And then LaChance went to take a shot, and we're going to get a whistle. We're going to get a roughing call. Not sure what the whistle was, to be quite honest. All right, consensus is we don't know. All right, so the draw will be just no penalty. It'll be just outside of the Rangers defensive zone. Doris to take the face off for Canton Akron. Weaver and Balestrino behind him defensively. They get this out to the board. Balestrino trying to get it deep into the Rangers zone. Can't get all the way through traffic. Balestrino get a second shot. It'll head down low left corner, work its way past Dylan Schaaf. Out to the far side. Somebody stick on the ice as the Rangers try to get down ice, but it'll be nicely going the other way. In the left circle, takes a shot. Pad save. No rebound from Dars. Balestrino keeping it in. Good effort by the sophomore out of Mineral Ridge High School, trying to work around the right side of Maddow now. Try to wrap around. Couldn't get it to go. Chavold battling against the boards behind the net. He'll finally get this one out to the far side. Weaver will chase this one down all the way into the Jets defensive zone. 12:06 to go here, third period. Jets with a 3-0 lead. Weaver trying to feed it forward. Fahey will have it. He'll try to take it back into his own defensive zone, but he'll get some pressure. Puck loose here now as Dilly will feed it to the far side to Weaver. Weaver into the zone, off the stick of Chavold. We'll get this one deep and under the glove of Max Maddow. 11:42 to go here, third period. Jets 3. Indian Hill Rangers nothing. Defensive change for Canton Akron. Weaver and Balestrino head to the bench. Pryor and Craven will come out. Face-off in the right circle to the left. Of Maddow, taken by Dab. Jets will win this one. They'll try to go D to D. Craven will bank this one off the near board, down low. Past Chavold and around the net. Beauregard from the upper left corner now. Under pressure from Dilly, try to clear it out. And it'll head out to the blue line just far enough. But the Jets would have to clear the zone. However, back out to center. Near side, Gellner. One-on-one with Craven. Craven will take the path away and covered up by Mold. Dab was there as well. And the clock will stop with 11:19 to go in this second game for Canton Akron. Dab will head to the bench along with Chavold and Dilly. Stagmeyer, LaChance, and Benson will replace them. Pryor and Craven still out defensively. But feeding this one out to the point. Beauregard taking a shot. Pad saved by Mold. McDonald from the far side. Excuse me, that'd be Robertson. Taking a shot. Puck will go high above the head of Mold. And Rangers working from behind the net. Get it out to the left circle. Stagmeyer there. LaChance now with it. He'll try to feed it forward. And it will go off the stick, I believe. And we're going to have a penalty coming up. Beauregard took a hit from behind by Benson. Tyler Benson eminently headed to the box. Checking from behind will be the call. And the Jets will head to the penalty kill. $10:43 to go here in the game. Jets with a 3-0 lead. Tyler Benson to the box. Black Bell, Barbieri, and Morrow will be the PK unit for CAK. Draw in the left circle. We'll get a whistle. Linesman will try it again here. And as Black will take this one against Vaught. Won by Indian Hill. However, Barbieri going to clear this one from the upper right corner. As it will slowly trickle down ice. Jack Davis, the closest one to it. He'll set it up from behind the net of Maddow. 1:40 remaining on the man advantage for Indian Hill. They'll try to work out their own defensive zone. Beauregard slowly coming out. Working into the jet zone, finally near side. Chased down by Morrow. Morrow will hold up. Barbieri will pick him up on the far side. Puck loose now. Barbieri banking this one off the board. Jack Barbieri trying to keep it in the zone here. Lucas Black there as well. And Black inadvertently going to send this one back down to Mold. Connor Mold going to airmail this one down to Maddow. 9:48 left here, third period. 1 minute left on the Rangers power play. Near side, Black will knock McDonald off the puck, and we're going to have a penalty coming up. McDonald getting up slowly. Okay, maybe, well, Black headed to the bench as the referees will talk at center ice. 9:37 to go in the game, 54 seconds left on what was the Canton-Akron power play. LaChance coming out trying to get an explanation, and a roughing call coming up, and Lucas Black, try as he might to hide from the officials, they did find him on the bench, and they will send him to the box. So we will be 4-on-4 for the next 54 seconds, and then Indian Hill will go to a power play for 106. 9:37 to go here, third period. Jets with a 3-0 lead. You can't fault a guy for trying. All right, so Lucas Black, the hard-hitting defensive back for the West Branch Warriors football team, will sit and reflect for 2 minutes. I apologize. It'll be 5-on-3. Lost track of the math here. LaChance, Barbieri, and Morrow out as LaChance tried to clear it out of the zone. Fahey. Therefore, Indian Hill will send this one down low to our right. 5-on-3 for the next 40 seconds, and we'll go to 5-on-4. Cats from behind the net, sending it out to the far side. Gellner getting it back out to the far point. Fahey from the right circle takes a shot. Blocker side saved by Mold. Cats tried for the rebound, couldn't connect on it. And it'll be sent back out to the far side where Gellner will set it up. He'll set it in the near side to Fahey. Fahey tied up by Morrow. Morrow banking this one off the boards. And this one will head down ice. 13 seconds left on the penalty to Benson. 1:15 left on the penalty to Lucas Black. 5-on-3 for the next 5 seconds. And then Benson will make his way out. Indian Hill into the zone now from the far side. Left circle, Barbieri in front of him. They'll try to set up some kind of shot as Robertson had it for a moment. He'll have it taken away, and LaChance tried to clear it out. Didn't get all of it, and it was kept on the side by McDonald. It's going to be an offside call coming up against Indian Hill. We're back to 5-on-4 here. 51 seconds left on the Indian Hill power play. Benson back on the ice. Looked like he was actually going to take the face-off. However, Ethan Bell coming in. Benson will take the face-off. Craven and Pryor defensively. Beauregard from the far side. Trying to feed it across. He'll get it to Davis. Davis back to the near side. Robertson with the drop pass. And the shot going wide right of the cage. From the blue line. Trying to feed it down in the circle. It'll go off the boot of Benson. And then Ethan Bell will clear it out to center. As Indian Hill will try to regroup here. 23 seconds left on the Rangers power play. Bell coming in, knocking Davis off the puck. It'll go back to Beauregard, who will feed it back to center. He'll connect with Vaught on this. Vaught can't do anything with it. 10 seconds left on the 5-on-4. Back to the far side. Indian Hill looking for one last rush on this as Vaught from the far side will be tied up by Pryor from the blue line. Beauregard trying to get one shot. It's going to trickle out to center. And it'll be Vaught that will be content just to send us around the boards as we're back to 5-on-5. Craven bringing it around the back of the net. He'll bang this one off the glass. And back out to Indian Hill. 7:20 to go here, third period. Jets with a 3-0 lead. McDonald working from the far side, trying to feed it through. He'll get this over to Gellner. Gellner having it taken away by Pryor. Pryor just keeping his feet moving as he'll try to chase this one down to the right of Maddow, who sent it down to the low left corner. Indian Hill send it out to the far side. Weaver coming in. He'll take the shot from the far point into the glove of Max Maddow. 6:58 to go here, third period. Jets with a 3-0 lead. Canton Akron surviving a 5-on-3. Face off for the Jets. Offensive zone draw in the right circle. Mason Doris sending it to the far left corner. Indian Hill, though, with it for a moment. Balestrino will chip it right back down into the Rangers zone. Puck still loose here. Nobody getting to it finally, nicely. Hustling over on the near side. Will get it. Near point. Weaver walking the line, trying to take the shot off the glove of Maddow into the far left corner. Balestrino stepping in, trying to keep it in the zone. Katz sending it around the board to the near side. Weaver there. He'll wait for it. And Weaver feeding it D to D. Balestrino taking the one-timer. Going to go off of a Ranger player. And from the slot, puck still loose. And Fahey now it's going to clear this one all the way down ice. And this one will go off the post. No icing. Mold looked a little disappointed there, but Jets will send this one all the way back down to the other end. No icing called. Rangers from the left circle. Trying to work out towards the point. Dars there to keep it in. However, it'll trickle out as Balestrino will come in, recover it, and bring it back into the Rangers zone. Far left corner now, sending it around the boards to the low left. Mason Doris stepping in there. He'll take a bump. Beauregard will have it. He'll try to find some kind of option and finally get it out to the far side. Weaver trying to pull it from in front of the Jets bench. We'll back out. Have it set down to the back of Connor Mold. Jets now. Through center, Weaver. Working around one player. Took a little bit of a high stick there. No call. Are we going to get a call on that? Or is that going to be an offside call? All right, offside will be the call. We'll have the draw just outside of the Rangers' defensive zone. Deacon Johnson taking the face-off. 5:20 to go here, third period. Jets with a 3-0 lead. Out to the far side now, Elliott Lee trying to clear it out the center, but he'll find Barbieri. Barbieri will take the shot, and this one will head into the glove of Maddow, who put it down to play it. Johnson coming in to put some pressure on. Send it back out to the boards. Down to the near side, into the Jet zone. From the right circle, takes a shot. Stopped by Connor Mold. Jack Davis with the attempt. Excuse me. That'll be number 8. We don't have a number 8. We apologize. And now Dilly back into the Ranger zone from the left circle. Feed it to Johnson. Johnson taking a shot. And Maddow will hold on to it with 4:42 to go in the game. Stagmeyer, Benson, Black. 3 new forwards on the ice. Morrow and Barbieri will be there defensively. Offensive zone draw for the Jets in the left circle. Black taking it for Canton Akron. Morrow with the puck at the point. Dropping it down to the low slot. Feed it to Black. Black takes a shot, and he's going to bury it. Lucas Black showing him that fat meat is greasy. 4:36 to go here, third period. Jets with a 4-0 lead. Lucas Black with the cheering section today. I believe he said they'll give the credited assist to Ollie Stagmeyer. As we'll have the face-off at center. Rangers will send this one down deep into the Jet zone. Down to the near side, Craven. Working around the Pryor. Pryor feed it to Stagmeyer. Stagmeyer with the tip, trying to get it to Black. Rangers, though, at the blue line. They'll keep it in the zone. Black stepping in, breaking it up. Stagmeyer behind him. Didn't see it coming, but Tyler Benson there to back him up. He couldn't collect it up. And now Fahey trying to clear it out of the zone, out at the blue line. Couldn't get it all the way out. And finally, this time, it will be sent out to center. Craven going to knock it off the puck, or excuse me, off the stick of McDonald. And now Benson into the zone. He'll have two red jerseys around him. Not much he's going to do with that. Back out to the point. Pryor with the backhand. Right onto a Ranger stick. And now it'll be the Rangers into the zone. Craven one-on-one. And it'll be Black coming in and putting a hit on Ryan McDonald. And delayed penalty coming up, as I believe Jack Davis took an exception to that. A shot by Jack Pryor, going to be stopped by Maddow. Pryor with the second shot. Another stop by Maddow. Delayed penalty coming up, feeding out to Ethan Bell. It'll head into the far left corner. Benson there. They'll get it to Dilly. Dilly trying to keep it in the zone, and it's going to be intercepted by Indian Hill, and we will have a penalty coming up. 3:19 to go here, third period. Jets with a 4-0 lead, and checking from behind will be the call. Nolan Vaught will sit for 2 minutes. Officials will set this one up in the left circle to the right of Max Maddow. Mason Doris will come on. It'll be he, Siff, Weaver, Balestrino, and Bell. As Rangers will clear this one all the way down to Connor Mold. Mold will set it up at the goal line. He'll wait for Weaver. Weaver working around Katz, far side. Actually going to drop this one. He'll get it to Ethan Bell. Bell through center, down the near side. Trying to work past Gellner. He'll be held up at the blue line. Chip it down in the circle to the left. And the Rangers now going to backhand this one down to Connor Mold again, who will set it up for Balestrino. Balestrino tipping it to Weaver. Weaver with some speed coming out of the Jets zone. He'll make it through the neutral zone. Bell to his left, into the zone now, right circle. And we have a whistle as we'll have an interference call coming up. And we will be 4-on-4 as Ethan Bell will head to the box for interference. 4-on-4 for the next minute 20. And then the Rangers will go to a power play for 40 seconds after that. LaChance, Barbieri, Stagmeyer, and Morrow. The four on the ice for Canton Akron. Morrow from behind the net. We'll feed this one across to Stagmeyer. Didn't lead him far enough. Stagmeyer had to turn around. And now it's going to be Robertson with the shot. Blocker side save by Mold. 2:22 to go here as the Rangers will return this one down to Barbieri. He'll get it out to the far side to Braden LaChance. LaChance swinging this one around. He'll get it out to Morrow. Morrow setting it back up for LaChance. Who'll overshoot him on the pass, but no pressure right now. As Dempsey, the only one in the Jets defensive zone. Benson from the far side, working to the left of Maddow now. Working into the slot, trying to feed Morrow, couldn't connect. Rebound shot by Morrow, won't go as well. Beauregard had the puck's going to go down, and it's going to be a penalty coming up against Canton Akron with 1:47 to go in the game. Tripping will be the call. Tyler Benson will sit the rest of this game out, all minute 47 of it. Jets with a 4-0 lead. 4-on-3 will be the situation for the next 29 seconds, and it'll be 5-on-3. Craven, LaChance, and Pryor out for Canton Akron. Rangers going to win this one. Pryor going to poke this one just outside as the Rangers now will have to clear the zone. Puck out to center. Far side now. Robertson setting it down to Gellner in the left circle. He'll work this one around Mold. Mold hugging the left post. Craven in front of Gellner. Now forcing it back out to the point. Beauregard feeding it to Davis. Davis on the near side. Back out to the far side. Beauregard trying to take the shot, and it's going to go over the right shoulder of Mold. Davis from the low right corner. Craven in front of him. Out to Beauregard, out to the left circle. Pryor stepping in. Intercepted by LaChance. Braden LaChance with some speed. 1 minute left in the game. Takes a backhanded shot across the face of Maddow into the upper left corner. And Rangers with a second attempt here. Robertson trying to feed it out prior, though. Held it up. Got it back to the far side. And Vaught had it for a moment. Rangers feeding it over. Fahey taking the shot. Stopped by Mold. Covered up by the trapper of the Jets netminder. And the clock will stop with 36.4 seconds left. We are 5-on-4 for the remainder of this game. 49 seconds left on the penalty to Tyler Benson. Jets with a 4-0 lead. Braden Robertson taking the face-off against Lucas Black. As Connor Mold has a little bit of an equipment issue, he will get that squared away. Officials will give him a moment. Less than a minute here to play in game number 2 for Canton Akron. They get the win last night 7-1 over the Newark Generals, currently with a 4-0 lead over the Indian Hill Winter Rangers. Black sending this one out to the blue line, picked up by Vaught. Vaught sending it to the far side to Beauregard. Beauregard from the blue line, back to the left circle. Trying to take the shot. Pad saved by Mold. 25 seconds left here in the game. Shot in the high slot, and it's going to go wide left. Ethan Bell right there to take the path away. Lucas Black now through center, far side, trying to get past Beauregard. Has Bell behind him. He'll hold up, try to hold on to the puck with 10 seconds left in the game. Under 10 to play, 20 seconds left on the penalty to Benson. And this should do it with the last 5 seconds ticking off. And the Jets will get the shutout. They get the 4-0 win over the Indian Hill Winter Rangers. We'll step aside for a timeout. We come back, we'll give you some numbers, wrap it up, and get you ready for tonight's matchup with the Dayton Stealth. You are listening to Canton Akron Jets Hockey here on Western Reserve Radio, part of the iMedia1 network.
During the fall and winter, grilling season never ends, and Gessler Propane is your local supplier that makes sure you get your hard-earned money's worth. Why go to gas exchanges to pay higher prices for tanks not filled to capacity? Gessler Propane makes sure you're prepared for year-round grilling with 100% filled tanks at a reasonable cost. See Bob Monday through Friday, 10 to 4, and Saturday, 9 to 3 at Gessler Propane, 702 Youngstown Poland Road, Struthers, or call 330-755-9119. Gessler Propane. They got gas.
Discount Power Sports LLC is continuing to grow. They offer ATVs, dirt bikes, go-karts, electric bicycles, while offering off-road power sport repair services. Located at 758 North Main Street in Hubbard, right next to the newly renovated Village Tavern. Discount Power Sports LLC also offers financing and accepts all major credit cards. Discount Power Sports LLC. Find them online at discountpowersports.biz. Discount Power Sports LLC, where value meets adventure.
Are you ready to join the legacy? This is your chance to become part of something special with the Youngstown Patricians. Honoring the proud football tradition of the Valley, we're on the lookout for talented post-high school athletes who want to make their mark on the field. Whether you're a seasoned high school athlete, college, or former professional player, develop your skills and become part of a team that values hard work, dedication, and community spirit. Don't wait. Begin your path to the gridiron by visiting youngstownpat.com or contacting us on Facebook at the Youngstown Patricians. Be bold, be legendary, join the Youngstown Patricians today. Lena's Pierogi House is your home for the area's best variety of pierogies. Daily specials include the Polish platter, the Hungarian platter, stuffed cabbage, and halushki. Having a last-minute get-together? Lena's has you covered with a wide variety of frozen take-home pierogies and dumplings. Go to Facebook at Lena's Pierogi House to see the weekly lineup of available flavors for dine-in or carry-out. Catch the best at Lena's Monday from 10 a.m. to 4 p.m. and Tuesday through Friday from 10 a.m. to 8 p.m. 20 North Main Street in Hubbard, or call 234-254-8532. The Village Tavern's been a beloved local landmark in Hubbard, Ohio for nearly a century, and now it's better than ever. Recently renovated and still serving up the same warm hospitality, the Village Tavern is your go-to spot for great food, cold drinks, and a laid-back atmosphere. Whether you're stopping in for dinner, catching up with friends, or just looking to relax, you'll enjoy a full menu of American favorites, rotating drink specials, and friendly service that makes every visit memorable. Be sure to visit the Village Tavern at 746 North Main Street in Hubbard, right next to Repair That Glass. To learn more, go to villagetavern3.com.
The stations that are always ahead of the game. Western Reserve Radio, Western Reserve Radio 2, and City View Sportscast. Youngstown, Ohio.
You're listening to Canton Akron Jets Hockey on the iMedia1 Sports Network.
Back as we wrap up game number 2 of the Buckeye Cup for the Canton Akron Jets. Jets get the 4-0 win. CAK would outshoot Indian Hill 47-30. Max Maddow will stop 43 out of 47. He would take the loss. Connor Mold would stop all 30 shots that he faced. Indian Hill 0 for 6 on the power play. Canton Akron would finish 0 for 5. Jets back in action tonight as they will take on the Dayton Stealth. That's scheduled for a 7:30 puck drop. We'll go on here right around 7:20. Give or take a few minutes. We'll see how the games are progressing here. But we will keep you up to date on the iMedia1 Network app as we will send out notifications if some of those times should change. So for Caleb Mold, I'm Jim Craven. Thanks for joining us here this morning, and we will look forward to seeing you back here tonight at 7:30 as the Canton Akron Jets take on the Dayton Stealth.
We thank you for joining us for this special presentation of Western Reserve Radio. And we now return to our regularly scheduled programming.
Here's a fun fact for you. The average chameleon can point their eyes in 2 different directions. On the other hand, the average human can't. So unless you're a chameleon, there's absolutely no way you can focus on texting and driving at the same time. So don't do it, unless you're a chameleon.
Visit StopTextsStopWrecks.org. A message brought to you by the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration, Project Yellow Light, and the Ad Council.
The Village Tavern's been a beloved local landmark in Hubbard, Ohio for nearly a century, and now it's better than ever. Recently renovated and still serving up the same warm hospitality, the Village Tavern is your go-to spot for great food, cold drinks, and a laid-back atmosphere. Whether you're stopping in for dinner, catching up with friends, or just looking to relax, you'll enjoy a full menu of American favorites, rotating drink specials, and friendly service that makes every visit memorable. Be sure to visit the Village Tavern at 746 North Main Street in Hubbard, right next to Repair That Glass. To learn more, go to villagetavern3.com.
Your home for PAFL football is the iMedia1 Network. Western Reserve Radio, Western Reserve Radio 2, and City View Sportscast, Youngstown, Ohio.
After you left him, you threw like high 80s or whatever, and you just, you nip the corners. He still throws 95, but he is not a huge strikeout guy at the top of that rotation. Then you get into Cam Schlittler, Will Warren, Ryan Weathers, Luis Heel as they try to wait on Carlos Rodon, who will be back at some point this season. Again, barring setback, and kind of the same thing can be said about Garrett Cole. Both expected back at some point this season, barring setback. And so can you stay afloat long enough in order to get those guys back in the rotation? And then you do have a very good 1, 2, 3, and then you deal with the 4 and 5 spots out of those other 4 guys who's just been pitching the best for you over the course of the season, right? And so you do have that with them. I am, like I said, I'm on the under on the win total for the Yankees because I was already on the Orioles. We'll talk about the Orioles later on. But, Mike, this might be a team that if you wanted to play under on them now, you might have an opportunity to come back in on an over on them some point in the season, because if you do get Cole back, you do get Rodon back, that is a really good 1, 2, 3 with those 2 and Fried. Then, as we know, they kind of had a dormant offseason. Certainly to Aaron Judge. Aaron Judge didn't like necessarily what they did in the offseason. It makes me think they'll be spenders at the trade deadline so long as they're still in it, which I think they will be at least in it, right? And so maybe this is one of those teams, and you and I talk about this all the time whenever the football schedules come out, to put a calendar reminder in and go in and check what's going on and see if the price matches what you think the team is up to. Maybe this Yankees team, and I don't love the team for sure, but if we come under 90.5 right now, stumble out of the gate, maybe 3 of these pitchers in this rotation just aren't really panning out, but then you come back with a Rodon and a Garrett Cole, and then maybe an acquisition at the trade deadline or something, maybe you can find yourself in a nice fat middle situation.
Well, I that's to the point of why I wouldn't play the Yankees at plus 180 in the division, at 11-1 in the World Series. You're going to get better prices, especially if we do see any struggle out of this pitching staff early out of the gate. I'm a little more bullish here on both Rendon and Cole kind of just coming back and being great. I want to see them back on the field and see them be able to stay on the field and pitch well before I want a part of this Yankees team. And if let's say they take a month and a half, 2 months to be able to get back in the rotation, you need a couple starts to get going. You may be sitting at the Yankees at 4-1 to win this division. You may be seeing 350 in this division based on how, if any of the other teams start out hot, if they kind of get into a groove. To me, that is the entry point on the Yankees. It's not preseason. I don't hate your idea of playing the under now, and then coming back with an over and trying to middle it, assuming this Yankees team gets healthy.
Yeah, you look at this, the top of the lineup. Trent Grisham is likely to bat leadoff for them, and then it's going to go to Judge hitting second, and then you get Bellinger third. Okay, we can't argue with that. That's a really good 1, 2, 3.
That's
but
fine.
Then from there, the Ben Rices, who again, talented guy. Can he repeat all of this? We'll see. Giancarlo Stanton obviously hits the ball hard whenever he's in the lineup, but what are we going to get? 80 games out, whatever. I mean, seriously. I mean, this is there are very few people, because I hate the whole injury prone thing or something. This dude's injury prone. I mean, like, let's just Giancarlo Stanton is injury prone. Like, the guy just does not play the whole season long. So yeah, he'll hit it hard when he's in there, but again, what are we going to get? 80, 90 games out of him. Jazz Chisholm kind of fell off a little bit once he got over there. Then you got Ryan McMahon. You kind of need him to get back to form whenever he was like 2 or 3 years ago. You need that to happen. So, yes, top 3, great. You're never going to argue with Grisham, Judge, Bellinger, but then there's a lot of question marks 4 down. You had to re-sign Paul Goldschmidt because you might need a platoon situation with Rice over there at first base. I mean, like, I don't know. I don't know if they are the clear favorite in this, and I don't know if they deserve to have the highest win total, at least as they are currently constructed.
Yeah, I mean, you're counting on Chisholm and Volpe and Dominguez to be able to hit at some point this season if you believe they're going over this win total, and if you believe they should be the favorites in the division. I just am not willing to count on that.
So for me, an under look for sure for this team. And like I said, I'm actually going to put in, check back in 6 to 8 weeks and see what's going on with this team. Is the pitching staff struggling? Maybe they're not, and maybe I'm just on a bad bet there with this Yankee squad. But I do think that it is one of these teams that is, you rarely get, I think, an opportunity where Mike, like, well, again, barring setback, but 2 semi top of the rotation dudes are coming back, and a team that is definitely willing to spend and trade and do all the crazy stuff at the trade deadline and do whatever it takes to try to acquire talent and whatever. It's like, you can't really say that for sure about 26 of the 30 teams in Major League Baseball, but you can almost assuredly say it about the Yankees. And so that's why I would feel confident in understanding that I'm probably just going to come back on the other side of my position at some point during the season.
Yeah, there's expectations, right? Yeah. You expect to get those 2 starters back. You expect them to be able to make a move. I think the key for this Yankee season is really, are they able to tread water early, right? Is this a team that's going to be 3-4 back? Is this a team that's going to be 8-10 back, right? When they are able to get those starters back to full health, and are they able to pitch the rest of the season? That to me is really the tipping point of this Yankees team, because I don't like this as a Bronx Bombers, we're going to outscore you lineup. This feels like it needs to have good pitching with key hitting, and that is a very different setup than some of the Yankees teams we've seen in the past.
When we come back in hour number 2, we'll go in and check in on that college basketball scoreboard. We do have a hockey game that is going on out there. We'll let you know what's going on there. We can see if the Cognizant scoreboard has changed at all, and then we'll start to talk the Blue Jays. Is this team the rightful number 2 in this division, or should we have a little bit more respect for those guys up there in Toronto? All that and more, hour number 2 when we come back.
$5,000. That's the average amount of money people in the U.S. are now spending on gas in a year. $5,000. That's crazy. If you drive, you have to download Upside, the free app that gives you cash back every time you get gas. That's right. You can earn real cash back with Upside just by buying the gas you're already buying. You can literally start earning cash back today.
I use Upside every time I fill up, and I've already made around $300.
You're putting gas in your car anyway. Why not get real cash back? If you like free money, download Upside.
I'm saving the cash I earn from using Upside to help pay for a vacation later this year.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code TURBO to get an extra 25 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code TURBO for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code TURBO for a 25 cents per gallon bonus.
Hey, it's JVT from Pod to the Futures, where we project this season's MLB Player Awards, including who's going to lead the league in home runs.
We've been waiting for the emergence of Joe Adele for a very long time, and then it finally happens. 37 home runs, I think 98 runs batted in last year too, so the breakout seems to have happened, and I think that's a real swing, and the power is legit. So if he's all of a sudden found himself in a comfort zone, and he's still relatively young, I think he can stay healthy. I do think that he could find himself potentially in the running for leading leading the league in home runs.
When you're looking at these player futures markets, especially one like to lead the league in home runs, something like that, you sort of want to see a trajectory in terms of contact quality, right? Contact authority. So for Joe Adell last year, big barrel jump, big hard hit percentage jump, big average exit velocity jump. Those are kind of stickier things. I think you're on the right track with one like that. I don't know if it comes through. Obviously, 80-1, you don't necessarily expect it to, but these signs are there.
Hear the rest of the conversation on Pod of the Futures, wherever you get your podcasts and on the VSiN Watch app.
Prop Points takes you to the intersection of prop betting and fantasy sports with hosts Jeff Erickson and Nick Whalen of RotoWire.
He's the one that's the trendiest. He's the one that's going the earliest of the three. And in some leagues, I've seen him go as early as the second round.
The one thing that stood out to me here is, value-wise, I would take a look at Dorian Finney-Smith over 2.5 boards.
They'll help you find the connection between the two and give you expert advice on how to capitalize when a number is too good to pass up. Prop Points every weekday at 1 p.m. Eastern, only on VSiN.
Experience the ultimate pool and watch party at Circa Resort and Casino in Las Vegas. Hi, I'm Derek Stevens, owner and chief executive officer of Circa Las Vegas, and I want to welcome you to Stadium Swim, your year-round destination for nonstop fun. With 3 levels, 6 pools, and a massive 143-foot screen, catch every game, every season. It's the place to be in Las Vegas. Soak up the sun and party all night, 365 days a year at Stadium Swim. Secure your spot now at circalasvegas.com.
What do you get when you combine a former MLB GM, 2 former players, fantasy experts, and sharp wagerers in one baseball draft? It's the 2026 VSiN MLB Futures Draft. Join us on Tuesday, March 3rd at 1 p.m. Eastern as our team of experts select their division, league, and World Series champions. Plus, they'll choose award winners for the upcoming season. It's the 2026 VSiN MLB Futures Draft. Tuesday, March 3rd at 1 p.m. Eastern on VSiN, the Sports Betting Network. What do you get when you combine a former MLB GM, 2 former players, fantasy experts, and sharp wagerers in one baseball draft? It's the 2026 VSiN MLB Futures Draft. Join us on Tuesday, March 3rd at 1 p.m. Eastern as our team of experts select their division, league, and World Series champions. Plus, they'll choose award winners for the upcoming season. It's the 2026 VSiN MLB Futures Draft. Tuesday, March 3rd at 1 p.m. Eastern on VSiN, the Sports Betting Network.
Youngstown, Warren, and Salem Sports Talk is on the iMedia1 network. Western Reserve Radio, Western Reserve Radio 2, and City View Sportscast.
This is Ready, Set, Bet with Matt Brown and Mike Somich on VSiN, the Sports Betting Network.
Ready, Set, Bet here on VSiN, the Sports Betting Network. Going here, hour number 2. 1 down, 2 more to go. Ryan McIntyre joined us and gave us his thoughts on all the big college basketball games. If you missed that, you're a VSiN Pro subscriber, go in, listen to the replay, watch the replay, however you want to do it. You can get all of his thoughts there on those games. Mike, we do have an NBA game that is going to be tipping here shortly. 2 day games today as Portland and Charlotte are going to be going at it. This is now on the move. The 1-6 left out there. There's 6.5 everywhere else, 7 at FanDuel in favor of Charlotte, 228.5 all the way to 229.5 as we get some action here on this one about 10 minutes before it tips.
Yeah, a lot of Charlotte love in the market with everything that's been going on with a young team that is fun, playing good basketball, able to be very efficient on the offensive end. I'm not surprised they're taking money against a Portland team that is pretty much packed it up. Well, they're still, I guess they're 29-31. I shouldn't say pretty much packed it up, but feels like a team that is not putting its best foot forward right now.
Yeah, we are getting this this Charlotte team that is on a 3-game win streak, and you go in and you look, and I mean, they're kind of fun. They're certainly kind of fun to watch, you know. Conconepple, by the way, just if you have not been following what's been going on out there, and hat tip to Kelly Bidlin, who's just been following this very intently and all over it. Now your favorite in the Rookie of the Year market over Cooper Flagg, minus 155 at DraftKings, plus 125. Cooper Flagg over there. We know Dallas has been resting Cooper Flagg, Mike, and you know, this is where I don't agree with Kelly, where he's like, you know, he thinks it's such a horrible thing and whatever and all of that. And I kind of go the other direction where this might be the last year that you can tank the right way. And so, like, this was the one bad thing about what Adam Silver has done is he basically warned all the teams that you can't do this again next year. And so all you did was incentivize these teams to really super tank this year because it might be the last year that you can get away with it. And with Dallas, again, literally winning the lottery, last year with one of the smallest Cooper Flag chances there was, I don't blame them again, man. Seriously, see if you can do it. See if you can buck the trend twice in a row or whatever, knowing that things are going to change next year. I don't blame them. I don't think Cooper Flag, I know you would love to win Rookie of the Year. It is something you can put on your mantle and you have it for the rest of your life. But if you can get another superstar to play with you, I think that is probably a little bit more important.
Yeah, you want to rebuild really fast? Draft Cooper Flag and then pick in the top 3 in this class. Yeah. That's bam, you're done. Your rebuild has started. That's all it really takes here because of how much talent's at the top end. And to your point, when you combine those silver comments with how good this draft class is, yeah, you tank. You tank hard, you tank fast, and you try and set up a situation where you can get a second generational talent next to the one you already have in Cooper Flag.
Yeah, I just don't I don't get the hate with what they're doing and all of that. I mean, again, this is the only downfall. Again, the big downfall to what Adam Silver's doing is he shouldn't have fired the warning shot, right? He shouldn't have let everyone know, hey, by the way, next year we're not going to let you do this. Nothing really we can do this year about it. We can fine you, but there's literally one of the GMs, I'm sure you saw this quote, where one of the GMs was like, it's worth me paying the fine every single game the rest of the year if I can get one of those top 3 picks. He literally was off the record quoted as saying yeah, I will pay the fine every single game for the remaining games of the season if I knew I was going to get one of the top 3 picks.
And that's the fun part about this though, Matt, if you knew. You don't know, we saw Dallas do it last year. We could see something crazy, obviously, because it is a lottery. It is not a set order like you see in the NFL. But at the same time, you want the most lotto balls, right? You want the most ping pong balls, the best possible chance to be able to get inside that top 3, because it feels like, look, if you're 1, 2, or 3, you're happy.
Yeah.
I realize at 3, you don't get to pick your dude, but if it's Boozer, you feel like you still won the lottery in a lot of ways because Boozer is better than the number 1 pick multiple years of the last 10 years inside the NBA draft.
So again, I know some people with some fat con tickets out there, good on them, now all the way to -155 at DraftKings, +125 on Cooper Flag. So I mean, if you've been waiting around for plus money on Cooper Flag, it is there right now over at DraftKings. You can get in and get in on that one. Halftime, Duke 41-26 over Virginia. We were talking about the regression monster, Mike. It hasn't really hit. They are 24%, they being the Cavaliers, are 24% from 3, 4 of 17, 8 of 25 from the floor, whereas the Blue Devils 44% from the floor and a whopping 62% from 3. They've only missed 1 of their 12 free throws here in this one. So again, regression does not have to happen over the course of one game. It is a super small sample size, but if you do believe that it is going to happen, then yeah, Blue Devils you would think are going to shoot a little bit worse from 3, and you would think that Virginia is going to shoot a little bit better. It should kind of meet in the middle here.
It should. And we talked about this. We could catch 14.5 with Virginia. I don't hate the idea of Virginia's second half. You may get Duke slowing it down at some point as well, just because of the lead here. And that should help you get a second half cover on the Virginia side. In other games here, Colorado 29, Houston 55. So Houston's the team that puts up 55 in the first half as they absolutely blow Colorado out after a early 10-7 deficit. And Seton Hall up 1 on the road against a UConn team who was awesome last time they played St. John's, and now we're seeing kind of the down-to-earth version of UConn today as they are down 1 at home to Seton Hall at the half.
Don't know if this is a fun stat or not. It's just a stat regardless. So I'm going to let everybody know that you tune in. You're going to see that Cam Boozer has 11 points in this game, Mike. 11 free throws. He has 11 points. Wow. He has 11 free throws. He is 0 of 4 from the floor. He has 11 free throws. That is all 11 of his halftime points.
Stop fouling him. What are we doing? Right?
That's quite
0
interesting.
points if you didn't foul the dude.
Yeah, that is quite interesting. Okay, American League East, the Blue Jays, 88.5 wins, plus 250 to win the division, plus 650 to win the AL, and then 15-1 to win it all. And when you look at this team, I know this is the team I kind of have been able to pick up that you are on here, that you really like this Blue Jays team. And basically, you do have a rotation that if you believe that Dylan Cease can be Dylan Cease still, Kevin Gausman, Dylan Cease, and then Savage obviously trying to – there is now film of Savage, right? So I don't know if he's going to come in and do exactly what he did when he took the whole playoffs by storm, Mike, but he's still a pretty good pitcher. I mean, I don't think he's going to struggle mightily. I just don't think he's going to be as dominant as he was, because these hitters are smart and they use technology just like everybody else and all that. But you kind of go Gausman, Cease, and again, let's say you get 95%, 94% of the production of Savage that you got last year. Pretty good top of the rotation there. And then this lineup, little bit older, but not old by any stretch. Springer's old, but I mean, most of the rest of these guys are fairly good. Varsho, Guerrero, Barger, you got Alejandro Kirk. They bring in Jesus Sanchez. It's a pretty good 1 to 7. We'll see how they rotate 8 and 9. I can see why you like the Blue Jays.
Yeah, I like this lineup more than I like the Yankees lineup. I think this, depending on what happens with the O's younger players, is the best lineup in the AL East. And the pitching staff, I think, is at least interesting. I realized, like, Gausman at the top, not necessarily your number one stopper. He has blow-up games, but when he doesn't blow up, he's a very, very good pitcher. I like Cease, I think, has at least upside in that 2-hole. You're hoping to get Bieber back at some point here. You Savage sitting in the 3. You also have a good bullpen with this Toronto team. We saw them be able to do it last year. But to me, really, it's the top of the pitching staff and it's the lineup. This is what I believe is the best constructed team currently inside this AL East, and I'm getting 2 plus 250. I'm getting a higher price of what I believe is the best team here. So I do have a Blue Jays to win the division ticket.
Yeah, it is. It's pretty interesting because I do think it's not as simple as saying so long as Gausman and Cease can be, again, like the majority of their starts, who we have known them to be, that it's going to be that simple. But it kind of is that simple, Mike, because here's the thing. If you believe in the upside of Savage, and then now your bottom of your rotation is Barrios, who used to be a top of the rotation guy. Now he's your 4th starter, whoever they end up kind of rotating in through the 5th slot there until they find somebody they like. Then, yeah, this is a very, very good team and should hit. Bo Bichette leaving, obviously not the greatest thing. You certainly would want Bo Bichette in the lineup, but you look at kind of what they've got here with Barger. I think that he is super, super interesting. I have some real thoughts on him, even from a fantasy perspective. I think he's a dude that people should be looking at hitting in the middle of that lineup around with Vlad Guerrero hitting in front of him. So I kind of like him there for sure. But this team, this does have a lot of fall off the rails potential, considering your top 2 are Gausman and Cease, and we know what bad Gausman and bad Cease look like. And so that's the thing. I like them on the surface. There is a lot of wheels fall off potential to this team.
You could see a streaky Blue Jays team this year, Matt. Yeah. You could have some situations where they win 10, 12 in a row. They go on a 22-3 streak. You could have some of the other as well. Like I do think this is a team that's going to be a little more volatile if you don't get the good version of Cease and of Gausman consistently throughout the year. I do think there's going to be situations where they just don't pitch that well. I just like the overall depth here, and I understand the lineup is a little bit older. Yeah, obviously, again, like you said, you want Bo Bichette in here, but I do think that you still have hitting, specifically 1 through 7, that is going to be more or less slump-proof. I don't have to trust young guys stepping up to hit. I've got people who are veterans who can hit the baseball up and down the lineup, and to me, that is a big-time positive, especially when you have Vlad, an MVP candidate, sitting right in the middle of it. So this is, to me, the least... It's interesting because the pitching side is probably the most volatile. I think this offensive lineup is the least volatile inside of this division, and there are 3 very volatile offensive lineups in my mind.
Yeah, no, I'm with you. It seems pretty good, kind of top to bottom here. They'll figure out what to do with that 8 and 9 hole again throughout the court. But I mean, when you're 1 through 7 like they are, that's pretty good. And of course, the Jesus Sanchez thing is a wild card, because if he plays up to the potential that he had as a huge prospect, then this lineup takes a whole new identity for sure. But like you said, it's the volatility is in the arms. And if the arms are great, then this team can be great. If the arms are falling off here, we are entering the year 35 season there for Kevin Gausman. Could be one of those teams that like this kind of all year long. And we'll see if we can take advantage of a betting angle with that. When we come back, Mike Samich is going to take us to the track with some horse picks.
This is an important notice to all U.S. taxpayers. The IRS is giving away billions of dollars in tax savings through a federal program called the Fresh Start Initiative to aid delinquent taxpayers. This initiative was established for anyone facing financial hardship and unable to pay their back taxes. Qualifying and enrolling in this program will stop all collections, settle your delinquent tax problem, and even reduce what you owe by thousands of dollars. Call the hotline at People's Tax Relief to see if you qualify and get this free information by dialing 800-548-6839. If you have unfiled tax returns or cannot afford to pay your personal or business back taxes, you can now get the help you need. One simple phone call can resolve your tax problem and save you thousands of dollars. To see if you qualify and to get this important free information, call 800-548-6839. 800-548-6839. 800-548-6839.
Meet Matthew Preston. Inside his apartment, everything he holds dear is protected by Progressive's renter's insurance, like his laptop and a surprisingly valuable collection of baseball bobbleheads. Outside his apartment, his laptop is still protected, as are his bobbleheads, which he carries around with him for reasons no one knows. Renters, the limits of protection aren't just the four walls of your home. When you're in Progressive's Protection Zone, get a quote at Progressive.com. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company, affiliates, and third-party insurers.
Pizza's here. Oh, great. I'd love some, but I'm worried about my stomach issues.
If you're worried about having diarrhea, gas, bloating, stomach pain, or loose, oily stools, it may not just be stomach issues. It could be a condition called exocrine pancreatic insufficiency, or EPI. With EPI, the pancreas doesn't release enough enzymes to break down food, but EPI is manageable. Use the symptom checker on identifyepi.com and talk to your doctor. That's identifyepi.com. Sponsored by AbbVie.
There is no other college basketball betting analyst quite like him. His passion is unparalleled. He handicaps.
Here's a fun fact for you. The average chameleon can point their eyes in two different directions. On the other hand, the average human can't. So unless you're a chameleon, there's absolutely no way you can focus on texting and driving at the same time. So don't do it, unless you're a chameleon.
Visit StopTextsStopWrecks.org. A message brought to you by the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration, Project Yellow Light, and the Ad Council.
Are you ready to hit the gridiron and make your mark? The Cleveland Cobras are recruiting players and coaches for the upcoming Premier Amateur Football League season. We're looking for passion, grit, and the relentless drive to win. Whether you're a seasoned vet or hungry rookie, your shot starts now. Join a brotherhood, build a legacy, strike with the Cobras. Follow us on Facebook at Cleveland Cobras Football, or for league information, visit PAFLfootball.com to get started today. Team, pride, Cobras.
Someone's got to set the tone out there, boys. Someone's got to set it.
The station that sets the tone for Youngstown Phantoms hockey is Western Reserve Radio. WRTV, The Scourge.
Ready, set, bet here on VSiN Sports Betting Network. Matt Brown, Mike Somich. Appreciate you guys being with us here. We are back underway. Duke and Virginia still scoreless in the second half, about a minute and a half in. We are 64-35. Houston over Colorado. Oh, it feels like only a second ago that Colorado had an early lead there, Mike, and it is now nearly 30 in favor of the Cougars.
Yeah, missed a bet there when I said I should take Houston in game when it was 10-7 Colorado. Obviously, they're covering every number, Matt. They were 18.5-point favorites, got as high as 20.5 in the market. Near 30-point lead, you're feeling pretty comfortable in that spot.
Then we get the 42-42 15-minute mark there between UConn and Seton Hall. Seton Hall giving UConn all they can handle.
Yeah, Seton Hall playing very good game here on the road. We saw UConn absolutely blow out St. John's last time. Coming down to earth a little bit here, but we'll see if they're able to get a home run at some point in the second half and be able to top Seton Hall at home.
Well, this is certainly not going to slow down the Jeremiah Love in the first round talk. As his first attempt, he just ran a 4.37. So that's certainly not going to slow down the Jeremiah Love in the first round talk at all. That's probably going to heat it up. Jeremiah Love top 10, actually.
Yeah, fun day at the Combine since we got the fast guys running. We had the linebackers, defensive ends, defensive tackles, tight ends yesterday. We're getting some of the faster players. It's going to be interesting to see if Notre Dame running backs go 1-2 in the 40 there at the running back position.
Do you think that the Combine has lost a little juice? It used to, we used to kind of be glued to 40 times and stuff and all of that. And I don't know if we really are anymore. I mean, I know that we would love a guy to be exceptionally fast, but I think we've kind of backed off that at least just a little bit.
Yeah, I think it's interesting that like some of the biggest stories coming out of the combine now are like arm length, measurables physically, versus like necessarily the ridiculous athleticism. We did see a just insane combine from Sonny Styles this weekend, and he has moved up draft boards because of it. But it feels like you really have to
like
now to be able
100th
to move up.
percentile in everything. Like it's like it was like one of the most ridiculous workouts ever. I mean, does that translate onto the field in the NFL? Who knows? Whatever. But again, if you have your choice, you'd rather a guy be in the 100th percentile in every single thing that he did, and he did. That's what it was. Amazing.
It definitely doesn't hurt. Yeah. He's a 6'5" player who started at safety, ended up playing outside linebacker. He's like, this draft is fascinating. We're going to talk about the number 2 pick overall later, because it feels like the premium positions are not necessarily available to there. And so do you take the premium position, or do you take one of these guys that I think is going to be more in the safety/linebacker roles versus that top tier premium position at edge rusher?
We are going to have 3 different picks from Gulfstream, 1 at Aqueduct. Let's head to the track.
Saddle up, partner. Want to bet the horses with Mike Somich?
When I bet on horses, I never lose. Why? I bet on all the horses.
It's time to pony up.
Giddy up.
Oh, Mike Somich, I thought we were only going to stay at Gulfstream, but you threw us an Aqueduct in there as well. So, guys, fire up your app. Get them ready. We have a little bit of time, too. We're only on race 5 there at Gulfstream Park, and we're going to start with race number 10, which is the very one presented by DRF in Espanol.
See, trying to expand the sport,
there
right?
You go.
Got to get the Spanish crowd in there involved as well. Look, this is a phenomenal day at Gulfstream Park. We're going to talk about the Fountain of Youth, the 14th race, a little bit later in this segment. It is the race I am most excited for this entire year so far inside horse racing. Up to 7 horses could enter the Kentucky Derby from that race, depending on how this plays out. The Aqueduct race is the Gotham, which is a Kentucky Derby points prep as well. But like you said, we'll kick it off here with the 10th, the very one stakes. Your favorite is to the outside here. No show, Sammy Joe, 9-5 on the morning line. A horse that's had success, but going to want to come off the pace. And there is not a ton of pace in this race. I'm going to go to the number 4 Candy Quest here, 5-2 on the morning line. Has a slightly little bit earlier speed. But I really like the stretch out in distance here. Only going to be the second time we're going to be going over a mile and an eighth. And this is a horse who faced the best of the best in that 3-year-old crop all of last season. Faces horses like Laurelin, like Fionn, like Lush Lips, who were elite level horses in that 3-year-old fillies crop on the turf. Came back at Tampa, ran in the Endeavor, a grade 3 last time at a mile and a 16th. I thought ran very well in that race. It was a slower pace, was still able to close ground despite not being near the lead. Now you're stretching out in distance, which is what I believe this horse wants to do. You pick up Irad Ortiz, so that's a nice add. Mark Cassie's been very good in this race, at Gulfstream Park as well. I love the price here on the number 4 Candy Quest. I'm hoping we get 5-2, and that no show Sammy Joe goes off as your favorite.
We are going to go with no show Sammy Joe. We're going to go with yours at Candy Quest, and we're going to round it out with Love Song. There, Mike Summers. We're going to round it out with Love Song. That's going to be our trifecta play here in race number 10. What about race number 11?
Yeah, we'll go one race forward here. This is the Devona Dale, grade 2 race on dirt. We're going a mile, and this has Kentucky Oaks points on the line. So these are some of the 3-year-old fillies that you're going to see the first Friday in May, the day before the Kentucky Derby, is the headliners. And we're going to go back to a horse that we actually played on this show on the 24th of January. The number 7 Swing Vote here, 3-1. On the morning lines. The horse trained by Bill Mott, Alvarado Rides, which was your Kentucky Derby winning trainer and jockey. Keep that in mind for a little bit later here. This is a horse that had a ton of trouble in the first start. It was a maiden special weight at Gulfstream, didn't break well, got in trouble during the race, ended up running 3rd in that spot. Comes back on January 24th, has a little trouble again, but absolutely dusts the field. You saw a big time improvement there from Swing Vote. Today, we've got a lot of speed signed on. To me, that's one of the key things of this race. The number 9, On Time Girl, who is your favorite. The number 4, Omaha Bay. The number 5, Imperatrice. All want to be able to go to the front. I think it's going to set up exceptionally well for the number 7, Swing Vote, and the number 8, She Be Smooth. I like the number 7, Swing Vote, more. I think she's a legit contender. When we get to that Kentucky Oaks perspective, she should get better with distance. I think the stretch out helps. I think the pace helps. Love the number 7 Swing Vote in race number 11 at Gulfstream Park, the Devona Dale today, 3-1 on the morning line.
What do we think about Hot Diva? What do we think about Hot Diva?
I don't love her. No.
We're not doing that one?
No, she could run up into third. Like, she's not a terrible trifecta one. Another horse that's going to come from off the pace. Her last race was just really slow. And that is the big concern for me. If you're a time person, it's hard to get to the horse. But she did beat Stakes Company that day. She's also run on the turf a couple of times. I'm not sure if we know she's a better turf or dirt horse to this point.
She's making the card. This one brought to you by Inglis Digital USA, which I just went to the site there, Mike, and this is monthly online thoroughbred auctions is where Inglis Digital is. So you can go buy horses online there. That is the sponsor of race number 11. Let's head to race number 14, the Coolmore Fountain of Youth.
This is the banger, Matt. Like this is one of those where, look, if you are going to play the Kentucky Derby, you got to watch this race because you've got three horses in my mind who are in the upper echelon of the contenders. The number 4 Commandment, who's your favorite at 2-1 for Brad Cox. Jose Ortiz rides, won the Mucho Macho Man from off the pace last time out. Very much a deserving favorite. Second off the layoff here. Didn't beat anything in the last couple starts. That to me is one of the bigger concerns here, but we'll see if he can handle the little deeper waters today. Number 7, Napoleon Solo, who's 7-2 on the morning line, was electric, winning the Grade 1 Champagne. Horse was pointing toward the Breeders' Cup Juvenile, and Chad Summers, the trainer, decided to pass on that to try and set up for a Kentucky Derby run. So the hopes are high for this horse right out of the gate. He wants the lead. There's a lot of speed. I think that could be the biggest problem for Napoleon Solo. The combination of coming off the bench, going the longest distance of his career, and the fact he's going to get pressure up front. I love the number 6 Chief Wallaby. We talked about this horse. I have a future bet in the Kentucky Derby with the number 6 Chief Wallaby. Bill Mott talked about this horse and said, hey, I wouldn't prefer to enter right into a stakes race after that maiden score, but we've got to give this horse the opportunity. Should be very good on the stretch out here. This horse is bred to go longer. And to me, this was the most impressive maiden special weight breaking win that we have seen of anyone in this 3-year-old class. If you go back, you watch the debut race, Chief Wallaby was never asked, never whipped, just kind of did it himself and was able to get an 89 buyer and beat the Puma, who is another horse who is a Kentucky Derby hopeful horse in that race. Should get the pace to chase, should have enough speed to be at least semi-close to that pace, and I think has a big kick turning for home. So I like Chief Wallaby, the number 6, 9-2 on top. The number 10, Solitude Dude. The number 1, Jackson Hole. Also serious contenders for the Kentucky Derby as well if they're able to run big races here.
Oh, all right. There it is. So Jackson Hole actually out at 8-1 if you wanted to throw a longer one there in your trifecta. And finally, let's switch tracks. So we're going to go to Aqueduct, number 10.
Yeah, this is the 10th race here. We're going to have the Gotham, which is a points race for the Kentucky Derby going 1 mile. The number 6 Iron Honor is a deserving favorite, 6-5 on the morning line. I think Iron Honor wins this race. The one question mark for Iron Honor is going to be the pace. Again, there's a ton of speed signed on, especially since it's a 1-turn, 1 mile race in the Kentucky Derby points prep. The number 5 Right to Party is really your only closer in this race. So we're going to try and play into the structure of this race. You always, the style makes fights. Well, this is one where I think the speed is going to back up. I do think Iron Honor good enough to hold on, but I think Right to Party able to pass horses late. So we'll play a 6-5 cold exacta as Right to Party 8-1, your 5th choice on the morning line. So you get a little bit of a price juice up there by playing that 6-5 exacta cold.
Man, 4th and 1 seems like a natural pick for me, but it's out all the way up to 20-1. It's supposed to be the worst horse in the race.
Yeah, it's a speed horse. You're going to need a lot of help.
Oh, boy. Can't go there, unfortunately. When we come back, one of our Average Joe winners, Tom Albright, going to join us here on the desk. Let's see what it's like to run like the sun, Mike Somich.
$5,000. That's the average amount of money people in the U.S. are now spending on gas in a year. $5,000. That's crazy. If you drive, you have to download Upside, the free app that gives you cash back every time you get gas. That's right. You can earn real cash back with Upside just by buying the gas you're already buying. You can literally start earning cash back today.
I use Upside every time I fill up, and I've already made around $200-300.
You're putting gas in your car anyway. Why not get real cash back? If you
like free money? Download Upside.
I'm saving the cash I earn from using Upside to help pay for a vacation later this year.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code TURBO to get an extra 25 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code TURBO for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code TURBO for a 25 cents per gallon bonus.
Celebrate in style with the Legacy Club Sunset Package at Circa Resort and Casino.
What is dedication?
I am the father of a 9-year-old little girl and a 6-year-old little boy. And I find fatherhood both relentlessly challenging and relentlessly rewarding. My daughter is biological and my son is adopted. I love them both so much. From the morning when you wake up to putting them to bed at night, and every moment in between, it really is so special, and boy, is it exhausting. One thing that I fear about being a parent is the future for my children. I think a parent's job is to protect our children, but also prepare them for the world so they become good, kind human beings. But I'm also hopeful that the future holds a more inclusive and compassionate world for them.
That's dedication. Find out more at fatherhood.gov. Brought to you by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services and the Ad Council.
If you're worried your friend may be struggling, remember, you don't have to be there to be there.
You could say, how are you, or get a fake tattoo. You could ask with an app if it works for you. You could chat on the game, kick off your flip-flops. You could ask on your couch while you binge watch. Whatever gets you talking.
Reach out to a friend about their mental health. Learn how you can help at seizetheawkward.org. Brought to you by the Ad Council, American Foundation for Suicide Prevention, and the JED Foundation.
Olivia from Washington. Laid off and trying to keep our little kids from realizing that mommy and daddy haven't eaten in a while.
Roger from California. I'm grateful we could afford our son's surgery. I'm nervous that now we can't really afford food.
Daniel from California. Choosing whether to pay the rent or pay to fix the car to get to work doesn't leave us with much at all. Now we can't even pay for meals.
Donna from Louisiana. The storm just hit, and we went from donating to the food bank to needing it.
Keisha from South Carolina. I've been skipping meals so my 2 kids can eat, but filling up on water doesn't really work.
Hunger is a story we can end. End it at feedingamerica.org. Brought to you by Feeding America and the Ad Council.
Hey, Dad, how do airplanes fly? What's in this box? Is this tree good for climbing? How are babies made? What does this thing do?
Kids are curious about everything, including guns. Talking to them about gun safety in your home is a good first step, but you can do more. Always keep your guns locked, unloaded, and stored separately from ammunition. Safe gun storage saves lives. Learn how to make your home safer at endfamilyfire.org. That's endfamilyfire.org. Brought to you by End Family Fire, Brady, and the Ad Council.
This is Everett Fitzhugh, the radio voice of the NHL Seattle Kraken, and you're listening to the home of the Youngstown Phantoms, Western Reserve Radio.
Ready, set, bet here on VSiN Sports Betting Network. Matt Brown and Mike Samich. We are at the television timeout there, 11:50 mark of the second half. And Duke's shooting did not slow down, Mike Samich. They're still shooting 47% with a 59% from three. It is now 55-37. Duke at home over the number 11 Virginia Cavaliers. So if you were wondering and took the 14.5 like this idiot did, then yeah, we're gonna need some help there on that one. Now joining us here on the desk, we have Tom Albright. He is one of our winners here for the Average Joe contest, Tom, and it's great to have you here in Vegas. How things been going at Circa?
It's great. Anytime at Circa is great.
Yeah, it's so incredibly awesome here. World's largest sports book, and of course you can catch things going on all the time. So you're from the Chicago area, and how did you get exposed to VSiN? How long you been listening to the folks around here?
Let's see, September 21.
Oh, okay.
After Rain Out Day, Mitchie and Paulie were on Marquee, Cubs Network, and started watching the show and enjoying it. got me more hooked. I was already into, party carts and stuff like that in the local area and that. It just brought in my interest. Been a decent subscriber since 21. 22, I went pro. Maintained that. Just really enjoy, watch all the shows. Got one laptop on all the time.
Awesome.
When I'm at home. So I've been fortunate enough to meet a number of the guests out here during my visits.
Well, we appreciate you obviously being a subscriber for a while. Now, you got involved in the Average Joe contest, and you ended up winning the final quarter, 3rd overall for the year. Tell us how your season started. What was it like to be in that Average Joe contest early, and then how did it feel when you were able to really sun run toward the end and be able to get that 4th quarter prize?
Well, I figured I got a lot of help kind of watching the Friday Night Invitational and the people that were in there. And then as the year went further along, I identified certain people that seemed really know a conference better. And being able to use the college as well as the NFL for the selection, that's what makes it different from millions. Millions, sometimes you're trapped at, gosh, I don't like the 4th and 5th pick this week. So I got in it. It went further along. I got hot. Just got a really, really hot streak. I went in the 4th quarter 21-6-0, 5-0 on my best bets. It's like about 3 weeks to go. I looked on the leaderboard and I'm like, wow, I could come in a top 50. Top 50, all these 4,000 people out there, and I could. And then each week I kept looking. It wasn't until actually the Tuesday prior to the last week that I looked in and saw, wow, I got a shot at winning the quarter. And then it came through. Not only did I take the quarter, I took week 20 at 3-0, which gave me I had 11 action points, and I won that. I had signed up for Boost, which was just to sign up for. So I got the extra $500. So that enabled me to expand at home. Add a couple more books so I can shop around and get the best line, like I hear on the show all the time. Shop around and see where you can get the best line. It was just exciting.
Yeah, I mean,
it's all get up.
Mike and I talk about just how incredible it is to put together, like you're talking about, runs like that. We unfortunately have played Circa Million together a couple of years in a row, and we're the worst at it because we're either 3-2 or 2-3 every single week, and that's the worst place to be whenever you're just living in the middle. You said one of the interesting things about the Average Joe contest, and again, talking to Tom Albright, one of our winners here in the contest, is that you can pick between college and NFL games. Did you find yourself gravitating towards one or the other most of the time, or was it just whichever picks you just felt most confident in?
I hinged the vast majority for the NFL, but like I said, certain cappers that were on the Invitational really knew certain conferences. So I'm not going to say who or what. Because hopefully they have it next year, and hopefully I'll win again. Get another shot at it. But just exciting to do. It was free to enter.
Yeah.
So there was
it's always good when you give.
Go ahead.
It's always good when you're able to get some free money there. You mentioned free to enter contest that was able to kind of award prizes not only weekly but over the quarterly situation as well. It's how you ended up in Vegas here. You mentioned Circa Millions a little bit earlier, and that it's often tough to find that 4th and 5th pick. Was this your first time playing contests in Average Joe? Have you played Circa Millions before? Have you played Circa Survivor? And if not, are you going to jump in those contests after your success this last season?
I've been in Survivor the last 2 years. I did twice as good this week. This year is last in Survivor. Week 2, we'll forever see the outstretched arms of the Steelers receivers. The ball bounces off his hands into the for a touchback. And then the guy letting the ball land in the safe zone and roll into the end zone for the touchdown, and the old man's inability to bring him back. So I got to week 2. I'd also done Millions the last 2 years. It would have been nice to take that fourth quarter like I did here, and
Right.
average Joe, and apply that, you know, that kind of a record for millions would have been awesome. But I'm hoping to do it this year, but I highly doubt it. I'm doing a life bucket list to do an Alaskan cruise.
Yeah.
And I'm an average Joe, so you only got so much money you can spend.
Yeah.
And so much you can give away, you know,
right.
You're able to do. But hopefully baseball will be very, very good to me, and I'll be out here and
so
get into it again.
Being a Chicago guy, are you Bears? Are you Cubs? Are you where does your allegiance lie?
I grew up Bears, definitely grew up Cubs. Kind of changed to friendships, and that became a White Sox fan.
Oh, okay.
I've done a number of trips around to different stadiums. It's always great to go to a visiting ballpark and cheer for your team.
Right.
You know, a lot of fun in the crowd with people and all that. So I still follow the Cubs, follow them. Basketball, I don't follow really the NBA. I love college. Baseball is my favorite game, though. Out of it, and of course football, and then college football.
Now, you mentioned you're a Bears fan. That's one of the teams that Matt and I are a little bit higher on than the market heading into this next season. You're sitting there in Circa. You've got a lot of markets to you available in Illinois. Have you looked at the Bears' numbers for the Super Bowl, for the division, and do you think this is a year where we really see them take a step forward, second year under Ben Johnson, with Caleb Williams getting another year of experience as well?
Yeah, I think they move forward this year. I really do, and boy, I'd be happy if a unhappy Crosby were to leave there and to join that Bears line. That would be great to happen. One can only hope as a Bears fan,
right,
that would happen. But you know, you never know.
Mm-hmm. You mentioned baseball season and hoping it's good to you. Do you bet more baseball than NFL? How does your betting divvy up right now?
I try to put something together every day. You know, I've got that, and then I've got an ad-based app site that I use, which keeps my ability to always have something in play. You know, this or that. And I've wrecked a coffee table and took out a laptop on a bad beat.
Hey, listen, you know, we all have moments, we all have moments we're not proud of, for sure. Mike Somich, I'm sure you've been there before. Maybe in those online poker days, how many mice got smashed somewhere along the way?
Yeah, look, it was a lot. I had a corner which was just filled with the remnants of the mice that got thrown into it. It can be frustrating. Baseball, to me, one of the most frustrating sports to bet as well, just because you have these moves that happen where you're laying a half in the first five and you get that solo shot in the top of the fifth, and all of a sudden you need to get one back in the bottom. It can be a very frustrating sport to bet. Are you excited? Now, you've mentioned Cubs and White Sox. Hard to be excited about the White Sox this year. Any interest in the Cubs? Do you think they are deserving favorites in that NL Central?
I like them in the Central. I like the Tigers in the American League Central. I think with the improvement in the pitching, keep an eye on them O's out in the American League East. I don't think anybody can, you know, the American League, the National League West is the Dodgers to lose. I don't think anybody can touch their payroll that they put together. Texas could be interesting, though. That could be an interesting team in that division. I'm out here. I want to do one futures bet before I go. You know, something that you know, the guys late night, Sean and Kramer would like. You know, give me a nice, nice parlay bet going with that. With futures before I go. Something, you know, make it worthwhile to fly back to cash, but.
Man, I really do. It's an awesome story to hear. I can only hope one day that I can be able to run in a contest like you did. He is Tom Albright, winner of our Average Joe contest here. And again, you can play that whenever it rolls around football season, absolutely free. Yet again, Tom, appreciate the time and good luck on all of the future stuff here. When we come back, me and Mike going to look more into some of this AL East.
$5,000. That's the average amount of money people in the U.S. are now spending on gas in a year. $5,000. That's crazy. If you drive, you have to download Upside, the free app that gives you cash back every time you get gas. That's right. You can earn real cash back with Upside just by buying the gas you're already buying. You can literally start earning cash back today.
I use Upside every time I fill up, and I've already made around $300.
You're putting gas in your car anyway. Why not get real cash back? If you like free money, download Upside.
I'm saving the cash I earn from using Upside to help pay for a vacation later this year.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code LOT to get an extra 25 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code LOT for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code LOT for a 25 cents per gallon bonus.
Download the VEASAN Watch app to stay plugged into the latest sports betting insights with VEASAN's expert analysis. Streaming live and on demand.
This is your time. Maybe you didn't choose this, but you're here now. You're going to go out there and be an all-star caregiver. It's up to you. So what are you going to do? You're going to go grocery shopping, cook, clean, be there emotionally and physically. You got to dig deeper. Drive them to physical therapy, doctor's appointments. Don't you forget about the pharmacy. I know you won't, because that's what caregivers do. Don't give up. Don't ever give up. This is your time to show the world, your family, and yourself that you're tougher than tough. Now go out there and be the best caregiver this world has ever seen. Caregiving is tougher than tough. Find the care guides you need at aarp.org/caregiving. A public service announcement brought to you by AARP and the Ad Council.
Hi, I'm Danica Patrick and proud aunt. Watching my nieces grow, play, and learn is amazing. But not every child gets to be carefree. 1 in 6 kids in the U.S. are hungry. 1 in 6. That little girl sitting alone at the playground, she can't play like the other kids. She doesn't have the energy because she's hungry. School lunch will be her only meal today. It breaks my heart that this is the reality in our country, but it's something that Feeding America is working to change. Each year, the Feeding America network of food banks rescues billions of pounds of good food that would have gone to waste. This food is then provided to families and children in need. Being a kid should be about using your imagination, learning, and having fun. These children shouldn't have to miss out on simply being a kid because they're hungry. To find out how you can help end childhood hunger in your community, visit feedingamerica.org.
Brought to you by Feeding America and the Ad Council.
What I know about courage, I learned from my adoptive mom. She said sometimes you just gotta hold on and know we'll get through this. Mom, we are so high up. Hold my hand.
No, you hold my hand.
Here we go.
Learn about adopting a teen from foster care. You can't imagine the reward. Visit adoptuskids.org to find out more.
I learned patience from my adoptive dad. All he had to say was,
"Hey, you got this. Just breathe." Hey, we're pretty good.
Yeah.
Might have to start a band.
I got it.
Learn about adopting a teen from foster care. You can't imagine the reward. Visit adoptuskids.org to find out more. This message is brought to you by Adopt US Kids, the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services, and the Ad Council.
You're listening to Western Reserve Radio at westernreserveradio.com on the Live 365 network and the Live 365 app.
Great set bet here on VEASAN, the Sports Betting Network. Matt and Mike is, man, it's cool when we get guys like that come in. Mike, that was Tom Albright from Chicago, enters the free contest, runs like God, and then just next thing you know is able to come out to Vegas and do all the stuff out here with all that, get treated like royalty whenever they come into town. And, again, 21-6-0 for his final quarter is nothing to laugh at, man. I mean, again, 21. Imagine, think in your head right now, you're sitting out there and you're driving along. Think if you went on a 21-6 run, what that would do to your bankroll.
It would do good things, man.
Yeah.
It would do very good things. And you got to love the Average Joe contest as well. Like you said, free to enter. He won the bonus because he signed up as well for one of the sponsors, got an extra $500 for that final quarter, able to add books to his repertoire there in Illinois, where we've seen more books be able to hit the market. So I like how he used the money as well. He's like, I want more outs. I want to keep doing this, want to kind of keep growing this here. And so I'm going to find more outs and use that money that I got for absolutely free, as well as a trip to Vegas for free, to be able to kind of expand my betting repertoire. So love the story, love to hear it. And it's fun to see that the guys who were able to sun run through that contest to be able to get to Vegas.
Guy, the college hoops grind is real, and dozens of games a night, constant line movement, opportunity for those that know where to look. That's where Sharp Plays comes in and helps you out. Free daily reports, real-time alerts. They are public logs and transparent receipts since 2011. Trusted by the pros, monitored by the book, sharpplays.com. Visit sharpplays.com today. Mike, we mentioned that Jeremiah Love ran the 4.37. He decided to run a second time, 4.36. And the one thing I talked to you off air that I'll bring on air here about the combine not having as much juice, and there's no more, there's really like nothing bigger and more glaring than the fact that there were 21 running backs at the combine and only 10 ran the 40. So it's basically, if you knew you were fast, you ran. We ended up getting 3 different guys at sub 4.4. So Mike Washington Jr. out of Arkansas. So look, remember this name because there are people who fall in love with speed. 4.33 for him, Mike Samich. We talked about Love in the 4.36. And then Damon Claiborne, who is out of Wake Forest, a 4.37 for him. So again, a Mike Washington 4.33 is going to at least get his name mentioned. He will get drafted somewhere in the draft because people will just draft raw speed, and that 4.33 is going to get him drafted for sure.
Man, it must be nice to be able to run a 4.33 40. Like I just would love to know what that feels like. I've run the 40 once. It was at the Super Bowl. Let's just say we weren't breaking the 4s. We were like it's low 6s back then, and that was when I was actually fast. So it's crazy to think how fast these dudes actually are when they're running 40-yard dash.
Yeah, it's one of those where you look at this, and a guy like Jeremiah Love, who already in most of the mock drafts out there is getting mocked in the first round as it is anyway. And so my guess is that he must have gotten advice from his advisors or agent or something like that. They're like, hey man, if you go run a 4.37, 4.36 or whatever, like, you're going to move up in the first round. Like it's one of those, because there was really not a lot of upside for him of all of the running backs to do this, other than the fact that they think that this is actually going to improve his draft stock.
Well, and to your point, like the dudes that are running are going to run fast. And so it's the fact that he decided to run and he knew he wasn't the number 1 running back in this class. Adding that to your repertoire, adding that to your resume, saying I was one of the fastest running backs at the combine, definitely going to help him out. And it's an interesting running back draft. There are teams in the back half of the first round that need running backs. He's someone that could kind of fill in there. Like you think about Seattle at 32, if they don't end up with Kenneth Walker, aren't they like a logical running back landing spot? And wouldn't you love to add someone with that speed who was very good in college as well? So I think it was a good idea to run here for him. And it is kind of a bummer that we've lost some juice at the combine. The pro days have obviously taken away from it because a lot of these guys, they want to run in the conditions that they're controlling. They want to run with their, as you put it, their own clockers versus the professional clockers there at the combine. And they want to run in situations where, again, they feel most comfortable. So with the pro days and how much those have taken off, we've really seen the combine lose a little pop.
Not going to do it. No comeback here for Virginia. 70-45 as we are under 4 minutes left there in that one. Boozer 18-9 in Duke. Out to a big lead there. Houston also out to a big lead, 85-58 there over Colorado. 7:24 left in the second half. And UConn and Seton Hall, it's a nail biter there in that one, Mike Samich. 58 all as we are 3:45 left in that one.
Yeah, that's our banger in the morning slate. Is we've got 2 games that are absolute blowouts, but at least we've got a close one there. You mentioned under 4 timeout, tied up right now. Would be a big win for Seton Hall if they were able to pull off the upset against number 6 UConn on the road. Be a great resume ad for them.
So the Boston Red Sox are a team that is gaining a lot of steam, Mike. I think if we were talking about kind of the helium team of the offseason, it looked like maybe early on it was going to be the Orioles, but I think it's really shifted to the Red Sox. It is a high upside, kind of young youth movement type lineup team for this Red Sox squad, sitting at 87.5 wins on the win total, 320 there in the division, 7-1 to win the AL, and then 16-1 to win it all. But you kind of take a look at this team, and I mean, Obviously, everything revolves around Roman Anthony, who is one of the, if not the top prospect in all of baseball. I know the people with Connor Griffin are going to argue with me, but at least Roman Anthony is going to start, it seems like, in the majors, and we don't know. We can't really necessarily say that about Connor. Roman Anthony is going to lead off for this team that goes into Trevor Story, that goes into Jaron Duran, then goes into Wilson Contreras, who, by the way, they picked up, Wally Abreu, then Caleb Durbin. I mean, it's not names, I think, other than Trevor Story, Mike, that really kind of jump off the page to people. And Trevor Story, by the way, kind of sneakily under the radar, had a pretty good year last year. I mean, we remember Trevor Story's heyday when Trevor Story was just like one of the top 10 players in all of baseball, and then he really fell off with injury. Kind of under the radar, Mike. Trevor Story had 25 bombs, 91 runs scored, 96 RBI, and he stole 31 bases last year.
Yeah, look, he was good for this Red Sox team. And you mentioned Roman Anthony, obviously a big piece. What will we get from Wilmer Abreu, who is very good at certain points but struggled at others, struggles against lefties. He's expected to hit more against lefties. We'll see how that plays out for them. To me, the rotation here is the very interesting part. Garrett Crochet at the top, an obvious stud, someone who's going to be in that Cy Young conversation. You've got Sonny Gray. I like that addition for this team. Kind of a innings eater with a higher floor, so you kind of know what you're going to get from him. Sitting in the third spot, Ranger Suarez, another nice add. We'll see if he can kind of regain that really, really good level that we saw from him in the past. If you get that 1, 2, 3, and all of a sudden Bello is your 4 and you're figuring out your 5, that's a very good rotation for a Red Sox team where I don't love the lineup, but I do think this is a lineup that can hit the baseball. And so it's one of those teams that feels like they are fairly complete here, especially if you do get the ascension that I think a lot of people are expecting from Roman Anthony.
Yeah, I mean, obviously Crochet, one of the very best pitchers in all of Major League Baseball, so we don't even have to kind of have that discussion. We know what you get with him. He is the true frontline ace guy. High strikeouts. I mean, just everything you want in a pitcher. But then you get to Ranger Suarez, Sonny Gray, Brian Bello, and you look at those 2, 3, 4, Mike, and Bello obviously is kind of your upside guy. He was we're looking at the real post-hype sleeper type thing with him. Everyone loved him 2 years ago, and we'll see if he can kind of live up to that. You know what you kind of get in Sonny Gray, which I think is a third starter for a team, is pretty solid. And then if Ranger Suarez kind of does what he's done the last couple of years, and then with that lineup we just mentioned, yes, you are going to need some young guys to step up. There are some guys. I mean, Roman Anthony obviously is not even 22 years old yet. Abreu is still 26. You got 26 in Caleb Durbin. You got Marcelo Mayer, who, by the way, is a top prospect that needs to hit for them. Didn't really do it last year when he got called up. He's still sitting there at just 23 years old. So you're going to need some young dudes to produce, but these are all super pedigreed guys. If Story can even have remotely close to the season that he had last year, we know Contreras, what he brings you at the plate as well. I see why people love this Red Sox team. I'm just not as in love with the team as they are, but I do understand it when you look at that rotation and you kind of look at all these upside players.
Yeah, I get the buzz, right? And I to your point, you can make a very logical case for why Boston could win this division. Yes. Yeah. And that to me is where you like when you're sitting there plus 320, I get it if people want to bet Boston. I understand people wanting to bet Toronto, Boston, and Baltimore right now. It's a little tougher for me to get on the Yankees boat. We talked about them earlier in the show with the injuries that they have coming out of the gate. But this is a Red Sox team that has the ability to win with pitching. And that's not something we've said about the Yankees or the Reds or the Blue Jays at the top of this division. This is a Red Sox team that could have the best rotation. And if Bello, if he actually gets to the point where it was expected when he came into the majors, you've got a really good 1 through 4 here. And the 5's a little bit of a mess. They can figure that out at some point. But you don't need this lineup to be nuclear, to be able to win baseball games. And that is, to me, the biggest difference here. The Blue Jays and the Yankees have to hit. The Red Sox can just hit okay, and they can still very much tread water.
Yeah, it is certainly a team that I'm going to be watching very intently, because if I'm under on the Yankees, right, and then my Orioles bet has already taken a couple of blows to start the year, I got to hitch the wagon probably somewhere, and this is the team that I've got to like really focus in on and see if this is the team that I decide that I'm going to hitch the wagon to. So Red Sox, I get the helium just like you. Certainly a team that could win this division, maybe even compete for it all when it's said and done. Hour number 3, when we come back.
$5,000. That's the average amount of money people in the U.S. are now spending on gas in a year. $5,000. That's crazy. If you drive, you have to download Upside, the free app that gives you cash back every time you get gas. That's right. You can earn real cash back with Upside just by buying the gas you're already buying. You can literally start earning cash back today.
I use Upside every time I fill up, and I've already made around $300.
You're putting gas in your car anyway. Why not get real cash back? If you like free money, download Upside.
I'm saving the cash I earn from using Upside to help pay for a vacation later this year.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code TURBO to get an extra 25 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code TURBO for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code TURBO for a 25 cents per gallon bonus.
Hey, it's Bill from VSiN. You may know me as the guy who writes the VSiN Daily
Adopt US
newsletter.
Kids presents What to Expect When You're Expecting. A teenager. Learning the lingo.
Today I'm going to help parents translate teen slang. Now, when a teen says something is on fleek, it's exactly like saying, that's rad. It simply means that something is awesome or cool. Another one is totes. It's exactly like saying, totally, just shorter. As in, I totes love going to the mall with Becca. Another word you might hear is jelly. Jelly is a shorter, better way to say jealous. As in, Chloe, I am like so jelly of your unicorn phone case.
You don't have to speak teen to be a perfect parent. Thousands of teens in foster care will think you're, rad just the same. To learn more, visit adoptuskids.org. A public service announcement brought to you by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services, Adopt U.S. Kids, and the Ad Council.
This is the story of a very special woman. In a matter of seconds, she turned herself into a great mathematician or an entrepreneur. Her knowledge was limitless and still is. She could also make monsters disappear, especially those that lurked in the shadows under the bed. Once, this woman put back together a teenage girl's broken heart, which had been shattered in 1,000 pieces, just by giving her a bear hug. She masqueraded as a regular person at work, but as a superhero at home. Everyone knows her as Gabriella. I still call her Mom.
Your hero needs you now, and AARP is here to help. Find the care guides you need to help, complete with tips and resources at aarp.org/caregiving. A public service announcement brought to you by AARP and the Ad Council.
Village Tavern's been a beloved local landmark in Hubbard, Ohio for nearly a century, and now it's better than ever. Recently renovated and still serving up the same warm hospitality, the Village Tavern is your go-to spot for great food, cold drinks, and a laid-back atmosphere. Whether you're stopping in for dinner, catching up with friends, or just looking to relax, you'll enjoy a full menu of American favorites, rotating drink specials, and friendly service that makes every visit memorable. Be sure to visit the Village Tavern at 746 North Main Street in Hubbard, right next to Repair That Glass. To learn more, go to villagetavern3.com.
Listening to WRDB, Western Reserve Digital Broadcasting, Youngstown, Warren, Salem, and around the world.
This is Ready, Set, Bet with Matt Brown and Mike Somich on VSiN, the Sports Betting Network.
Ready, set, bet here on VSiN, the Sports Betting Network. As we said, there would be no comeback by the University of Virginia. 77-51. Mike Somich is your final there in that one. 41-26 in the first half, 36-25 in the second half, and that, my friend, is a beatdown.
Yes, Duke shot the ball very well. Virginia did not shoot the ball very well. In today's version of basketball that we get, shooting the three-pointer obviously matters quite a bit here. Duke very good from beyond the arc. Virginia not so much, and Duke able to roll.
It's like you look at the box score, and you could literally you would come fairly close as to knowing how bad this game was. But 29% from the field and 20% from three, 49% from the field and 50% from three. You would pretty much know, like I would even have to tell you how many shots, how many whatever, but whenever you just see that type of discrepancy in the box score, you'd be like, oh, that was a bad loss by that one team. And sure enough, it was.
And you can just look at three-point shooting. Just tell me 20% and 50%. I know both those teams are hucking up threes. You just give me that information and you know a blowout is coming.
Mike Somich, I have to circle back around to, I did not think I was going to revisit this, but we talked about Mike Washington Jr., the running back from Arkansas that ran the 4.33. He's 223 pounds. 223.
That's a big boy.
223 running a 4.33.
He's moving. Yeah.
Boy, you want to be a corner? Trying to tackle that. That's when you get that little Olay tackle from a corner, you know? Like you're like, I'm going to try and slow him down and let the safety hit him. I'm just going to little Olay action.
I will allow myself to be hurdled here.
Right. I'm going real low. He's just going to jump, and he's going to jump over me. Boy, 223 and ran a 4.33. We're going to hear more about his name for sure. 2.5 left. Houston up 40 on Colorado. I should say 38. Colorado just makes a basket there. So 101-62 in favor of Houston. They are rolling as they were down early 10-7, and then it was just all the Cougars after that. And we said it was a nail-biter. UConn and Seton Hall. It is coming down to the final second. 68-65, Mike Somich. I'm looking at it. We are 15 seconds left in the game here with a 3-point lead. UConn did get the lead here with 14.5 left at home.
Yeah, I believe Seton Hall does have foul here on Connecticut. So Seton Hall going to head to the line here down 3. So we'll see if they're able to close the gap here and what we get from the UConn team on the free throw line as well. But that turned out to be a very good game. We'll see if UConn can hold on here at home.
Yeah, I think we're getting the whole fouls to give situation going on. And I think that UConn was just fouling them to take up time, So...
okay.
Yeah, just kind of fouling them because the fouls to give, and so they were just fouling them to take up time. A guy tries to make it act like he was shooting when he was fouled on the floor, and then he just threw it, and he threw it out of bounds. So that's going to probably be game. He thought he was being smart, but instead he just threw the ball out of bounds. So unfortunate unfortunate there for Seton Hall as they were trying to get the win on the road against UConn, but it looks like, again, 3-point lead, 8 seconds left, and UConn with the ball. So we'll see if they can go ahead and close things out there. We have a couple of tips that are coming right now. Louisville-Clemson. This is Louisville's a slight favorite on the road over Clemson, 146.5 your total. And then we talked a little bit earlier about Vandy and Kentucky. Kentucky, a small favorite, 1.5, something like that at home over Vandy, 157.5. And, of course, we are all waiting couple of hours here, Mike Somich, on Kansas, Arizona, and Texas Tech, Iowa State.
Yeah, 2 very, very good basketball games with decent spreads. This is a Texas Tech team, obviously, without Toppin, that gets downgraded quite a bit. So they're down. They're 10.5-point dogs to Iowa State there at home. Kansas, Arizona, I think is going to be fascinating. Arizona, 10.5-point favorite. We've had quite a few people come on and say that might just be a little bit too much. So I know there's a lot of love here for Kansas catching double digits there at Arizona.
I mentioned, we were talking about Roman Anthony in the last segment, and then we brought up Connor Griffin, and I was actually talking to people about not betting Connor Griffin for Rookie of the Year because it looked like he was not going to break camp, and then he goes out and he's hit 17 home runs and 12 at bats somehow. He's somehow doubled his home run output in the number of bats that he's had, and now the word is they don't know how they're going to keep him out of breaking camp there, Mike, and so he's all the way down to plus 280 in the Rookie of the Year over in the National League. This is a guy that, again, it looks like maybe now he will, but he might not even break camp with the team, and he is less than 3-1.
It is crazy the difference like in the pricing if you're just out there, especially when you're looking at a counting stats perspective, where you're just going to be able to hit home runs, get RBIs. Those type of things absolutely matter when you get to the end of the season in these awards. So the value of having those extra 6 to 8 weeks up in the bigs makes a huge difference when you're looking at these markets.
Yeah, it's wild to me, but again, we'll keep you updated on all of that. I thought it was all but a given that they were going to start him down in AAA because he only had a handful of AA at bats. And I thought for sure.
Yep.
And then instead in spring training, he's just destroying everything. I mean, this kid's a teenager. He's 19.
We've talked about spring training, what we're looking for. It's velocity on specific pitchers. It's what we're going to get from some guys coming back from injury. And then it's the young dudes. Who's going to break camp? Who's going to be that 4th and 5th starter for some of these teams? Is it going to be the high upside younger guys, or is it going to be the more veteran arms that are going to eat innings early until you get those upside guys ready for the majors? And this is a big one. Because this is someone who is pedigreed. We're expecting to hit. Obviously, your favorite here in the Rookie of the Year market as well. So if he ends up breaking with the team, I think 3-1 is a logical price.
We've already been to the track, and Mike Somich, you see, gets 2 bits on a show every single time. So he doesn't just get one. We've already been to the track, but we also know he loves to bet some ice hockey. So let's head on to the NHL. We'll move on here, Mike. We'll just get to your picks here. We got 2 different ones here over in the NHL.
Yeah, we're going to kick it off here with a 2 o'clock Pacific, 5 o'clock puck drop. The New Jersey Devils heading in to take on the St. Louis Blues here. 2 teams that do not love to score the puck. We've seen this total sit right around 5.5, slowly get juiced down toward the under. We're going to go back to our old friend. We're going to go to that first period under here. You can get the first period under sitting at minus or at 1.5. We're going to take under 1.5 plus 110 here for the Devils and the Blues to kick it off. Then we'll go to a little bit later in the day, Matt. We're going to go and look at a Carolina Hurricane team that is taking on the Detroit Red Wings. It's a Canes team that plays well, especially at home, usually able to get to an early lead. They play a puck possession style, which I believe is going to be really difficult for a Red Wings team, which just does not possess the puck enough. So we're going to go with the Carolina Hurricanes here. We're going to lay the 1.5 at plus 130 on that one. So Canes plus 130 minus a 1.5 against the Red Wings, and then Blues and the Devils, 2 o'clock puck drop Pacific, 5 o'clock Eastern. We'll take the first period under at plus 110.
All 3 early games now have gone final. We mentioned Duke were 77-51 winners over Virginia. Houston now 102-62 over Colorado. And we did not get the miracle comeback there for Seton Hall. 71-67, fought all game long, Mike Somich. But in the end, you get UConn winning the second half, 39-34, and get the 4-point victory at home over Seton Hall.
Yeah, it's a Seton Hall team that was 19-8 heading into this game, now 19-9. They do have a couple ranked wins on the season, but this would have been a big one for them when you're looking at the overall resume. They do have St. John's at home to close the season. The eyes now turn to that game for this Seton Hall team, which is trying to make it into the tournament.
We got number 2 pick. I mean, we're at the combine right now. We've got number 2 overall pick in the draft. It is Arvell Reese at plus 105 currently. But there are some people who I think could make a little bit of noise here in this market, Mike Somich. Now, I had a Arvell Reese 1 overall pick from way back, where this was before Fernando Mendoza had kind of established himself as the surefire number 1 pick. So I'm not going to get that one home. So I'm going to start off the NFL draft betting season 0-1. That is going to happen for sure, as Arvell Reese is not going to go number 1, but he might go number 2.
Yeah, this is a really interesting market to me because I don't think Arvell Reese goes number 2. At the combine, during his interview process, he came out and said, yeah, I'm an edge. I'm a rusher here, pass rusher forward. That's what his agent told him to say. You go back and you watch him in college, he's much more of an outside linebacker than he is a natural edge rusher. And if you look at PFF grades and kind of what's expected from him there as well, he is not someone that you overly expect to be dominant on the edge, especially compared to a guy like Ruben Bain Jr., who's sitting there at 12-1 for the number 2 overall pick. What makes this so muddy to me is that if you don't like Arvell Reese, David Bailey is there as a possible edge rusher. He's another one where, like, okay, I get it, but he has some issues from his bend. He's not as athletic as guys like Ruben Bain, who's sitting down there at 12-1. And then you have Caleb Downs and Sonny Styles, who play positions who are not expected to be drafted that high. Downs, a safety for Ohio State, probably, in my mind, the second best defensive player in this draft. I just don't know if you're going to take a safety at 2 if you're the Jets. And then you've got Sonny Styles, who was incredible at the combine. You mentioned it, tested off the charts pretty much everything across the board. But are you going to take an outside linebacker at 2? And so that kind of leaves me with Ruben Bain here at 12-1. I think he is the best defensive player in the draft. If you're a PFF believer, his pass rush win rate his freshman year, 2 years ago, was at the level of like the Watt level and the Myles Garrett level. He was dominant this year in his junior season, both rushing the passer and stopping the run. But now you've got the alligator arm issue where it's an inch and a half shorter than they would like. I don't think it makes a big difference to his game. We'll see if they actually decide to take him to. I like Ruben Bain at 12-1. I'm not sure if the Jets are going to make that decision though, Matt.
That's the thing is I think the Jets trade the pick. And unless they just absolutely love one of these dudes, which I just can't imagine that I think you have to look at yourself in the mirror, right, Mike? Like we talk about this with several of these teams. You look at yourself in the mirror like, we're not an Arvell Reese or a Caleb Downs or a Ruben Bain away from being good. We're just, we're not. We need multiple picks. We need to stockpile guys, and we need to almost take a scattershot approach and see if we can just kind of, pluck someone out of the third and fourth round that ends up being awesome. I don't know if they take that pick or not.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting. I think the second pick is absolutely wide open. I don't think it's Reese. And so that, to me, makes this a very interesting betting market because you have him there plus 105 as your favorite. And Bailey, he's the third best edge in this draft to me. So it's one of those where I think it's going to be fascinating to see what happens here at number 2.
Guys, if you're not already a VSiN Pro subscriber, everything we do now till May the 1st for just $29.99. It is our Hoops Mania special. Go in and take advantage of that right now. VSiN.com/subscribe. Justin Finsterman when we come back.
This is a Bloomberg Business of Sports report. President Trump has tapped Florida Governor Ron DeSantis and Yankees President Randy Levine to co-lead a council that will explore ways to overhaul college sports. The new commission is said to also include Patriots President Jonathan Kraft, NBA Commissioner Adam Silver, former Alabama football coach Nick Saban, and Redbird Capital founder Jerry Cardinale. The battle over the Chicago Bears continues. The Illinois House Public Finance Committee advanced a bill that would freeze property taxes from mega projects like a new stadium in Arlington Heights, but not everyone was in support. Brian Costin with Americans for Prosperity says it will be bad for taxpayers.
This is likely the riskiest economic development program ever seriously proposed, not just in Illinois history, but U.S. history.
The bill goes to the Illinois House. In Indiana, the state Senate passed a bill for a new Bears stadium in Hammond. With a Bloomberg Business of Sports report, I'm Michael Barr.
Working as a dedicated Fidelity advisor, I always ask, what's important to you? I'll look at those priorities and goals alongside your full financial picture to build a comprehensive plan designed to help grow and protect your wealth. With proactive portfolio insights and an eye on taxes, I'm here to help you make the most of your money. I'm Laura Maxwell, and I'm a dedicated Fidelity advisor. Learn more at fidelity.com/wealth. Investment minimums apply. Fidelity Brokerage Services, LLC, member NYSE, SIPC.
Hey, I'm Mike Slater. My dad passed away at the age of 63. It's out of nowhere. Had a stroke. Super hard, obviously, for the whole family, but my dad had life insurance. This is why I have life insurance for my family, for my wife and 4 kids. And the best place to get life insurance is ethos.com because you can do it in 10 minutes. And there's no medical exam and no blood test, just a few health questions. Get life insurance in 10 minutes so your family is protected. Ethos, ETHOS, ethos.com/Mike.
What do you get when you combine a former MLB GM, 2 former players, fantasy experts, and sharp wagerers in one baseball draft?
If I could be you,
and you could be me for just 1 hour.
If you could find a way
to get inside each other's mind.
Walk a mile in my shoes. Walk a mile in my shoes.
Walk a mile in my shoes.
We've all felt left out. And for some, that feeling lasts more than a moment. We can change that. Learn how at belongingbeginswithus.org. Brought to you by the Ad Council.
Walk a mile in my shoes.
Are you tired of switching apps just to catch your favorite shows and live events? Say hello to the iMedia1 Network app, your one-stop destination for streaming and everything that matters. From national sports to exclusive local content, Western Reserve Radio, Western Reserve Radio 2, and City View Sportscast are now all in one place, anytime, anywhere. Download the free iMedia1 Network app on iOS and Android and unlock the future of sports audio in the palm of your hand. The iMedia1 Network, your sports app in the Valley.
The stations that always keep you in the zone.
I love it.
It's awesome.
Western Reserve Radio, Western Reserve Radio 2, and City View Sportscast, Youngstown, Ohio.
The Sports Betting Network, wrapping up those early college games, getting going here with some of the mid-morning games, if at least out for us out here on the West Coast. Louisville, Clemson just getting going about 5 minutes into that one. Early lead for Louisville on the road, and then Kentucky 7-point lead early at the 14-10 mark. Mike Somich of over Vanderbilt right now, 21-14.
Yeah, we got Kentucky taking care of business early at home. One of those, I know a lot of people love this when a ranked team is on the road, but the home team is favored and unranked. That's an angle that we've seen a lot of people play in college basketball. Kentucky fits gap here as a 1.5 favorite. You mentioned it up 7 early there. And then Louisville looking good against Clemson. I know quite a few people on Clemson here as well as a short dog at home. We'll see if they're able to kind of get a bounce back spot here for a Clemson team that's been struggling as of late.
Now let's go out to the guest line. Justin Finsterman at Finsty Sports over on the Twitter machine, kind enough to join us, talk all things NBA. But I know you're an NFL guy as well. And Mike and I were talking a little bit about the combine and just it feels like maybe it lost a little bit of juice, a little bit of its luster. I used to really be looking forward to the combine and seeing what everyone did. And then now I'm a little less inclined. Do you pay attention to this? Does this go into your handicapping at all? Or do you feel kind of like we do that maybe it's lost a little bit of its luster?
Yeah, I try not to go too deep into the woods on that because that has led me down. And this can be applied with the NBA, with Summer League too, where you want to take advantage with some rookie props early on in the season. You can't read too much into it, and I don't as well. Those that love the game of football that just completely nerd out on it, I'm not anti-combine or anything like that. But when it comes to something like wagering right now, where it's business and it's taking away from someone's speed a little bit, it really just doesn't impress me enough to start placing futures bets on it or anything like that. However, I love the passion behind it because guys like you guys, I'm a big sports guy. And to really be into the combine, you got to be a big time football fan to go there, let alone even try to watch the coverage. So with that, I envy those that love it so much.
It's a fun thing to get the podcast from. I don't watch it myself, but there are 3 or 4 podcasts I like to listen to. Who are the big time risers? Who was awesome athletically? Sonny Styles, obviously a big conversation point after this weekend, but it feels like it has lost a little bit of the juice. Now we're going to talk some NBA props with you. And I know that one thing you've really been successful at is betting rebounds. So it's one of those spots where I don't think people necessarily just dive into it. A lot of people love playing points props, but rebounds seems like it's a little left to the side. Why do you like betting these rebounds props?
Well, kind of like with points props, with rebounds, you can get more than one in a single possession without the ball being turned over. Those offensive rebounds are crucial. Last year was cashing a lot with Walker Kessler because he was the king of offensive rebounding. We haven't had the luxury of having him for pretty much the entire season. So for me, I like to look at some of the lower lines. Sometimes last year I went with Domantas Sabonis a lot. His line was at 12.5 every game, and it was a fun little because I'm an overs better. But here's the thing with rebounding. When it comes to any of my content, I work a lot with pace. I use it as my backboard, the pace of play. So even when I see a double-digit spread like Toronto and Washington, and we know Toronto and their great defense and depth, they're going to be able to take care of the Wizards. But because of the big pace-up opportunity, because Washington plays very, very fast, we can still look at rebound props for even some of the studs on Toronto because they can grab them in volume, having more possessions at their disposal on average than they're used to.
Talking to Justin Finsterman, you can find him over at Fantasy Guru for all of his. So let's get into some of these games today. And speaking of that Toronto and Washington game, you've got some props on RJ Barrett and Ingram as well.
Yes, I mean, you could go up and down the board because there are a lot of volume rebounders here going up against Washington. And here's the other key, guys, that Toronto's not playing the next day too, which kind of still keeps me in a double-digit spread because we all know double-digit spreads are very scary, even with props as low as 5.5. And that's where you can find both RJ Barrett and Brandon Ingram. The juice is starting to go up, so people are starting to bet on Barrett. Here's the thing, guys. If you were deciding between one of the two, I personally think that RJ Barrett has proven a little bit more in recent games that he really doesn't need the 30 minutes to get to 6 rebounds. We're not seeing Emmanuel quickly take away from him. I don't know what the deal is with Scotty Barnes this year, guys. He's kind of like the weather, just too unpredictable. Some days he rebounds, some days he doesn't. Some days it's a high volume of assists, some days he just camps out in the corner. Hard to tell, but it's not taking away from both Barrett and Ingram. And I'll say this, if you're looking to bet both, for me, like I said, Barrett, I think, is a little bit safer. But here's the deal with Brandon Ingram. We've seen it multiple times this year. Him going over that 5.5 mark, playing just, I believe, 29 minutes and 30 minutes against Washington. So they're not playing full minutes, and I feel like we can trust them in that spot with no game tomorrow for them.
Now, what is, I guess we'll call it the marquee game of the day, or at least one of them. The Lakers head into Golden State, taking on a shell of what we expected the Warriors to be at the start of the season. Right now, LA laying 3.5, the total sitting at 229.5, and you're heading back to the prop market here.
I am. And this is one where I'm not going to be playing to the pace here because the Lakers play a little bit more on the slower side, bottom 10 when it comes to pace here. But if there's one thing I have figured out regarding the Lakers, they are a little bit vulnerable when it comes to rebounding. Not the best rebounding team. And even shooting has been up and down too for them. We know how top heavy they are. So for me, that kind of keeps me in with guys like Brandon Pajemski, who I don't know if you guys have seen, but he has completely exploded over the last few games. And I've made sure when I see a guy like that pull down a very high octane volume of rebounds for being a guard, I then all of a sudden I have to watch this guy the next night. He's pretty much applying basic fundamentals. He's not leaving to go to the other side of the court. He's the only one that's staying there going after the rebound. So seeing that with my eyes, along with the data matching up, I feel like we can still put some trust into Pajemski tonight. Even with Draymond Green playing, I don't think it takes away from him enough here. So I'm thinking another one, 5.5 rebounds, where, yeah, with Draymond Green being there, does it, create a little bit of interference? A little bit, but that to me is more on the assist side. For rebounding, he's been doing it, and I think once again, like we've seen him go over even off the bench previously against LA, I think he can do it again tonight.
Talking to Justin Finsterman. You can find him at Finsty Sports over on the Twitter machine and at fantasyguru.com. We have a game, another day game here in Houston and Miami. I'm watching my odds board kind of light up. They are fighting over the 2.5 and the 1.5. As soon as it gets to 2.5, people are taking it with Miami, and then it gets to 1.5, and they're laying it there with Houston. 226.5, though, is at least sticking right now as far as a total. Anything in this one?
So with this one, I'll tell you this. When it comes to this, I was looking because I'm also, besides props, I'm into money line parlays. Mm-hmm. I'm actually very into that. And I was trying to see, because I try to pick obviously an obvious one here, Toronto over Washington. The only other game, because I'm not someone that force bets, but the only other game that I see here is that Rockets game. But Miami, while they play fast, they let up a lot of rebounding. And with the Rockets, I know they're going to be missing Jabari Smith, but they still have a tremendous amount of depth. I'm kind of scared off of it a little bit from the money. So if I'm going to play this game, number one, I'm going to go after Houston. Number two, I'd put them in the money line parlay with Toronto. And the odds, they're somewhat appealing there when you get them combined. But at the end of the day, guys, with the spread being that low and Miami, a very well-coached team, and can keep up with Houston with the offense that they have, that's mostly a stay away from me when it comes to the game itself.
The last game of the day between the two of the worst teams in the NBA, the Pelicans taking on the Jazz. A very different situation here, though, is the Pelicans, they don't have their own pick. The Jazz very much we have seen go into Tankapalooza mode here and just sit players in the fourth quarter. How do you attack these games where you know one team's tanking, and are you looking at props or a side or a total here?
I mean, I can never, guys, I can't trust Utah, number one, anymore, because if, Mike, everything you just said here, they're ruining they themselves are ruining the game of basketball because they've taken tanking to a whole new obvious screw-off kind of level, because that's really what it is when they have the lead and they're conveniently pulling Lowry Markkanen in the fourth quarter. Yeah, and Yusuf Nurkic when he was in. They didn't want to play him, so they kept him active, conveniently pull him out of the starting lineup last second, keep him active, but don't play him in back-to-back games off the bench. However, on the other side here, we can't forget that Utah plays a little bit on the quicker side, and while with the Pelicans, I'm back in wait-and-see mode because DeJounte Murray takes up a lot of usage, and we know at his best he could be a stat stuffer. So what I'm doing here with DeJounte Murray out of this game and Trey Murphy out too, you can go and start looking at the rebounding props here. Sadiq Bey, it's going to be a big-time sweat at 5.5 like it normally is. But Derek Queen, the odds are starting to get a little juicy there. We've seen him in spurts grab a decent amount of boards, but I'm seeing him at 6.5 right there. And being that the Jazz front court's completely banged up and he's been grabbing more than 6 lately, I feel like that's an area we can trust with that game. Derek Queen on the over.
He is Justin Finsty Finsterman. You can find him at Finsty Sports and at Fantasy Guru. I appreciate the time, buddy, and good luck.
Thank you guys again for having me.
Absolutely. Great stuff there from Finsty. And again, find him over at Fantasy Guru. Mike Samich, we still got to talk the Baltimore Orioles. We still got to talk the Tampa Bay Rays if we're going to get through all of this AL East talk. And boy, those Orioles bets I loved just a few weeks ago, don't love them quite as much. I'll tell you why when we come back.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-566-3062. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com
or call 800-566-3062. That's 800-566-3062.
Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Experience the ultimate pool and watch party at Circa Resort and Casino in Las Vegas. Hi, I'm
And we're live here outside the Perez family home, just waiting for the... And there they go. Almost on time this morning. Mom is coming out the front door strong with a double-arm kid carry. Looks like Dad has the bags. Daughter is bringing up the rear. Oh, but the diaper bag wasn't closed. Diapers and toys are everywhere. Ooh, but Mom has just nailed the perfect car seat buckle for the toddler. And now the eldest daughter, who looks to be about 9 or 10, has secured herself in the booster seat. Dad zips the bag closed, and they're off. But looks like Mom doesn't realize her coffee cup is still on the roof of the car. And there it goes. Oh, that's a shame. That mug was a fam favorite.
Don't sweat the small stuff. Just nail the big stuff, like making sure your kids are buckled correctly in the right seat for their age and size. Learn more at nhtsa.gov/the right seat.
Visit nhtsa.gov/the right seat.
Brought to you by NHTSA and the Ad Council.
Look through your children's eyes to see the true magic of a forest. It's a storybook world for them. You look and see a tree. They see the wrinkled face of a wizard with arms outstretched to the sky. They see treasure in pebbles. They see a windy path that could lead to adventure. And they see you, their fearless guide through this fascinating world.
Find a forest near you and start exploring at discovertheforest.org. Brought to you by the United States Forest Service and the Ad Council.
What is dedication?
I am the father of a 9-year-old little girl and a 6-year-old little boy. And I find fatherhood both relentlessly challenging and relentlessly rewarding. My daughter is biological and my son is adopted. I love them both so much. From the morning when you wake up to putting them to bed at night and every moment in between, it really is so special, and boy, is it exhausting. One thing that I fear about being a parent is the future for my children. I think a parent's job is to protect our children, but also prepare them for the world so they become good, kind human beings. But I'm also hopeful that the future holds a more inclusive and compassionate world for them.
That's dedication. Find out more at fatherhood.gov. Brought to you by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services and the Ad Council.
If you're worried your friend may be struggling, remember, you don't have to be there to be there.
You can say how are you or get a fake tattoo. You can ask with an app if it works for you. You could chat on the game, kick off your flip-flops. You can ask on your couch while you binge watch. Whatever gets you talking.
Reach out to a friend about their mental health. Learn how you can help at seizetheawkward.org. Brought to you by the Ad Council, American Foundation for Suicide Prevention, and the Jed Foundation.
This is Everett Fitzhugh, the radio voice of the NHL Seattle Kraken. And when I want to catch up with Youngstown sports, I tune in to Western Reserve Radio, WRDB, The Scourge.
Betting Network, and we were just talking a little bit about the Combine, Mike, and it was almost as if someone was listening to us out there because a chart comes out about maybe why we should pump the brakes at least a little bit on the Combine. I'm going to read you the names of the fastest wide receiver 40s in the Combine. And, stop me when we get to a good receiver, okay? Xavier Worthy, Dante Stallworth, John Ross, Anthony Schwartz, Dree Archer, Henry Ruggs, Marquise Goodwin, Jerome Mathis, Tyquan Thornton, Jacoby Ford, J.J. Nelson, Matthew Golden, Darius Hayward-Bay, Mike Thomas, not Michael Thomas, Mike Thomas, the Arizona version of that, Dante Thornton Jr., Santana Moss. Okay, maybe we could. Santana Moss had at least a career in the NFL.
Yeah.
Like we could. Paris Campbell, Clyde Gates, Rondale Moore, Travis Benjamin, Tyquan Underwood, Curtis Samuel, which whatever your opinion of him, I wouldn't say it was a good career. Velus Jones, Dion Butler, Andy Isabella, Aaron Lockett, Chad Jackson, Tim Carter, and Lewis Murphy. Those are all your 4.32s and shorter. I can't even begin. An embarrassing amount of these went in rounds 3, 1, 2, or 3. And there's we stopped at Santana Moss. There's basically one guy on there that we would say had a good NFL career. I know there's a couple to be determined. I know a couple to be determined, but yeah.
Worthy has started out well. We'll see what he can do as he progresses, but he needs to really learn more of the route tree. He's got to become more of a threat in the entire field. And that's what I think a lot of these speed guys, you got to develop other routes besides go deep. You have to have things that you can utilize besides your speed. A lot of those guys not top tier route runners, I would say. And like Matthew Golden, I think has at least a little bit of an interesting version of his career as well. We'll see what he can do second year in Green Bay there, but it's really a lot of dudes you wouldn't want on your team. Santana Moss, who was nice at times, and then Worthy and Golden, who are yet to be determined. Yeah. But it's not a high hit rate there. You're talking about receivers that are just burners.
If you want to talk about us like romanticizing speed, it seems like the wide receiver position, we just romanticize speed so much. And that is the top 30 guys, Mike, in Combine history. We stopped at Santana Moss. And like, if I told you to name a good NFL wide receiver of the last 20 years, you would name 100 before you ever got to Santana Moss. Like, we're kind of stretching it with Santana Moss. And like you said, yes, there are a couple to be determined on that list. But by and large, I think maybe we need to pump the brakes at least a little bit on the whole speed thing when it comes to wide receivers and make sure that, you know, they can catch it. And like you said, they can run more than just route out on the field.
Well, yeah, you look at the elite wide receivers in the NFL, they're route runners, right? They're guys who are able to get open on underneath routes, on deep go routes, but also on that deep in route, the corner routes. It's not just, hey, I run really fast in a straight line, hit me deep. You have to have more in your arsenal than that. It's like, and you look at like even Xavier Worthy, where it's like, hey, we're going to throw it to him 2 yards down the field, see if he can make a play with it. We'll use him on end arounds, and we'll try run him deep. You don't have that full route tree from guys like you do with Jackson Smith and Jigba and Chase, who are, by the way, really fast. They're just not lightning fast, right? They have other attributes. And that's why I think you have to look at who's in that 4.3, 4.4 range, but elite route runners with good hands. That is more, you want the fast dudes, but they don't have to be like all-time burners. They just have to be fast and quick in and out of breaks as well. I mean, we've seen Cooper Kupp, who's not a burner, have a phenomenal career because he's really good at getting in and out of breaks efficiently and not losing top speed when doing so.
Guys, stop paying full price for gas. We've talked to you about it here. The Upside app helps you out, and you can make sure that you're not doing that. There are drivers out there already saving $200 to $300 a year just for buying the gas that they get anyway. Go in, promo code Saturday for 25 cents back per gallon on your first tank. Again, you can get this anytime. You can cash out to your bank account or to e-gift cards like Amazon. Download the free Upside app now. Promo code Saturday for a limited time 25-cent per gallon bonus on your first tank. Offers vary by user and location. Please see the upside.com for additional details. But again, free Upside app, promo code Saturday whenever you do that. So, like I said, I was falling in love with the Baltimore Orioles. I wanted to get ahead of what I assumed was going to be the team of the summer after they signed Pete Alonso. And remember, we were kind of on that right before that went down, get a win total bet in. And now I still have the better of the number. I've got 82.5. They're sitting 85.5. But you go in, you get a couple of injuries to start the season already, which is terrible. Jordan Westberg and Jackson Holliday, two guys that were projected to be, really one of the heart of this team. Gunnar Henderson obviously is awesome, and we know Pete Alonso is great. And they did add Taylor Ward, who kind of under the radar because he's played for the Angels for so long. Nobody realizes he's had really solid seasons for the last 4 or 5 seasons, but the Angels have been so irrelevant that it didn't really matter. But I don't hate the team. I just do not like the team as much as I did. It's that doggone hamate bone for Jackson Holliday. And as we know, we have seen this injury linger with hitters for like all season.
Yeah, and if you were looking at the player you didn't want it to happen to, it's either Rushman or Holliday, who have been two of the younger guys who have at least hit at times here for this Orioles lineup. And stop me if you've heard this before. The Orioles season is going to depend on whether these young dudes hit, because that's exactly where we were 2 years ago. It's exactly where we were last year. You've got Rushman, Holliday, Westberg, you've got Cowser, you've got Mayo, Gunnar Henderson. All of these guys need to hit at the same time at some point for this Orioles team, for them to be able to achieve their peak. You look at the rotation. I'm not in love with it. I'll let you talk about your thoughts on it. But this goes back to the ceiling is huge.
Yeah.
If everyone hits. But we have not seen it. And it's been 2 full seasons now where we haven't seen it. I'm starting to say, the luster's a little bit off for me. This was a team we were talking about, the window being open 2 years ago. Last year was a disaster. We'll see if they can come back and play better baseball this year. But I don't disagree with the ceiling. It's just the odds of them hitting that ceiling seems to decrease every single year we go through this same pattern.
Yeah, so here's the deal about the rotation. I will say, so there's depth in the rotation. They just don't have a 1. And they might not even have a 2. It just kind of depends on what ends up happening with Bradish and Boz. So they're probably going to go 6-man rotation is my guess, because you've got Trevor Rogers, Kyle Bradish, Chris Bassett. They just signed Chris Bassett. They traded for Shane Boz. They have Zach Eflin, and they also have Dean Kramer. So, that's the thing, Mike. It's like with these other teams, we've been like, man, I really like the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, kind of a question mark. They actually have 6 legit Major League Baseball starters. It's just none of them are 1s. And again, Boz has the upside to be a 2. Bradish has the upside to be a 2. They haven't really shown it consistently enough. And so it's like, they might not even have a 2. They just have a whole bunch of maybe 3s. And that's not a terrible place to be, I guess, because there are some teams out there who would pray to have at least 1 3, and you've got 6 of them. But it's an interesting rotation to say the least.
Yeah, I think you have 6 good 3s, good 4, somewhere in that range. And that to me is where you start to get a little bit worried about this team, because we just talked about the inconsistencies on the offensive side. If you've got a bunch of very good 3s and very good 4s, but you're hitting the baseball, that's going to work. If you've got a bunch of 3s and 4s and you're not hitting the baseball, that's going to be a really big problem. So to me, it all goes back to, do these young guys hit or not? And they have the pedigree to all hit. We've seen them hit in stretches at certain times, but we just haven't seen the consistency from them. And I love the Alonso ad. I love the idea of adding a veteran bat that I trust in the middle of the lineup. You still need other guys to be able to produce around him to really get close to what you expect from this Baltimore team. And that really is what this comes down to, is what are we going to get from these young hitters, because the staff can't carry them.
You have to have Cowser. You have to have Cowser and Mayo hit this year. These are 2 dudes that every time they get sent down to AAA, they crush, and then they come up to the majors and can't hit, and they go down the minors and then crush again, and then can't hit in the majors. And it's like, you have to have Mayo and Cowser hit. And if that's the case, then you can kind of get by with the fact that, unfortunately, Holliday is going to be later down in the season, and Westberg and stuff like that. Oh, by the way, Westberg is an oblique. How many times has this dragged on with hitters and stuff and whatever? Yep. So, but if you get the production out of those other 2 guys that, again, have not done it at the major league level, but have done it at AAA on multiple stints, which is just the weirdest, kind of like the weirdest thing, then they can withstand. But if they don't, then we could be looking at this lineup and talking about this team the same way that we talked about them last year. I do have a Helsley most saves bet. If you didn't know this, Felix Bautista is injured for this team, so they go and gave a bunch of money to Ryan Helsley. He's going to come in and be their closer. At the very least, Mike, I still think they win a decent amount of games, but with that lineup the way it is, I don't know if they're winning a bunch of games by a ton of runs and stuff. And so I think Helsley, especially at a big number that's attached to his name, is at least fairly interesting as far as like leading the league in saves. If they get to that's 85.5 win total, right? Supposed to get to 85 wins in one way or the other, a few games one way or the other. That's a lot of opportunities to save games.
It is. It's going to be like the 7-5, the 8-7 saves, not the 3-2, 5-3 that you're looking at in Seattle, but it is an opportunity. If you do get these bats going, all of a sudden the save stat, I do think it matters as well, because again, you don't have those elite arms that are going to hold teams to 0, 1, and 2 runs often.
We got some horse bets we will remind you of whenever we come back. We still got to talk about the Tampa Bay Rays. Are they undervalued here, strangely enough, with all of this? And, of course, we will keep you updated on everything going on out there in the sports world. Final segment when we come back. Ready, set, bet, VSiN, the Sports Betting Network.
$5,000. That's the average amount of money people in the U.S. are now spending on gas in a year. $5,000. That's crazy. If you drive, you have to download Upside, the free app that gives you cash back every time you get gas. That's right. You can earn real cash back with Upside just by buying the gas you're already buying. You can literally start earning cash back today.
I use Upside every time I fill up, and I've already made around $300.
You're putting gas in your car anyway. Why not get real cash back? If you like free money, download Upside.
I'm saving the cash I earn from using Upside to help pay for a vacation later this year.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code TURBO to get an extra 25 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code TURBO for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code TURBO for a 25 cents per gallon bonus.
Celebrate in style with the Legacy Club Sunset Package at Circa Resort and Casino. Cozy up by a fire pit. Enjoy handcrafted cocktails.
To some people, the sound of a baby babbling doesn't mean much. But that's not necessarily true. By 6 months, they're combining vowels and consonants. By 9 months, they're trying out different kinds of sounds. And by 12 months, their babbling is beginning to take on some meaning. Especially if there's no babbling at all. Little to no babbling by 12 months or later is just one of the possible signs of autism in children. Early screening and intervention can make a lifetime of difference and unlock a world of possibilities. Take the first step at autismspeaks.org. A public service announcement brought to you by Autism Speaks and the Ad Council.
The following is made possible by Dad.
Why was the basketball court all wet? Because the players kept dribbling all over it.
The dad joke. Corny, grown-worthy, but also one of the simplest ways to share a moment with your kids.
Why do you have to be careful when it's raining cats and dogs? Because you might step in a poodle.
And kids that spend more time with their dads grow up to be smarter, more successful.
Can I tell you a cat joke? Just kidding.
And, with any luck, funnier adults.
Why didn't the skeleton go to the dance? Because he didn't have any body to go with.
Dad jokes rule. So take a moment to make a moment and give your kid a laugh. It's as easy as going to fatherhood.gov. Brought to you by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services and the Ad Council.
That's really funny.
What grows in the forest? Trees? Sure. Know what else grows in the forest? Our imagination, our sense of wonder, and our family bonds grow too. Because when we disconnect from this and connect with this, we reconnect with each other and build family memories we will carry with us forever. The forest is closer than you think. Find a forest near you and start exploring at discovertheforest.org. It's easy. Just put in your zip code to find family-friendly outdoor destinations near you. You'll also find guides to free activities, games, and amazing forest facts. Give the magic of the outdoors to your kids and reconnect with your family. Find a forest near you at discovertheforest.org. That's discovertheforest.org. Brought to you by the United States Forest Service and the Ad Council.
This is Matt Lipsack, the voice of the Youngstown Phantoms, and your home for Phantoms hockey is Western Reserve Radio.
The Sports Betting Network.
Ready, set, bet here on VC, Matt Brown and Mike Simon. We do have one game going on over in the association. The Hornets are up 71-59 on the Portland Trailblazers. And Mike, I was talking to you off air and saying, like, should we take advantage of the plus 125 on Cooper Flagg? We know how reactionary these markets are. Khan's having a rough day today. He's got 5 points in 20 minutes. He's 1 of 5 from downtown. No assists, a couple of turnovers in this one. It wouldn't surprise me if we look up in this might actually toggle back and forth multiple times between now and by the time this thing is done.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting just to see kind of where they move. But the problem with it is, like, we don't know how many games Flagg's going to play down the stretch. I mean, I would expect he's going to hit the minimum, but at the same time, you're going to have less games. And this Charlotte Hornets team, they're getting love from the general public, from the press. And the Khan story is a big reason why this is going to be a team that is at least in the play-in. They have an opportunity to be able to move up to that 9 seed, possibly, maybe the 8, or maybe the 8 or the 7 there. Hard pressed to think they get to the 6, but they are going to be in the play-in. They're only a half game back of Atlanta right now, just 2 back of Miami, 3 back of Orlando. The story for Khan, and we talk about this in awards markets that get voted for, the story for Khan, I think, is just so much better than a Mavericks team, which we're not sure what type of usage we're going to get from Flagg down the stretch.
Yeah, do want to point out, though, no minimum for Rookie of the Year, so that you don't have to do the 65-game thing for Rookie of the Year. And so that's what really is the fly in the ointment here for this, because are there going to be enough voters who just look and say, okay, it's not Cooper Flagg's fault that the team sat him out, right? And like that he played limited minutes and that whatever and all of that. Are there going to be enough voters, or are there going to be enough voters out there who get mad that the team did that and almost want to vote for Khan and, you know, just to like stick it to the Mavs? Or like, it's interesting because it is a human vote, right? And I think there will be some on one side and some on the other. I think there will be some who go, man, he had really good stats when he was playing regular minutes, but then they started like jacking with his stuff and like, can I really punish the kid for that? And then I think there'll be some who will just like hold it against him.
Yeah, I agree. But again, if you're sitting out games down the stretch, we see so many of these awards decided down the stretch. We saw it in the NFL for Rookie of the Year, Offensive Player of the Year. You're going to see it where you want to be fresh in the minds of voters when these votes get made. And if one player is sitting out and the other player is a key cog that gets a team that had low expectations into the play-in, that is going to be factored inside their minds, irregardless of whether or not voters will admit that. It's natural human tendency to say, well, this team's better. This team's heading to the playoffs. And this was one of the key cogs that allowed them to be able to do that. It's just hard for me to think that that's going to get left off here.
So we are 45-29, Kentucky all over Vandy here in the first half. We are under a minute left there in that one. We will let you know if anything changes in the last 45 seconds. And then Clemson, 32-27, 4-minute mark there. They are hosting Louisville. Mike, we want to get to the Tampa Bay Rays. Like I said in kind of the opening deal in the hour number one, always a team that just finds a way to hang around. You don't know why. You go down and you look and you go, this team's not as talented as everybody else, at least from a name perspective and all of that. And yet organizationally somehow continue to find ways to win games. Now, this rotation is at least somewhat interesting because Drew Rasmussen, Ryan Pepio, Shane McClanahan, all three of those, when good, are great. Like, it's not even just not even like, oh, they're good when they're good. No, they're great when they are good. Now, Nick Martinez and Steven Matz, you're 4 and 5. Meh. I think that they're better. Their best days are behind them, I'm pretty sure. But you've got a pretty solid top 3 with that. And then you've kind of got some retreads in the lineup that if they can find glory, like you've got Gavin Lux, Jonathan Aranda, Cedric Mullins, Jake Fraley, like all these dudes that, other teams have thrown away, but they're not like completely washed. So like if they can find something, like, I don't know, it's the hardest team for me to handicap.
Yeah, I mean, it's the easiest one for me, but especially when we talked about all of these different pieces on these top four, and then you look at this 15, it's clearly the worst team on paper. The top end of the rotation could, like, look, if Shane McClanahan can find it, really find it and stay healthy, yeah, he's legit. Same with your number one starter there and Drew Rasmussen. Like, I just don't trust either of them's really going to find it and be healthy the entire season. And then you look at the lineup and like the retreads aren't bad, but like Lux and Mullins, like those weren't large losses for the teams they were on. And here we are trying to hype them up as people who can really contribute. Yes, this Rays team finds ways. This is not one of those teams that I expect to find a way. I think this is clearly your fourth best team in the division. And the fact that you have the other, or fifth best team in the division, and the fact that you have the four on top of them makes it even more difficult. Like if we were in an easier division, if we were in a division with one good team or possibly two good teams, you could argue there's some upside here. But with the fact that you're going to have to play a lot of divisional games against four teams that are simply better than you, it makes it hard for me to really want to make an argument that this is a playoff team in Tampa.
Yeah, and the other thing that you would fear, I think, if you wanted to bet this team, if you were trying to find a way to talk yourself into an over or something like that, they're the most likely seller of all the teams in the division, right? I mean, we talked about four teams that we think are better than them, and probably teams that will, at least as they enter the season, are probably thinking we're going to be buyers, right? Like I would imagine all four teams think they're going to be buyers. I don't think that that's probably what Tampa is thinking right now. And if you do get a, throwback season from Aranda or Lux or Mullins or Fraley or whatever, something like that, they're probably the first ones out of town.
Well, and not only are they most likely the sellers, there is 5% chance, probably less, they're buyers. Even if they are in the race, they're probably not going out and buying because they're not good enough to do that, right? And it's not an organization that you see consistently buy at the deadline, even when they're inside the mix. Maybe you add a bullpen arm or something like that, but you're not going out and getting a front-of-the-line starter. You're not going out and getting a middle-of-the-order hitter if you're Tampa Bay, even if you're contending. So not only are they the most likely team to sell, they are absolutely the least likely team to buy at the deadline if you are 2 games back, 3 games back of the division lead.
A quick reminder, if you're betting on season-long props or if you are a fantasy player or whatever, they are back at Tropicana. So like it is no longer, they're not playing in the AAA stadium anymore. So they're back in one of which was one of the best pitchers parks in all of baseball, which one of the worst hitters parks. And that all changed our mindset when they moved to the AAA park. That's not the case anymore. They're back over at Tropicana. And so, uptick for the pitchers, down for the hitters. And you might not like any of these hitters anyway.
Yeah, it's hard to really gravitate toward any of these bats as being guys you want in fantasy, as being people that you expect to be able to produce for a full season. I think you'll get spurts from like guys like Cedric Mullins have value in fantasy because there's going to be a really good month. There's going to be some bad months that go along with it. And to your point, maybe these are guys you want to keep on a, like Mullins is an interesting one because if he does hit, I do think he moves at the deadline and all of a sudden you're in a good lineup. And that's someone who could really carry you later in fantasy. But that is more or less how I'm looking at this Tampa team. It's going to be I take some shots on some fantasy guys, but it's not going to be a team that I'm investing in on the over. If anything, I'd be betting the under win total here.
Yeah, I like that you have a more firm position on them than I do. They're just curious because they do have all these dudes that, in theory, could be good. But like, like in theory could be good. So I don't know. We shall see.
You could argue their floor is higher than Baltimore, right? You could argue their floor is equal to Boston. The ceilings for both those teams is 15 wins higher, right? That's where the problem for me comes in, is that the floors may be equal, but the ceilings are drastically different.
All right, Mike, we got to get through this really, really quick here. Of course, you can get all the full breakdown. Go back and rewatch the show there in hour number 2. But let's talk about your plays real quick at Gulfstream.
Yeah, let's do it. Race number 10, the Very One Stakes. We're going to go with the number 4, Candy's Quest, 5-2 in that spot. Race number 11, the Devona Dale with Oaks points on the line. We are going with the number 7, Swing Vote at 3-1 there. And the race of the day, race 14, the Fountain of Youth from Gulfstream Park. We're going to go with number 6, Chief Wallaby, 9-2 on the board. We also have the Gotham Stakes, which has Kentucky Derby points on the line, as well as the Fountain of Youth. We're going to play a cold 6-5 exacta there. Iron Honor over Right to Party.
There we go. And again, guys, full breakdown on that. Go watch replay hour number 2. Want to thank Ryan McIntyre for stopping by again at Moneyline_Mac over there on the Twitter machine. Worth the follow. It's just listen, some people are entertaining over there on the Twitter machine. He is definitely one of them. Justin Finsterman, of course, joining us from Fantasy Guru, giving us some great thoughts on the NBA. And then Tom Albright joining us in here. One of the Sun Run guys, one of our average Joe winners here, Mike. And we said it. I just want the feeling one time, buddy. One time. Can we get the feeling one time?
One time.
Hopefully it coincides in a quarter. Hopefully it coincides with wouldn't it be terrible to be 20-0 in a 4-week span, but it wrapped around like a quarter, and so you didn't do it and you didn't get anything out of it. Guys, don't go anywhere. Live Bet Saturday coming up, cashing out following that. And of course, you wake up to the weekend morning line. For Mike, I am Matt. Good luck on all your bets.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Ask yourself this question. Is it really worth holding on to that timeshare that you know you need to get rid of? Here's the truth. The average maintenance fee just went up over 17%. That could have been 117%, and there's nothing you can do about it. When you buy a timeshare, you give them a blank check for annual maintenance and assessment fees. I'm Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group. For 15 years, I've helped over 50,000 families cancel their timeshare. Not sell it, not transfer it, cancel it. Did you buy a timeshare because they told you it was a great investment and your maintenance fees would never go up? That's a lie. Are you ready to get rid of your timeshare once and for all? Simply call us and I'll send you our timeshare exit kit that explains all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your timeshare exit kit. 800-939-2525. That's 800-939-2525. 800-939-2525.
What do you get when you combine?
Right now, our country feels divided, but there's a place where people are coming together.
I gotta tell you, I was nervous to talk to someone so different than me.
Me too, but I'm glad we are.
Love Has No Labels and One Small Step are helping people with different political views, beliefs, and life experiences come together through conversation, and it feels good.
Wow, your story is so...
interesting?
Yeah.
When people actually sit down, talk, and listen to one another, they can break down boundaries and connect as human beings. At lovehasnolabels.com/onesmallstep, you can listen to amazing, life-changing conversations and find simple tools to start a conversation of your own.
I know one thing. This conversation gives me hope.
It gives me a lot of hope, too.
Take a step toward bringing our country and your community together by having the courage to start a conversation at lovehasnolabels.com/onesmallstep. A message from StoryCorps, Love Has No Labels, and the Ad Council.
People do some pretty cool things in their 40s and 50s. Why should saving for retirement be any different? I mean, they go back to college, learn new instruments, start skateboarding. Whoa! Okay, maybe that one's not for everybody, but saving for retirement is. With aceyourretirement.org, you can get on track with your retirement savings no matter your age. Just have a 3-minute chat with Avo, the friendly digital retirement coach from AARP. You'll get personalized recommendations based on your input that are easy to understand and work with your lifestyle. It's quick, easy, and free. Plus, it's sponsored by AARP, so you know they got your back. Woohoo! Gnarly move, Dad.
Thanks, sweetie.
So wherever you are in your retirement savings journey, head to aceyourretirement.org and start chatting with Avo today. That's aceyourretirement.org. A message from AARP and the Ad Council.
During the fall and winter, grilling season never ends, and Gessler Propane is your local supplier that makes sure you get your hard-earned money's worth. Why go to gas exchanges to pay higher prices for tanks not filled to capacity? Gessler Propane makes sure you're prepared for year-round grilling with 100% filled tanks at a reasonable cost. See Bob, Monday Monday through Friday, 10 to 4, and Saturday, 9 to 3 at Gessler Propane, 702 Youngstown Poland Road, Struthers, or call 330-755-9119. Gessler Propane. They got gas.
Stations that are always ahead of the game. Western Reserve Radio, Western Reserve Radio 2, and City View Sportscast. Youngstown, Ohio.
This is Saturday on VSiN, the Sports Betting Network.
Welcome into the final Saturday in the month of February. The calendar turns to March, which means things are about to get very serious here. He's Ben Stevens. I'm Dustin Sweetelson, live from the D Hotel and Casino in downtown Las Vegas. And we got you covered all afternoon long when it comes to college basketball. Some NBA along the way as well that we'll get into. I have a few plays in the association. But Ben, it's an awesome time of year. We've got Bubble Watch. Teams trying to make statements, teams trying to stay alive and stave off those teams that are right on their heels. And we've got a great window of action today. Some live action to update you on in a moment. But first, my friend, how are we feeling here as we approach the month of March?
I feel fantastic. I am giddy with excitement. I am ready to go, and we'll be up until 9 p.m. Pacific time tonight, which of course is midnight Eastern, to ring in what feels like a celebration and a holiday. Sunday, March 1st. It is the very first day of a month defined for its madness. But Dustin, as we know, on this final day of February, and the last full regular season Saturday in Division I men's college basketball, the chaos does not wait until the month of March. We have already seen it here. Iowa on the road, upset by Penn State. NC State upset on the road by Notre Dame. Not just teams that are trying to earn a spot in the NCAA tournament. Selection Sunday, just 8 days away, or excuse me, a little bit more than that, 2 weeks from, as I carry my math here, 15 days away. That's the correct math that I needed to do on the fly. Not just teams, Dustin, trying to earn a berth to the big dance, but also the positioning in that bracket for the field of 68 and what your seed line looks like. Everything on this final day of Saturday with the first day of a new month, a month of March tomorrow, takes on those added importance and implications that we love in college basketball this time of year.
It's tremendous, man. It's about to get very, very real. And I think a statement was made by a team that cannot be doubted earlier today. Your number one overall seed, Duke, does not mess around. They take care of Virginia. We'll look back on that in just a minute. I want to get everyone updated where we stand with games currently going on, Ben. And I feel like another statement is being made potentially with Kentucky taking on Vanderbilt because Kentucky's a team that got off to a really rough start. They've had some ups and downs throughout the season here. Vanderbilt's a squad that I'm not necessarily looking to back when it comes to March Madness, depending on the draw. I just think that they have not stepped up when the competition has been better. But right now, Kentucky, with a really good performance against Vanderbilt at home, and I'm trying to get you the live score. Somehow my thing just went away here.
Classic.
Yeah, without
46-31 is the count at the half.
Thank you. 46-31. And for a Kentucky team that a lot of people hyped coming into the year, that seemingly has balance, that has youth, that has veterans, that has size, that has speed and shooting, Kentucky could be hitting their stride when it matters the most.
And it's really important, Dustin, to look at the performance and what you have done as of late, entering the month of February here on this or entering the month of March here on the final day of February. Kentucky is a team that last year, in the very first year under Mark Pope, who brought over the efficient and high-flying style from Provo at BYU to Kentucky, was the 10th most efficient offense in college basketball. This year, entering this Saturday slate, closer to 50th in the country, 49th to be exact. So when you're playing a Vanderbilt team that is constructed with its offense in mind first under head coach Mark Byington, you need to outpace them. It is exactly what the Cats are doing here in the opening half. 46 points in the opening 20 minutes for that 15-point advantage at the break. And Colin Chandler, a guy that followed his former head coach in Provo, Mark Pope, over to Kentucky, who has been a little bit lackluster at times. Already 15 points in the opening half, nearly a third of what Big Blue Nation has at home inside Rupp Arena. They closed as an ever so slight home favorite, just a 1.5 on that number. And to your point, Dustin, the Commodores, one of the great stories to start this year, a perfect 16-0 beginning to the season, matching a program best in Nashville. They have faded a little bit as the competition has ramped up in the SEC. This their fourth game as a dog this year, very much in danger, albeit with 20 minutes remaining, of being just 1-3, both outright and against the number when booked as an underdog in SEC play.
We've got halftime in Clemson with Louisville on the road there. Louisville was a slight favorite. I took Clemson plus the 1.5. I believe this one got up to 2 at one point as well. And at halftime, Clemson leads 38-35. This was a situation for me, Ben, and by the way, situation spots seem to be coming through pretty regularly, which we will bring up later on as we preview two huge Big 12 tilts in about 55 minutes. But for Clemson, they'd lost 4 in a row coming into this game. They get to go back home, and Louisville's in this group of teams for me. Louisville, NC State, there's a few others that I just can't bet anymore. They've done me dirty too many times. I'm just not willing to bet on them and let them take my money. So to me, I thought it was a really good landing spot for Brad Brownell and his team that really isn't all that impressive compared to past Clemson teams. Don't really have the outside shooting, but they do defend, they play well at home, and they know how to control the pace of a game.
And that's a key point, Dustin, because this Clemson team, because of their pace and because of their focus defensively, riding a 4-game losing skid, entering this game at Little John Coliseum at home against Louisville, that has been their downfall in this 4-game slide. They've allowed at least 70 points in 3 of those 4, and the other one only scoring 54 despite giving up only 67 against Duke just a weekend ago. This is a Clemson team that needs to be dominant on the defensive side of the basketball court. Dustin, I mentioned 70-plus in 3 of the 4 consecutive losses for the Tigers. They had only allowed 70-plus in 2 of their first 11 ACC games entering this 4-game slide. And you need to be good defensively against a Louisville team that is going to take more than 53% of their overall field goal attempts from 3. And because the Cardinals rely on the 3, you're going to hear it a multitude of times as the month of March progresses. You can die by the 3. 5 of 16 in the opening half for Louisville on the road, just about 31%. If Clemson can keep making things difficult for the Cards from beyond that 3-point line, this is going to be a Clemson game. They close as a slight home underdog at the break, up by 3. They're a live 1.5-point favorite.
Now, a game that's not quite going the direction that I'd like, because in the Circa College Hoops Challenge, which I am a part of this year, I'm honored to be in the field with a bunch of the best handicappers around. College basketball is not my best sport, but I am having a pretty solid year. My best bet was the under in Oklahoma State, Cincinnati. And at halftime, the Bearcats lead 51-33. That total is currently up to 165.5 in game. I ended up betting under on 150.5. So not quite going the way I'd like, but hey, they could slow down the pace there. There were 2 interesting Big Ten games today, Ben, that I want your opinion on because I just couldn't get there. You had Oregon coming off the win against Wisconsin, going to Northwestern, where they were catching 3.5. They're now up 36-29 at halftime. They're laying 4.5 as all of a sudden Dana Altman's team is playing really good basketball. And then UCLA, a team since Mick Cronin had his 400th blow-up of the season. Finally, the message has gotten across to the team. They're at Minnesota. They've won a few big games here. They were laying 1.5, and right now at halftime they lead 41-40 at the Gophers.
Just underway in that second half in the barn in Minneapolis, Bobby Durkin, which conveniently is the name of my future father-in-law, so it always throws me off when he does something good for the Gophers, buries a 3 to put Minnesota up by a bucket, 43-41. Dustin, a couple of my bets in that 2 p.m. Eastern time window, the hour before we start, but the games we get to react to live down the stretch in the second half as we start here on Live Bet Saturday. I'm on Minnesota plus 1.5 at home. UCLA away from the West Coast, away from the Pacific time zone, and their 2 years of Big Ten play has been atrocious. I will find those exact numbers for you when we come back on the other side of the break. But that was much of the thought. In a spot for Minnesota, who has been a really good team at home in the barn this year, with home wins already against Indiana, against Iowa, and against Michigan State, felt like a time for the Golden Gophers to cause just a bit of chaos after a UCLA week, with the overtime victory against Illinois a week ago, hammering their crosstown rival by nearly 20, that being USC on Tuesday night. Felt like the spot for Minnesota, who has been a very interesting team throughout this season, to find its teeth. Quickly on Oregon, winners of 3 of its last 4. And part of that is the emergence of an all Big Ten performer from a year ago who dealt with some injuries midway through the end of January into early February, the big man in Nate Biddle. Injuries has been the story for Oregon this season. But Dustin, this is a sneaky Oregon team that is trying to battle to get out of the opening round of the Big Ten tournament a week from Tuesday, playing on that first day and at least earning 1 bye in the Big Ten tourney. Biddle at the half as Oregon leads by 7 in Evanston, 12 points already for the Ducks. A really interesting Oregon team that always plays its best basketball under Dana Altman in the month of March, doing so late here in February in Big Ten play.
Yeah, I had thought Dana Altman might have lost his fastball because they were getting punked in their own building pretty regularly this year. But now all of a sudden it does appear that they're figuring some things out. So we'll keep you updated on all the action currently going on in college basketball. We have a bunch of games about to tip off, though, at the bottom of this hour, including South Carolina and Georgia. I don't have an official play, but maybe we could talk ourselves into something, because looking at the trends, I do believe there is a right side there. Also, later on in about 50 minutes, Texas Tech, Iowa State. You also have Arizona and Kansas, Nebraska, USC. Tons of action across the board. We will be all over all of it. I want to remind you that you need to stop paying full price for gas. Download the free Upside app and earn real cash back every time you fill up. It's quick, it's easy, and it actually adds up. Drivers are earning $200 to $300 a year just buying the gas they already needed. Use promo code Saturday for 25 cents back per gallon on your first tank and cash out anytime to your bank account or e-gift cards like Amazon. Download the free Upside app now and use promo code Saturday for a limited time 25 cent per gallon bonus. Offers vary by user and location. See upside.com for more details. He's Ben Stevens. I'm Dustin Sweetelson. This is Live Bet Saturday, VSiN, the Sports Betting Network. It is a jam-packed, jelly-tight day when it comes to college basketball. Statements need to be made, and situations are the key to the game at this point of the season. Ben and I will break it all down when we return right here on VSiN, the Sports Betting Network.
$5,000. That's the average amount of money people in the U.S. are now spending on gas in a year. $5,000. That's crazy. If you drive, you have to download Upside, the free app that gives you cash back every time you get gas. That's right. You can earn real cash back with Upside just by buying the gas you're already buying. You can literally start earning cash back today.
I use Upside every time I fill up, and I've already made around $300.
You're putting gas in your car anyway. Why not get real cash back? If you like free money, download Upside.
I'm saving the cash I earn from using Upside to help pay for a vacation later this year.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code TURBO to get an extra 25 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code TURBO for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code TURBO for a 25 cents per gallon bonus.
This is an important notice to all U.S. taxpayers. The IRS is giving away billions of dollars in tax savings through a federal program called the Fresh Start Initiative to aid delinquent taxpayers. This initiative was established for anyone facing financial hardship and unable to pay their back taxes. Qualifying and enrolling in this program will stop all collections, settle your delinquent tax problem, and even reduce what you owe by thousands of dollars. Call the hotline at People's Tax Relief to see if you qualify and get this free information by dialing 800-548-6839. If you have unfiled tax returns or cannot afford to pay your personal or business back taxes, you can now get the help you need. One simple phone call can resolve your tax problem and save you thousands of dollars. To see if you qualify and to get this important free information, call 800-548-6839. 800-548-6839. 800-548-6839.
VEASAN's player prop projection tool is now available for the NBA. Get projections for points, assists, rebounds, and more powered by Opta AI on VEASAN.com.
Are you ready to hit the gridiron and make your mark? The Cleveland Cobras are recruiting players and coaches for the upcoming Premier Amateur Football League season. We're looking for passion, grit, and the relentless drive to win. Whether you're a seasoned vet or hungry rookie, your shot starts now. Join a brotherhood, build a legacy, strike with the Cobras. Follow us on Facebook at Cleveland Cobras Football, or for league information, visit TAFLfootball.com to get started today. Team Pride Cobras.
Located in Applewood Estates in Boardman Township, the Applewood Swim and Tennis Club offers a pleasant family environment. Choose a membership that meets your needs and enjoy a relaxing venue that includes not only swimming for the family, but also youth activities such as competitive swimming, tennis, and more. Enjoy the friendly atmosphere all summer long with the staff and members of the Applewood Swim and Tennis Club. For more information, go to applewoodswimandtennis.com or call 330-953-2833.
You're listening to Western Reserve Radio at westernreserveradio.com on the Live 365 network and the Live 365 app.
I'm Ben Stevens. It is our final day in the month of February. It is the final full Saturday in the regular season all across the country in Division I men's college basketball. There are 143 men's D1 college hoops games on this single Saturday with huge ramifications for conference championship races and, of course, the NCAA tournament as well. Dustin, let's go to the SEC. Top 25 team in action currently on the road in Lexington. That's number 25, Vanderbilt, trailing by 14 early, about 5 minutes gone here in the second half against Kentucky. The Cats closed as a slight 1.5-point home favorite inside Rupp Arena. They lead by 14 early here in the second half, laying 11.5 in terms of that live spread. Is there anything that makes you intrigued by a very different number currently than we had pre-flop?
No, nothing I can do right now in this game early in the second. I do think Kentucky continues to pull away, though. I'm not a big believer in the Commodores. I think when you look at Vanderbilt's season as a whole, really good metrics, really good numbers. But if you look at who they played, specifically out of conference, it wasn't all that impressive. So they're able to stack their stats, beating up on Memphis, who's having a down year. Wake Forest, who's not very good, right? At South Carolina to open their SEC play, they took care of business there, and they benefit early on with a big win over Alabama at home. But you look at how things have gone recently. They've lost 2 of 3, including on the road at Columbia last week, and then they had a rough stretch at Texas, Florida, Arkansas. It's just not a team that I believe is truly battle-tested, that I believe the numbers match what the play is going to be. So once we get into the NCAA tournament, it all depends on what the matchups are. But if they can get a mid-major that has a veteran squad that can shoot the 3 and make it a lower possession game, I'm going to be looking to fade Vanderbilt depending on the number and the matchup come March Madness.
Especially a team like a Kentucky that has the length and the athleticism to upset who is the shortest team on average, that being the Doors in all of the SEC. They struggle with that athleticism. They have one of the best point guards in the conference in Tyler Tanner. But if the offense is not working, as we are seeing today, at least at that highly efficient clip, they struggle. Pre-game total 154 and a hook. We're up to live numbers of 158.5. There is a game within the Southeastern Conference about to tip, Dustin, in just over 10 minutes time. Kentucky got a much-needed win earlier in its midweek slate against South Carolina that snapped a 3-game slide for the Cats. It's a South Carolina team that has struggled mightily this season in SEC play, just 3 wins, 3 in 12 overall. They take on a Georgia team today that, much like Vanderbilt, had an awesome non-conference slate, gave some hope and some optimism entering SEC play, but still in the best overall conference in college hoops, has struggled a little bit. Georgia's 17th most efficient offense in the country. South Carolina, in the 110s. In fact, the least efficient offense of all 16 teams within the SEC. How do you see this game with Georgia at home booked as a double-digit favorite?
Yeah, look, South Carolina's lost 8 of 9. Only win in that spans to Mississippi State, which is like that's who you're supposed to beat if you're in the SEC. Like that is the gimme for everyone right now. Georgia off the 8-point loss at Vandy. And I think a lot of times, situationally, you'd want to look to back Georgia in this spot. I think if you want to go that route, I totally understand. South Carolina has been an odd team for me. I have been on the wrong side of them as a dog a few times, but I think that they're the right side here, catching 12.5. That is a really big number. South Carolina's 8-2 against the spread since 2016 against Georgia. And while Georgia plays at a high tempo, 11th in pace on the season, and South Carolina prefers to slow it down a little bit, I don't think Georgia is going to be able to get some of the looks that they need to, specifically from 3 against the perimeter defense for the Gamecocks today. Because of that, I do think South Carolina is going to be able to hang within that number. It's not an official play for me, but my lean would be South Carolina plus the 12.5. The under's on a 5-2 run, last 7 in this series, but I have a lot of trouble betting unders when it comes to Georgia this year.
Yeah, as you should. One of the fastest teams in college basketball, the 17th fastest adjusted tempo in all of the sport. There are 5 SEC teams that rank top 35 nationally in terms of that pace and the speed of which they like to operate. We'll talk a little bit more about a couple of those teams in the top 35 that face each other today. In 3 of our 6 power conferences across the sport of college basketball on this final full Saturday of the regular season, still more regular season action at the high major level next Saturday as well. But Dustin, we've got great games. The battle between the top 2 teams in the SEC, that's Florida and Arkansas, a little bit later this evening. We already had 1 versus 2 in the ACC. Duke dismantling Virginia as the line expected in Durham, covering as a double-digit favorite. And we've got a battle for the top spot, not quite the top spot, but between number 1 and number 2 in the Big 12. Arizona and Kansas tipping at 4 p.m. Eastern time with some very interested teams and what that race for a regular season crown and positioning in the Big 12 tourney in Kansas City is going to look like. Iowa State and Texas Tech tipping off at the exact same time in Ames. A couple more live numbers to break down. Not quite 1 versus 2, perhaps, Dustin, within the Mountain West, but a game that I am locked in on today in the pit in Albuquerque between New Mexico and San Diego State. SDSU, a huge win early in the week at home in Southern California against Utah State, winning comfortably to match the Aggies at 13-4 for the best record currently in the Mountain West. Who's just a game behind? It would be Eric Olin and his Lobos. In his first year with New Mexico, they're 12-5 as a slight 1.5-point favorite at home delay. I laid the number with New Mexico. It's 46-45 early in that second half. The Aztecs have a 1-point lead, but had a much larger lead earlier in the opening 20 minutes. 1.5 is that live number in favor of UNM.
Yeah, that's a tough place to play, man. A lot of dreams have gone to die when it comes to Mountain West contenders. San Diego State is a really odd team this year compared to what they normally are. You normally expect defense. You normally expect a slower pace, but no. They can shoot the 3 ball. They've got offense this year. So I've had a really tough time being able to gauge them in certain matchups throughout the year. In fact, the entire Mountain West Conference, I'm probably like 2-15 betting on those teams this year. It is very much an odd league for me to get a grasp on who I really believe in and who I don't, because the second I believe in one, they let me down, and the opposite happens with the ones that I try to fade. So I'm very off when it comes to the Mountain West Conference this year, Ben. But I do like where your head's at. New Mexico, late in the year, tough environment. San Diego State, fade them coming off a win. And we saw that earlier today. If you fade teams coming off these big wins for them, you're usually doing well. For example, UConn. UConn gets the win today against Seton Hall in early action, but Seton Hall does get the cover. Final score 71-67. Seton Hall opened as a 14-point dog. We go over the 130.5 in that game. If you're just looking to bet the opposite of what you saw recently, try to figure out the few look-ahead spots we have left for these teams on their calendars, you should be in a good position. It's almost as if the actual basketball and the way these two teams match up don't really matter at this point in the season, Ben. It is literally just kind of the human element at play with these guys.
No doubt about it. It is those spots late into conference play. You know everybody. You know what is at stake for both your conference regular season title race and, of course, for what is happening in your conference tournament, positioning for the NCAA tournament if you are all in the running for that as well. It is a great spot, Dustin, that you highlight because it was senior day in Gamble Pavilion with one of the great UConn basketball players ever, Alex Caravan, getting emotional with his head coach in Dan Hurley before the Huskies tipped. Everything was in the making for UConn after holding St. John's to only 40 and shutting down the Red Storm in a monumental game in Hartford on Wednesday night to take over sole possession of that top spot in the Big East. Everything would back up Connecticut winning comfortably against the Seton Hall team today, right? No. Hall ball had an 8-point lead with about 8 minutes remaining in regulation before UConn rallies for the 4-point win. The Pirates get the cover. Quickly here, did want to highlight, Dustin, that final score between Duke and Virginia. You and I have watched a lot of Who's basketball this season. And what Ryan Odom has done in his debut year in Charlottesville is sensational. But it felt like the spot today with Virginia on the road inside Cameron Indoor. 9.5-point spread it open, closed at 10.5 in favor of the Blue Devils. That many people would say, whoa, this is a matchup between two top 15 teams in the country. The 1 versus the 2 in the ACC. Way too many points, right? Wrong. And I think if we were live in our old time slot, we would have both played the 10.5 points with Duke and gone home with a winning ticket.
100%. I was staring at that game, and I heard a lot of really sharp people that I respect saying that they think Virginia's live. A couple elements at play with this one. For starters, you and I have been all over Virginia a few times, and they have absolutely, in certain spots, looked awesome. But when they've had to show up with big situations, we've both been burnt by them. So we've lived this life thinking, you know, if you haven't watched Virginia, you just look at the record, your thought is, okay, this is a really good team that can challenge maybe to make an Elite Eight. I don't see that with this team. I don't see that mettle with them. And for Duke, Duke's a wagon. People got to accept it. And there's a big difference between what we're seeing under John Shire than what we saw under Coach K. This team is willing and aggressive on the defensive end of the floor, and that's how they create their offense. They use the defense to create the offense. They are smothering teams offensively. I love what I'm seeing from Duke right now. They're undisputed, the #1 seed going into the tournament, and there is no debate.
Yeah. The two teams that clashed last week in the nation's capital, Duke and Michigan, 12 Quad 1 wins each, 6 Quad 1A wins, the upper echelon of the signature victories on a resume. There is so much more to get to on Live Bet Saturday. It rolls on next on VSiN.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Ask yourself this question. Is it really worth holding on to that timeshare that you know you need to get rid of? Here's the truth. The average maintenance fee just went up over 17%. That could have been 117%, and there's nothing you can do about it. When you buy a timeshare, you give them a blank check for annual maintenance and assessment fees. I'm Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group. For 15 years, I've helped over 50,000 families cancel their timeshare. Not sell it, not transfer it, cancel it. Did you buy a timeshare because they told you it was a great investment and your maintenance fees would never go up? That's a lie. Are you ready to get rid of your timeshare once and for all? Simply call us and I'll send you our timeshare exit kit that explains all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your timeshare exit kit. 800-939-2525. That's 800-939-2525. 800-939-2525.
College hoops is heating up, and the best betting stretch of the year is almost here. You can get VSiN Pro through May 1st.
What I know about
for just
courage,
$29.99.
I learned from my adoptive mom. She said sometimes you just gotta hold on and know we'll get through this. Mom, we are so high up. Hold my hand.
No, you hold my hand.
Here we go!
Learn about adopting a teen from foster care. You can't imagine the reward. Visit adoptuskids.org to find out more.
I learned patience from my adoptive dad. All he had to say was,
"Hey, you got this. Just breathe." Hey, we're pretty good.
Yeah.
Might have to start a band.
I got it.
Learn about adopting a teen from foster care. You can't imagine the reward. Visit adoptuskids.org to find out more. This message is brought to you by Adopt US Kids, the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services, and the Ad Council.
My mother was always very active and independent, and she was familiar with her neighborhood. But one day, she stopped at the stop sign for much longer than usual. She wasn't even really sure where she was at.
It's important for you to talk to someone about it. I felt so much better after my son told me, Mom, we'll figure it out.
When something feels different, it could be Alzheimer's. Now is the time to talk. Visit alz.org/ourstories to learn more. A message from the Alzheimer's Association and the Ad Council.
Olivia from Washington. Laid off and trying to keep our little kids from realizing that Mommy and Daddy haven't eaten in a while.
Roger from California. I'm grateful we could afford our son's surgery. I'm nervous that now we can't really afford food.
Daniel from California. Choosing whether to pay the rent or pay to fix the car to get to work doesn't leave us with much at all. Now we can't even pay for meals.
Donna from Louisiana. The storm just hit, and we went from donating to the food bank to needing it.
Keisha from South Carolina. I've been skipping meals so my 2 kids can eat, but filling up on water doesn't really work.
Hunger is a story we can end. End it at feedingamerica.org. Brought to you by Feeding America and the Ad Council.
Hey, Dad, how do airplanes fly? What's in this box? Is this tree good for climbing? How are babies made? What does this thing do?
Kids are curious about everything, including guns. Talking to them about gun safety in your home is a good first step, but you can do more. Always keep your guns locked, unloaded, and stored separately from ammunition. Safe gun storage saves lives. Learn how to make your home safer at endfamilyfire.org. That's endfamilyfire.org. Brought to you by End Family Fire, Brady, and the Ad Council.
Someone's got to set the tone out there, boys. Someone's got to set it.
The station that sets the tone for Youngstown Phantoms hockey is Western Reserve Radio. WRTB, The Scourge.
Hanging out at the D Hotel and Casino in downtown Las Vegas. Thanks for making us part of your day, however you may be tuning in. Sirius XM Channel 158, YouTube TV, the Visa Watch app, and radio affiliates across the United States of God Bless America. One NBA game currently in action. It's about to wrap up as the Hornets are putting the finishing touches on the Trailblazers, 109-93 with just a couple seconds remaining. Another NBA game about to start, and I want to get this in real quick. Houston's laying 2.5 at Miami. And the total in the game is 226.5. This is a spot for me where I'm looking at Alperen Şengün, the center, for the Rockets, in a matchup against the Heat front court that struggles a bit against centers rebounding the basketball, against power forwards as well. And right now with Houston having limitations at the point guard position, in fact, they're going to start Reed Shepherd today. I do think they're going to funnel a lot of the offense through Şengün, and a good matchup for him in terms of grabbing boards, getting points, and adding some more assists. So I went over on his PRA today. I believe it was 35.5 on him. I just thought it was a good matchup for him going up against the Miami Heat. So that is the play we're on right now, 35.5 PRA on Alperen Şengün. With that, we'll go back to the college basketball as we welcome in our next guest. He is the host of Coast to Coast Hoops, wherever you get your podcast. He has daily write-ups up at VSiN.com every single day. He is Greg Hoops Peterson, and you can find him on X at @GUnit_81. Greg, I know you're all over college basketball, even in the summer doing your podcast, but can you at least acknowledge we're about to flip the calendar to March, and this thing's about to get very, really, really real for you?
Oh, it is very real, and it has been all throughout conference play, but it goes from real to just another level beyond that. And you guys were talking about it in the last segment. Absolutely, always be taking a look at the statistics, always be taking a look at the advanced numbers, but this is really where it's do or die for a lot of these teams. And I think that there's a different dynamic as well, because for a lot of these mid-major conferences, they're playing their last conference game or two. For a lot of these teams, they just need to win to help out seeding. They don't care if it's by 1 point or 1 billion points. Meanwhile, you've got teams on the bubble in these power conferences where they need to win by 15 points. They need to win by 20 points. They need to improve their net ranking. And that's, I think, a very different element to handicapping this next week or two.
Well, absolutely so, Greg. We are down to the final few conference games, regular season-wise, at the mid-major level. We're going to be in a conference tournament week with bids to the NCAA tournament at stake in just a matter of days. Let's talk about a mid-major, but not necessarily actually in how these games play out. That's the Mountain West. A huge one as we speak, currently playing out in Albuquerque at the Pit. It's New Mexico hosting San Diego State. SDSU tied atop the conference standings, entering today with Utah State at 13-4. Eric Olin, in his first year in Albuquerque, has his Lobos at 12-5. If both of these teams are going to be in consideration for an at-large bid to the Big Dance, this is a monumental win needed to pick up today. Right now, we have New Mexico up by 3 in the second half. Greg, what was your read for this game played in one of the great venues in college hoops in the Pit today?
Yep, I did make New Mexico more like a 3 or so point favorite. So this is playing out very much of what I was expecting. And I'm in on this total under. So I'm hoping that we get a nice slog here in the second half. And the main reason why I did take the under is because if you looked at these teams coming in, both are good at generating turnovers. New Mexico, top 40 team in terms of turnovers generated on a per possession basis. San Diego State has actually been a top 15 team this season. And for New Mexico, they've been so good at guarding the arc. Teams have shot this year less than 30% from three-point range against them. I thought that was indeed going to be able to win out at the Pit. This has been a little bit of a back-and-forth game where San Diego State was able to take a little bit of ownership early on in the second half. Feels like we're seeing a bit of a charge here from New Mexico, so would like to see the New Mexico defense continue to guard the arc. And trust me, those shot clock violations, those are music to my ears.
Greg, we got a couple big ones in the Big 12 coming up in about 25 minutes here. We're fired up to be on the air for them. Want to get your thoughts. Number 14, Kansas, goes to Arizona, ranked second in the country. Jayhawks lost 2-4 off a win versus Houston. Arizona, 3-game win streak after 2 losses at Kansas and versus Texas Tech. Revenge roll for the Wildcats here. We saw this open 9.5. It's gotten up to 10.5 at some shops. Back down to 9.5 here at Circa. Ooh, I might lay that 9.5 now. How would you play Kansas and Arizona with the total, by the way, at 151.5?
Yeah, this total is shot way up, and rightfully so. I remember the early openers that we got on super late Thursday, early Friday. They were as low as 146.5, and I took that over right away. Even here at 151.5, I wouldn't want to go much further than 151.5. I made my total more like 152, so we're running out of real estate here, but I still do think that you're going to get a high-scoring game. Keep in mind what happened a few weeks ago out there at the Fog. Both teams get past 80 points. So I do think that you're going to get a nice high-scoring expose here with an Arizona team that is in the top 50 in terms of total possessions per game, but I did take the points with Kansas. Now, I do think that Arizona is going to be out for revenge. I think that they're going to be a little bit ticked off as to what happened on Big Monday, and Bill Self never, ever, ever losing on Big Monday, which is still absolutely ridiculous. But I do think that for Kansas, the Darren Peterson element is going to be very interesting because keep in mind that number was Kansas being like a 5.5 point underdog when these two teams played a few weeks ago because it was 1.5. Peterson gets ruled out. You see that like 3 to 4 point line move. Now he's going to be playing in. Peterson has played 30 plus minutes in each of the last 2 games. Hasn't necessarily looked as sharp as I think that he might want to be out here trying to make a statement because the last 2 games have been relatively pedestrian for his standards. I think that he's going to be able to make a nice impact on the game. I do think that Kansas holds in there within single digits. They've been a very good defensive team. So I took the over and the points with Kansas.
11th game for Kansas this season alone, booked as an underdog. Availability will be, of course, a huge storyline, not just for Darren Peterson for KU, but the return of the outstanding freshman for Arizona, Koa Pete, after missing the last 3 games, expected back today in this monumental tilt in Tucson. Greg, Arizona with a win can clinch at least a share of the Big 12 regular season title, but as you alluded to, we're jockeying for spots in conference tournament seeding as well outside of the NCAA tournament. So let's go to the other top 20 tilt that we have tipping at 4 p.m. Eastern time in the Big 12 Conference in Ames, Iowa, inside Hilton Coliseum. Number 4, Iowa State, also a 9.5 point favorite against number 16, Texas Tech. Now the 3rd game without JT Toppin for the Red Raiders. How do you break down the matchup between the Cyclones and the Red Raiders today in Ames?
And Texas Tech has actually been 2-0 against the spread without JT Toppin thus far, albeit a very soft landing spot with Kansas State being that first game, and then you play against Cincinnati in the second one. By the way, shout out to Cincinnati absolutely taking belt to rear right now to Oklahoma State. That is a butt kicking to say the least. But that said, I did take the points here with Texas Tech. Now, the offense, not the same without JT Toppin. There's no fans or buts about it. He was averaging darn near a double-double. Luke Bumboy was a very good freshman last year for Texas Tech on the defensive side of things. He, in the absence of JT Toppin, since he went down with injury, has been averaging multiple blocks per game. I actually think that the Texas Tech interior defense might be a little bit better than it was before. Obviously, the amount that you lose on offense, that's greater than the defense that you pick up. But I think for Texas Tech, they're going to need to change your identity a little bit. I think that they're going to need to become a little bit more of a defense-oriented team. But what has Graham McCasland done going all the way back to his time at North Texas? He's very good at being able to play a defense-oriented game. He's good at getting his teams to slow down. And for Texas Tech, you still have Donovan Atwell shooting well above 40% from three. Christian Anderson gives out over 7 assists. He shoots 40+% from three. I think Texas Tech actually has value right now because we all look at JT Toppin, and he should be in the All-American conversation, and we think, oh, this team is done. I don't think they're quite done yet. Maybe they don't make that Final Four run that many people were expecting, but I think there's value here on Texas Tech. I took the 9.5 and the under.
Greg, talk to me as we chat with Greg Hoops Peterson, host of Coast to Coast Hoops, wherever you get your podcasts, also everyday write-ups over at VSiN.com. You know, the Big Ten, the travel, the impact that's had on a lot of these teams, that is a huge storyline this year, especially when it comes to Mick Cronin. But I want to talk to you about Wisconsin. Wisconsin goes from their West Coast game to another West Coast game with Washington here, from Oregon to Washington. They're laying 2.5 in Seattle. Would you think about backing them in a bounce-back spot?
I did back them when this was -1.5 overnight. I'd still be willing to lay 2.5 personally, mainly because with Wisconsin, the one reason why I'm able to trust them on the road, they do the little things well. Top 30 team in terms of fewest turnovers on a per possession basis, top 35 team in terms of free throw shooting percent. And you have a Washington team that I wish I could put any either way. They just don't shoot very well, especially with Desmond Claude going out with that injury early on during the season. For Wisconsin, you've got Nick Boyd, John Blackwell, a pair of guys that could just absolutely put the team on their back. Wisconsin has been solid in terms of not allowing second and third chances. Washington, a little bit of a slower team as well. I was seeing this total north of 150. I took the under. And with Wisconsin, I think that's going to be a tight game. But if you need them to cover at the free throw line, if you need them to keep things clean, they're able to do so. I think with this being the second game out there on the West Coast, that helps them out as well. So I laid it here with Wisconsin.
He is Greg Hoops Peterson. You can check out his podcast, Coast to Coast Hoops, wherever you get your podcasts. He breaks down every college basketball game, so you don't have to. And read him every single day over at VSiN.com at GUnit_81 on X. Thanks as always, my friend. We'll chat again soon. Good luck with the bets.
Always a pleasure, my guys. Thank you so much.
All right, when we return, you're going to hear from Bill Self as he previews their matchup with Arizona Wildcats. Looking for revenge, laying a big number at home, and I did officially place a bet on that game. Find out what it is on the other side.
$5,000. That's the average amount of money people in the U.S. are now spending on gas in a year. $5,000. That's crazy. If you drive, you have to download Upside, the free app that gives you cash back every time you get gas. That's right. You can earn real cash back with Upside just by buying the gas you're already buying. You can literally start earning cash back today.
I use Upside every time I fill up, and I've already made around $200-$300.
You're putting gas in your car anyway. Why not get real cash back? If you like free money, download Upside.
I'm saving the cash I earn from using Upside to help pay for a vacation later this year.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code TURBO to get an extra 25 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code TURBO for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code TURBO for a 25 cents per gallon bonus.
Hey, it's Bill from VSiN. You may know me as the guy who writes the VSiN daily newsletter, but I'm also one of VSiN's owners. If you're a business owner like I am, you need to reach customers.
Your prescription will be ready in just a minute. Hey, Dad, your laundry will be ready in just a minute. Dad, your lunch will be ready in just a minute.
Hey, honey, why don't you take a minute? When you help care for a loved one, you give them as much time as you can. making sure they're safe and comfortable. But it's just as important that you take some time for yourself. At AARP, we can help with information and useful tips on how you can maintain a healthy life balance, care for your own physical and mental well-being, and manage the challenges of caring for a loved one. Because the better care you take of yourself, the better care you can provide for your loved one.
Thanks, Dad.
Thank you. You're there for them. We're here for you. Find free care guides to support you and your loved one at aarp.org/caregiving. That's aarp.org/caregiving. A public service announcement brought to you by AARP and the Ad Council.
All right, class. Let's hear what everyone did this weekend. Jill?
Well, I raised my older sister to a big oak tree. It was at least 100 years old. My mom said I must have set a record or something. And then we went down by a stream and perched up on this huge rock and saw all of these little minnows swimming around way below us. And then I rescued my little brother from an evil slug king who was guarding him at the bush fortress. And my sister and I brought him back to our super twig fort for safety. And then we all laid out and told stories until it got dark. And the Big Dipper led us all the way home. Wow. Awesome.
Where were you, Jill?
Yeah. We went to the forest. It's not that far away. Anyone want to come this weekend?
Ask your parents to take you and your friends to the forest this week and find the fun, adventurous you. It's closer than you think. Check out discovertheforest.org. Brought to you by the U.S. Forest Service and the Ad Council.
I was in the middle of the Atlantic Ocean when it happened. There was a sudden jolt and our submarine crashed on the seafloor. We were in total darkness.
That's Dr. Dejana Figueroa, a marine biologist and STEM teacher, talking about a deep sea dive she'll never forget.
It's funny, when I was a kid, I was afraid of the ocean, and there I was, 2 miles below the surface. But as a scientist, you prepare for that. Using our training and a little creativity, we fixed the sub and finished our experiments. The dive was just too important. Every dive gives us glimpses at things few people ever get to see. Glowing creatures, fiery undersea volcanoes. When we got back to the surface, I kissed the ground and called my mom, of course. But you know what? I wouldn't trade that dive for anything.
Dr. Figueroa uses her passion for STEM to discover new things and make the world a better place. She can STEM, so can you. Check out She Can STEM for more stories and inspiration. A message from the Ad Council.
This is Everett Fitzhugh, the radio voice of the NHL Seattle Kraken, and you're listening to the home of the Youngstown Phantoms, Western Reserve Radio.
And Ben Stevens. Let's quickly go around our live scores and the live action. Heck, it is Live Bet Saturday on the final day in the month of February, nationally right now in college hoops. Just over 8 minutes remaining inside Rupp Arena. Number 25, Vandy, trailing by a ton. Make it 19 to be exact against Kentucky in Lexington. The Cats were a slight 1.5, 2-point favorite pregame. Dustin, that live line now 16.5 in favor of Big Blue Nation as they hold a 73-54 lead over Vandy with just over 8 minutes remaining in regulation.
Yeah, this is about what I expect out of Vanderbilt, especially on the road, taking on a talented Kentucky team that has underachieved pretty much all this year. But they're showing what they're capable of. That's one thing I'll give Kentucky credit for. I don't think they're going to do anything special in the SEC tournament, but you always know the upsides there. If you want to think about backing the Cats in terms of game in, game out from a point spread perspective, think about that for the SEC tournament. But I think we know the limitations of Mark Pope's squad this year, but a good win for them right now, taking care of business against the Commodores.
Not as efficient offensively this season as Pope's first year in Lexington a season ago, but today a much better performance. Colin Chandler, 21 points. He is 6 of 8 from deep. Oftentimes, it has been Otega, Owe, and everybody else. He still has 13, but Denzel Aberdeen, the Florida transfer, 15 points as well. Kentucky up by 19 on their way to a crucial SEC win over Vanderbilt. I am sweating out 2 things as we speak late in the second half. I go to the Mountain West first in a critical game, both for NCAA tournament eligibility and for conference supremacy. New Mexico and San Diego State. Right now, inside the pit in Albuquerque, I laid a 1.5 with the Lobos under Eric Olin at home. They lead by 5 with about 9 minutes left. They're currently a live 5.5-point favorite. Now make it 61-55 in favor of New Mexico against San Diego State. So looking pretty good there. Dustin, I then direct your attention to the Big Ten Conference. It has been an awesome week for Mick Cronin and the Bruins. One they needed both in the win column and just positive PR as well. Not so awesome on this Saturday afternoon in the barn in Minneapolis. Minnesota leads by 5, 71-66 against UCLA with only 3.5 minutes remaining. The Gophers were a slight home underdog, looking to play just a little bit of spoiler for those positive feelings UCLA had entering this matchup.
Yeah, this is a good read by you. I didn't know what to do with this because the number was short, right? I was scared off by it being such a short point spread of 1.5. I thought Minnesota was the right side. I was just hoping for a little bit more, but they are the right side indeed. And this has a few things at play. One, fading a UCLA team that's looked good at home in the last few games. Going to Minnesota, where let's also break down what Nico Medved has done this year with the Gophers. Yeah. When they've had to take on really good teams, certainly teams with more resources, with deeper rosters, they've held their own pretty well. So this was a great spot for you, taking Minnesota in this situation. I regret not doing it. And I just, honestly, I can't wait to see what Nico Medved ends up building in Minnesota because I think he's going to win a lot of basketball games.
The Gophers a 4.5-point live favorite right now. Pre-game total in the low 130s. Minnesota, the 5th slowest team in all of the country this year in college hoops. Live total 154.5. UCLA's record at home in Westwood or even in the Pacific time zone in its 2 years of Big Ten play under Mick Cronin. 21-3 on the West Coast in the Pacific time zone. But we know the expansion of the Big Ten Conference in the last 2 years is not solely focused out on the West Coast. UCLA 21-3 in the Pacific time zone, 3-10 in either the Central or the Eastern time zone in Big Ten play in the last 2 years. Minneapolis is a Central time zone city. Probably make that 3-11 as UCLA does trail by only 4. Still some time to come back in this game. We're all squared up, by the way, at 59 apiece in Evanston between Northwestern and Oregon. The Ducks, who have won 3 of their last 4 games, did have a 7-point lead at the break. It's a 1.5 in favor of the Cats right now at home inside Welsh Ryan. But Dustin, we've got awesome Big 12 basketball about to begin at the top of the hour. 2 top 20 clashes, one in Tucson between the number 2 team in the nation, Arizona, hosting number 14 Kansas. With a victory, the Cats can claim at least a share of the Big 12 regular season crown. The other in Ames, Iowa, number 4 Iowa State, number 16 Texas Tech. As we get ready for this matchup in Tucson, a top 15 tilt between Arizona and Kansas. Let's hear from the head coaches. We start with KU's Bill Self on what he has seen out of this Arizona team in the last few weeks.
Well, they had a great win last night. Baylor played great and actually led the vast majority of the game, I think. And then I watched a good piece of it, and then I watched it on tape this morning. But to me, last night it was different because Bradley made 5 threes, and without Ko out there, they're playing Korchinkov. Is that pronounced it right? They're playing, and I love his game. They're playing him at the 4 quite a bit, so they're in some ways playing smaller. And then of course the kid off the bench, Delaware. So he has been great. In more of a higher minute type role, and a lot of those things have been because of Koa not being out there, just redistributing the minutes.
Koa Pete expected back today after missing the last 3 games for Arizona. It's a 9.5-point spread in favor of the Wildcats at home in the McHale Center in Tucson, with a total now north of 150. Dustin Sweetelson, what's your read on this critical Big 12 battle that if Arizona wins, they can call themselves a conference champ?
Well, I think that matters here. I think what's on the line for the Wildcats absolutely matters here. I laid the 10. I also like revenge roll. Like, that matters this time of year. We're seeing it play out, right? UConn and St. John's the other night. That was a revenge spot for UConn. And the number gets big, and the number tends to scare people off. Me included for the most part. But in this spot, I'm going to lay the 10. Tommy Lloyd's 19-6 against the spread when revenging a loss. 16-11 to the under there if you want to do something with that. The overs hit the last 3 meetings between these two teams. And I think Arizona getting healthier, I really think they're going to have so many different ways that they can attack a Kansas team that I think is good, but still doesn't know how to play in big games, in critical spots with Darren Peterson off the floor. And that's assuming in the critical spots of this game, he's going to decide he wants to be on the floor. With that, I'm going to lay the 10 with Arizona at home because it's all about the situation and what's on the line, less to do with the basketball. Because the more I use the basketball to come up with my bets, Ben, the worse I've been doing the last 2 weeks.
It is a very key point for Arizona, not just the situation of trying to claim at least a share of the regular season championship in the Big 12, but the additions of not just Koa Pete, who has missed the last 3 games, but a key role player in Dwayne Aristode making his return today. He has missed the last 3 or 4 games for Arizona as well. It has been an absolutely brutal stretch for the Cats after starting this year a perfect 23-0. So how are the guys in Tucson holding up? Let's hear from Arizona's head man and Tommy Lloyd.
I feel like we're coming out of it. I feel like we're coming out of it at the right time. And, you have to acknowledge it's probably going to happen over the course of a season. You don't manifest it happening, but when it does, you have to deal with it. I think everyone's had to go through it at some point this season. And, I'm hoping, we had a good day off yesterday. And, I told our guys it needed to be our best day of just rest and recovery we've had all season. And then, we need to follow it up with a couple good practices because, we haven't been able to practice much, and so, as a coach, he's probably overdo it a little bit, but I think practice matters. So hopefully we can get back to it.
Arizona under an 8 of its last 11. KU under a 9 of its last 12 games. I actually think defense wins the day. I'm on the under of 150 and a hook. Let's go to the other top 20 tilt in the Big 12. Conference tournament seeding very much on the line between Iowa State and Texas Tech. Also a 9.5-point spread in favor of the home team. The Cyclones laying it inside Hilton Coliseum. Dustin, what do you like here in this game between Iowa State and Texas Tech?
Yeah, my lean right now would be on Iowa State laying the 9.5 and the under. In fact, I may bet that 9.5 as it's gotten back down. This is another game similar to the points spread with Arizona and Kansas. It was 9.5 last night, got up to 10.5 today, now back down to 9.5. That's more palatable for me. And again, it's a situational spot. Texas Tech has played great the first few games without JT Toppin. At some point, I do believe that comes crashing down. You have to go to Hilton Coliseum, an impossible place to play your best basketball. Because of that, I like Iowa State minus the 9.5. I also lean under in this game just because Otzelberger at home. He's 35-15 to the under on Saturdays. He's 9-5 to the under as a home favorite of 6.5 to 12. Give me the under as well as a lean here. And then I paired on the money line. Iowa State with St. John's later and Arizona before, minus 124 money line parlay between the 3.
I love that. March starts tomorrow. And right now, VSiN is offering our Hoops Mania special when you get VSiN Pro access from now through May 1st for just $29.99. With VSiN Pro, you'll get daily best bets like these, 24/7 video, full show replays, AI-powered prop tools, and matchup analysis. Plus, our March Mania betting guide, including team profiles for every tournament team. That's all 68 in the big dance. Sign up today at VSiN.com/subscribe, VSIN.com/subscribe.
This is an important notice to all U.S. taxpayers. The IRS is giving away billions of dollars in tax savings through a federal program called the Fresh Start Initiative to aid delinquent taxpayers. This initiative was established for anyone facing financial hardship and unable to pay their back taxes. Qualifying and enrolling in this program will stop all collections, settle your delinquent tax problem, and even reduce what you owe by thousands of dollars. Call the hotline at People's Tax Relief to see if you qualify and get this free information by dialing 800-548-6839. If you have unfiled tax returns or cannot afford to pay your personal or business back taxes, you can now get the help you need. One simple phone call can resolve your tax problem and save you thousands of dollars. To see if you qualify and to get this important free information, call 800-548-6839. 800-548-6839. 800-548-6839.
Hi, this is Zachary Cohen from the Hardwood Handicappers podcast. I was recently joined by Kelly Bidlin to share betting tips for games involving taking teams.
Okay, men, this is your time. Maybe you didn't choose this, but you're here now. You're going to go out there and be an all-star caregiver. It's up to you. So what are you going to do? You're going to go grocery shopping, cook, clean, be there emotionally and physically. You got to dig deeper. Drive them to physical therapy, doctor's appointments. Don't you forget about the pharmacy. I know you won't. Because that's what caregivers do. Don't give up. Don't ever give up. This is your time to show the world, your family, and yourself that you're tougher than tough. Now go out there and be the best caregiver this world has ever seen. Caregiving is tougher than tough. Find the care guides you need at aarp.org/caregiving. A public service announcement brought to you by AARP and the Ad Council.
Hi, I'm Danica Patrick and proud aunt. Watching my nieces grow, play, and learn is amazing. But not every child gets to be carefree. 1 in 6 kids in the U.S. are hungry. 1 in 6. That little girl sitting alone at the playground, she can't play like the other kids. She doesn't have the energy because she's hungry. School lunch will be her only meal today. It breaks my heart that this is the reality in our country, but it's something that Feeding America is working to change. Each year, the Feeding America network of food banks rescues billions of pounds of good food that would have gone to waste. This food is then provided to families and children in need. Being a kid should be about using your imagination, learning, and having fun. These children shouldn't have to miss out on simply being a kid because they're hungry. To find out how you can help end childhood hunger in your community, visit feedingamerica.org.
Brought to you by Feeding America and the Ad Council.
Are you ready to join the legacy? This is your chance to become part of something special with the Youngstown Patricians. Honoring the proud football tradition of the Valley, we're on the lookout for talented post-high school athletes who want to make their mark on the field. Whether you're a seasoned high school athlete, college, or former professional player, develop your skills and become part of a team that values hard work, dedication, and community spirit. Don't wait. Begin your path to the gridiron by visiting youngstownpat.com or contacting us on Facebook at the Youngstown Patricians. Be bold, be legendary, join the Youngstown Patricians today.
Youngstown, Warren, and Salem Sports Talk is on the iMedia1 network, Western Reserve Radio, Western Reserve Radio 2, and City View Sportscast.
This is Live Bet Saturday on VSiN, the Sports Betting Network.
It's Live Bet Saturday on VSiN, the Sports Betting Network, alongside Ben Stevens, Dustin Sweetelson here. Thanks for making us a part of your day, however you may be tuning in. Sirius XM 158, YouTube TV, the VSiN Watch app, and radio affiliates across the United States of God Bless America. We've got a bunch of really great games about to tip off. However, final seconds in Evanston. Northwestern looking for a buzzer beater, gets it with 1.8 to go. They lead by 1. The Ducks with a final shot, and it's no good. Oh my God, it looked like Oregon was about to pull off the win at Evanston, but Northwestern with 1.8 to go gets a bunny in the lane, and they win 63-62. We've also got the closing seconds in Minnesota right now. UCLA is down by 5 with 4.4 to go, and Mick Cronin is yelling at his team, Ben. You saw how the play shook out. I tell you this, Mick Cronin's acting like a guy who wants to coach in the Big Sky Conference next year.
Yeah, it has not been a great couple of weeks for Mick Cronin, but they started to turn things around. A very difficult spot today on the road in Minneapolis. And who was it that gave Northwestern the victory? Was it Nick Martinelli? I'm trying to look right now to see what happened. No, I don't think it was Nick Martinelli. Who had that game-winning bucket?
It was a runner in the lane.
Was it Nick Martinelli? I don't know. We'll find that in just a second.
Number 2 is.
I will tell you this about it was Nick Martinelli. Oh, man. The guy who is the Big Ten's leading scorer continues to deliver for a second consecutive year for Northwestern. One of his final games in Evanston, and a crucial game, Dustin, as we alluded to, for Big Ten tournament seeding between two teams not trying to play on the very first day in Chicago in just over a week's time. Mick Cronin and UCLA struggling. Now in 2 years of regular season Big Ten action away from the Pacific time zone. So home games inside Pauley Pavilion, road games against former conference foes of the Pac-12, against USC, Washington, and Oregon. So away from that, the overall record, 3-11 in the Central or Eastern time zones. They got today by the Minnesota Golden Gophers in Minneapolis. Yet another struggle for UCLA on the road.
Yeah, I want to point out, Oregon did cover. They were catching 3 in that game, and then we went way under the total of 141.5. Minnesota covers, as they were 1.5-point dogs. You had them there in that game, Ben. And that is a big win for Nico Medved. Very impressive. As the Big Ten, man, I know everyone's talking about the Big 12's the best league, and I understand why. I do understand the high point of the Big 12, but I think that middle and the floor of the Big 10 scares me if I'm someone in March, because I think they have so many teams that play together, that can shoot the three well, and I think the Big 10 is the league that I want to back. If you were going to tell me more wins in the NCAA tournament or more teams represented in the Elite Eight, I think I'm taking the Big 10, Ben.
That is a very bold claim, my friend. As a man that has all 18 Big Ten programs behind me with the expansion of the West Coast schools, I've watched a lot of Big Ten basketball in the last few years, and something that the Big Ten Conference has failed to do in now 25 seasons, 2.5 decades, is win a national championship. In fact, they have been largely disappointing once they have reached the NCAA tournament, besides a few magical runs in the past few years. So that is bold. This year's conference seems a little bit different. I believe that Michigan is the best team in the country, or hand in hand with Duke. I would not be surprised to see the rematch from last week in D.C. for a national championship on our first Monday in April in Indianapolis. It's an interesting conference that I think is often plagued by officiating once they reach March and things get a little bit more open and full of pace once the big dance rolls around. But I like your claim. And if you want me to ship any of these pennants to you for your own home studio setup, I certainly can for the month of March.
You know, I'm not really normally a Big Ten person. I'm very much more of a SEC, ACC person. But I don't know. There's something about the way these teams play this year. You mentioned Michigan, who I have 20-1 to win it all. But I'm obsessed with Illinois. I'm not taking too much out of the loss on Friday night. I do think in certain spots, depending on the draw, there aren't a lot of teams that are going to be able to run with Illinois if they get hot come March Madness. Now, my problem is Purdue. Purdue is a team that I refuse to buy in on, even as that number gets juicier and juicier. So that could be where things come to a halt. But I think Wisconsin's going to be dangerous, and I think Nebraska is going to be dangerous. Let's talk about Nebraska, because they have an interesting game about to tip off with USC today. I looked at this one all day, Ben. I couldn't get there and pull the trigger, but I thought about taking USC actually in this spot in a get-right situation, because they have not been playing well. They've dealt with some injuries, but they do appear to be healthier. Numbers down to 4.5, so it does appear other people had the same thought of backing the Trojans at home. Total's 147.5. Did you think about doing anything with this game?
Yeah, this is going to be an awesome live betting opportunity, or at least exercise, perhaps lesson, because everything in my bones tells me that Nebraska is the right side on the road. They laid 6.5 at the open. It is working its way down. It feels like a betting spot for USC to triumph. The Trojans enter this game on a 4-game slide, maybe picking the worst time to lose 4 consecutive games when they were flirting with the bubble in the NCAA tournament. They entered this weekend, according to ESPN's Joe Lunardi, as the 4th and final team in the first 4-out category, meaning they are not going to make the NCAA tournament. Desperate for a quad 1 and signature win, this would be that against the 12th ranked team in the country in the Huskers. Feels like a recipe, Dustin, based on those spots and circumstances that we have highlighted so far on Live Bet Saturday. But it also feels like a spot for the Huskers, and allow me to explain why. Nebraska has handled business in the last month and a half against the teams that they should beat, hammering teams like Penn State, Rutgers, Northwestern by double digits when booked often as a double-digit favorite. The one thing the Huskers have failed to do is beat a team above 500 since early January 10th. And it's not going to cost Nebraska in terms of an NCAA tournament spot, but might start to creep up in terms of those seed line conversations. The Huskers are a 3 seed right now, and they want to remain on that 3 line. They have 3 more games, all against teams above 500, starting their LA trip on this Saturday in the Galen Center against Southern Cal. This is going to be a spot where I look at Nebraska and try to find a live number that I like a little bit more as this game progresses early.
Yeah, this is very much a game where I'm going to look for a live number as well, depending on how this game starts. If Nebraska gets off to a hot start, I may thinking about taking a balloon number when it comes to USC, but maybe it's the other way around. If USC gets off to a hot start and I can get a short number on Nebraska, this is a very interesting matchup for everything you just laid out here.
Yeah.
In terms of the other game about to tip off in the Big Ten, I believe we're both on the same side here with Wisconsin at Washington. Yes. I don't really understand this. I know it's reaction to what just went on with Wisconsin losing earlier this week on the road at Eugene. But now they've been on the West Coast for a couple of days. I'm not quite as concerned about them going to Seattle, taking on a Washington team that doesn't really impress me all that much. Danny Sprinkle is 2-4 covering the number as a home dog of 6 or less with the Huskies. Greg Gard is a guy who's been through a lot of stuff there in Madison. He's been there for a while. And I think he understands what's on the line for his team to make sure they're hitting their stride when it matters the most. And I just don't see the firepower on the other side for Washington to be able to hang with a Wisconsin offense that's top 20 in efficiency. They're really good on the defensive end of the floor as well. And I'm just not sure Washington's going to be able to hang. I thought this number was going to be like 3.5. So because of that, I was happy to lay the 1 with Wisconsin last night.
One of those incredibly strange spots earlier in the week when Wisconsin only scored 71 and lost by 14 to Oregon in Eugene. The Badgers need to outscore everybody. Dustin, Wisconsin has played 28 games this year. They have scored at least 80 points in 17 of the 28. They are perfect at 17-0 when they reach that 80-point benchmark. They only have 2 wins when they haven't hit 80 points, both coming against their border rivals in Minnesota. So I'm looking at Wisconsin finding a bounce back against a Washington team that flatly has been disappointing. Injuries a big reason why. In year number 2 in Seattle under Danny Sprinkle, I thought Washington would be above 500, probably a team around 8-10 in the Big Ten standings, contending for a bubble spot in the Big Dance. Hasn't been the case this year for the Huskies. The Badgers need to bounce back. And the way the Badgers bounce back is by shooting the 3 efficiently and at a high clip. 63% of their shots against Oregon were from 3, and they only made 31% of those 3-point tries. I think they find their footing today in the Northwest. I'm on Wisconsin, team total over 78.5 points.
We have a few games wrapping up right now. Kentucky, 91, Vanderbilt, 77 with 25 seconds left. I don't think Kentucky's going to add any more to that, but impressive showing in Lexington by the Wildcats. And then Clemson with 34.5 to go. They lead Louisville by 10, 74-64, Ben. I took Clemson plus 1.5. It was a combination of events of not believing in Louisville because they've let me down so much, despite having 2 guards that I love watching play this season. But Clemson had lost 4 in a row, coming back home. It was a good get-right spot for them. Looks like they are going to pick up the win as they lead by 10 in the final 34.5.
And they're going to hold Louisville under 70 points. We talked about the 4-game slide for the Tigers. They had allowed at least 70 in 3 of 4 losses. The only one they did not give up 70, 67 to Duke, but they only scored 54 points offensively in that game. In 2 of the first 11 ACC games, teams able to register 70 against Brad Brownell and his Tigers. They focus on the defensive end of the floor first. Love that look, Dustin, for Clemson as a slight home underdog against the Louisville team that is also about to drop a bunch of games. 3 of their last 4, they've been booked as a favorite in all 4. They're about to be 0-4 against the number when booked as a favorite. Didn't make a ton of sense from the line. Great read by you and cashing that ticket today in Clemson, South Carolina.
Yeah, well, as right as I was about that, I was just as wrong when it came to Cincinnati and Oklahoma State. In case anyone was paying attention, I had the under. It went way over the total. Bearcats with a beatdown on Oklahoma State earlier today. I do not have the final here. Cincinnati's a weird team. Wes Miller's a good coach, though, man. He is a good coach. A little bit more defensive-minded, I thought, but not so much today. It was all offense for them. All right, we're all over the action, including the start of Arizona and Kansas. Both those teams trading buckets early on. He's Ben Stevens. I'm Dustin Sweetelson. Stay with Live Bet Saturday.
$5,000. That's the average amount of money people in the U.S. are now spending on gas in a year. $5,000. That's crazy. If you drive, you have to download Upside, the free app that gives you cash back every time you get gas. That's right. You can earn real cash back with Upside just by buying the gas you're already buying. You can literally start earning cash back today.
I use Upside every time I fill up, and I've already made around $300.
You're putting gas in your car anyway. Why not get real cash back? If you like free money, download Upside.
I'm saving the cash I earn from using Upside to help pay for a vacation later this year.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code TURBO to get an extra 25 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code TURBO for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code TURBO for a 25 cents per gallon bonus.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Ask yourself this question. Is it really worth holding on to that timeshare that you know you need to get rid of? Here's the truth. The average maintenance fee just went up over 17%. That could have been 117%, and there's nothing you can do about it. When you buy a timeshare, you give them a blank check for annual maintenance and assessment fees. I'm Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group. For 15 years, I've helped over 50,000 families cancel their timeshare. Not sell it, not transfer it, cancel it. Did you buy a timeshare because they told you it was a great investment and your maintenance fees would never go up? That's a lie. Are you ready to get rid of your timeshare once and for all? Simply call us and I'll send you our timeshare exit kit that explains all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your timeshare exit kit. 800-939-2525. That's 800-939-2525. 800-939-2525.
What do you get when you combine a former MLB GM, 2 former players, fantasy experts, and sharp wagerers in one baseball draft? It's the 2026 Visa.
Are you tired of switching apps just to catch your favorite shows and live events? Say hello to the iMedia1 Network app, your one-stop destination for streaming and everything that matters. From national sports to exclusive local content, Western Reserve Radio, Western Reserve Radio 2, and City View Sportscast are now all in one place, anytime, anywhere. Download the free iMedia1 Network app on iOS and Android and unlock the future of sports audio in the palm of your hand. The iMedia1 Network, your sports app in the Valley.
Here's a fun fact for you. The average chameleon can point their eyes in 2 different directions. On the other hand, the average human can't. So unless you're a chameleon, there's absolutely no way you can focus on texting and driving at the same time. So don't do it, unless you're a chameleon.
Visit StopTextsStopWrecks.org. A message brought to you by the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration, Project Yellow Light, and the Ad Council.
Your home for PAFL football is the iMedia1 Network. Western Reserve Radio, Western Reserve Radio 2, and City View Sportscast, Youngstown, Ohio.
On the final 4 regular season Saturday of the 2025-26 college basketball campaign. On the final day in the month before March, it is February 28th, midnight Eastern tonight, midnight wherever you are, Sunday, March 1st, a ceremonious and celebratory time in college hoops. Back into the action, a 1-point game as I see it in Albuquerque, New Mexico, between the Lobos of New Mexico hosting the Aztecs of San Diego State. Critical game in the Mountain West, 77-76, New Mexico in front by a point with 30 seconds remaining. In both of these teams, Dustin, if they fail to win the Mountain West Conference tournament, Utah State will be involved, Nevada in the thrill of it all as well, are looking maybe for at-large consideration. This would be a signature victory for either side, whoever emerges victorious today in Albuquerque. 30.9 remaining, New Mexico up by 1, 77-76 as we come down the wire at the pit.
Yeah, the Mountain West, though, I don't know how many bids they're going to get, Ben. Also, there's the scenario with Miami of Ohio. If they somehow don't win the MAC, what happens with them? Potentially maybe taking someone else's bid there, although I don't know if they're going to get in if they don't win their league. So the Mountain West, it has not been very impressive this year. I think that's one of the biggest things we're seeing with NIL and the transfer portal. Certain leagues are having trouble adjusting. leagues that normally had depth because they provided opportunity are losing out on some of the players that would have been their number ones who are going to a Big Ten or an ACC school and being the number 2 or the number 3 option there in trying to win a national championship. That is one element that I think is at play here with leagues like the Mountain West, and even to some degree, the middle and bottom of the Big East is feeling those effects as well this year, as we see a normal team like Marquette that we expect to be involved in March nowhere near being involved in the conversation this year. Early start in Los Angeles, USC with a quick lead, 6-5 on Nebraska. I looked up quickly, Ben, though, and I saw your boy Hoiberg going the other way in transition off a steal, trying to make something happen for the Huskers.
Yeah, 6-5 early there. Live line still 5.5 in favor. Now 3.5 in favor of Nebraska. Live total down ever so slightly to 147.5. Nebraska is a team that generates a lot of what it does, both offensively and defensively, from the three-point line. They'll let you shoot the three on defense, and they take a ton of threes, hoping to do so efficiently offensively this year under Fred Hoiberg. USC, though, Dustin, not a team that really cares about the three-point line. They care about the free throw line. Nearly 25% of the points this year for SC comes from the charity stripe. If it is a close game, that's where it benefits USC. If it's not a close game, matchup perspective-wise, it's where I think Nebraska excels. But nearly 4 minutes into the opening half, USC in desperate need of a quad 1A win at home. That would be the case today against the Huskers, an 8-5 lead early. We're also underway in the top 15 tilt in Tucson. Number 2, Arizona. Number 14, Kansas. The Cats have jumped out to an early lead, up by 9. 14-5 in what appears to be the first media timeout. Arizona closed as a 9.5-point favorite. That live line, 13 and a hook. I'm on the pregame under of 150.5, closed at 151.5. It is now 155 and a hook. But Dustin, I think most college basketball casual observers, if they were looking at the betting markets today for a top 15 game between Kansas and Arizona, seeing KU beat Arizona at home on Big Monday just 2.5 weeks ago would have been like, why is that spread as large as it is? Arizona already out to a 9-point lead and booked as a live 14.5-point favorite.
Well, you know what I'm going to say, Ben, because I did lay the number with Arizona, and I laid 9.5.
No.
Do I want to come back
the other
Middle.
Way with
Way
Kansas? Too early for that, Mr. Middle.
I was laughing because, earlier today, Georgia Tech was catching 5.5 at home, taking on Florida State. I stared at it all night long. I woke up in the middle of the night to check if the line moved at one point.
Sweats.
I thought about taking the Yellow Jackets plus the 5.5, and luckily, Ben, I did not do it because they did not cover against Florida State, who won 80-71 covering that 5.5 in that contest. But those are the two themes for me early on in college basketball. I love Georgia Tech as a dog and liked unders with them, and I really wanted to find some middles. Neither have done really well of late.
Listen, we can go find some middles maybe a little bit later on, but with a commanding 9-point advantage right now, I think you just stay on your pregame number where you were reading the line very well. Now it's a 10-point lead for Arizona, 15-5. Our other top 20 tilt in the Big 12 currently underway in Ames, Iowa. Number 4, Iowa State at home, trailing by a point early against number 16, Texas Tech. Third game without JT topping the rating, Big 12 Player of the Year for the Red Raiders. Texas Tech on top by 1. Pre-game number was 9.5 in favor of the Cyclones at home inside Hilton Coliseum. Early, Dustin, it's a 7.5-point spread live, still in favor of Iowa State.
Yeah, I think this is a game where Texas Tech, I've been very impressed in the way they've navigated the world without JT Toppin. He brings so much to the table. He's their leading scorer. He's their leading rebounder. He is the engine for this team. They may get off to a hot start here. They may be able to contend early on, but in the end, I do think Iowa State starts to pull away. For example, think about against Houston a few weeks ago. Cougars looked like they were cruising to a win there, and all of a sudden, Hilton Magic rears its head, and the Cyclones pull off the victory. And Houston really hasn't been the same since. So I think there's a situation here where it might be worth looking at Iowa State minus 7.5 early on, with it just being a 4-3 game.
No doubt about it. 144.5 was the pregame number. 143.5 is where that number is live, back up to 145 and a hook. Iowa State, a team, of course, that focuses on defense. Texas Tech in its 2 games without JT Toppin, against K-State and against Cincinnati, winning and covering and going over in both of those games. Christian Anderson just had a 31-point performance against the Bearcats earlier in the week. It was one of the best 1-2 combos in the sport. Christian Anderson, the guard, JT Toppin, the big, and success seemingly awaiting Texas Tech once March came around. Iowa State, in its 5 seasons under head coach TJ Otzelberger. We talk about Hilton Coliseum. It is nicknamed for its magic, Hilton Magic. 49-35-1 against the number at home in the last 5 college basketball seasons. It is the best cover percentage among any high major program. Let's take a look at what we are seeing at the end here. Between New Mexico and San Diego State, I do believe the Aztecs just airmailed a 3-point try, down by 3. Luke hopped at the line right now for the Lobos. They are up 3, 79-76, 11.7 remaining. He misses the first of 2 in the double bonus. I am sweating out New Mexico minus 1.5 at home. And I believe the sweat will continue for nearly 12 more seconds of game time.
Oh, you can't have that with the free throws, though. Especially at home. At home, those should be locks.
Yeah. Because you know what also happens, right? He makes this second one to go up 80-76.
Yeah,
I'm projecting here. He's shooting as we speak.
He makes it.
And did, in fact, bury that free throw. 80-76. The Aztecs get a late 3 that will not matter to the game's outcome, but will matter to the spread. And here is that 3 up and missed it. Crashed the glass against a really good San Diego State team in doing so. 3.6 seconds remaining. New Mexico basketball. A huge win for Eric Olin and his Lobos, seemingly here in front of a sold-out crowd in one of the great venues in the sport. That's the Pit in Albuquerque. Maybe you remember the name Eric Olin. Last year, he was leading UC San Diego in their big stride to the NCAA tournament. His first year now in Albuquerque, New Mexico, flirting with NCAA tournament consideration, Dustin.
I think we have too many San Diego basketball programs. There's San Diego, there's San Diego State, there's UC San Diego. And at some point, 2 of the 3 I confused for each other in UC San Diego and San Diego throughout the years. That team with San Diego a year ago, the one that he was coaching, Eric Olin, was the trendiest of trendy March Madness teams. And by the way, I was on them.
12-5.
The metrics were off the charts of what they looked like they could be, and they let us all down. They were not the team we expected them to be at all.
That was a 12-5 game that I was dying for and waiting for, and it did not go the way of UC San Diego. What was their best player's name? Like Anna Niwa something. We'll think about that in the commercial break. It was something crazy like that, and he was sensational. He was from New Zealand. Eric Olin now at New Mexico, where they have one of the best freshmen in the Mountain West in Jake Hall, a program record for UNM this year, 9 20-point games. Wasn't their leading scorer today, but New Mexico going to pick up a crucial home victory over San Diego State. Still 3 seconds to go, though, before we hit the end of regulation. This is the greatest time of the year in college hoops. It's the final day of February. March literally begins tomorrow. So if you're betting college basketball, now is the time to get your edge. Right now, you can get VSiN Pro access through May 1st for only $29.99 with our Hoops Mania special. VSiN Pro gives you daily best bets, real-time betting splits from DraftKings and Circa, AI-powered prop tools, and full access to every VSiN show on demand. You'll also get our March Mania betting guide packed with team breakdowns, betting trends, future strategies, and picks from VSiN's top analysts. If you're planning to bet college basketball, VSiN Pro gives you a real edge. Sign up now at vsin.com/subscribe. We've got great college basketball as we speak. We've got plenty more on this Saturday that will end out the month of February. Arizona now leads by 15, 23-8 in front of Kansas. Nebraska has jumped into a 5-point lead. Iowa State up early on Texas Tech. Those scores and basically every single other one as Live Bet Saturday continues on VSiN next.
Meet Morgan Jones. Morgan is about to step into a world unknown to most, thanks to Progressive's Renters Insurance, a place of fresh linens and turn-down service. You see, Morgan temporarily vacated her apartment and has gone to a hotel because a pipe burst in her apartment, a pipe that made her sense of reality and apartment ceiling all come crashing down. Luckily, Morgan checked into Progressive's Protection Zone. Get a quote at Progressive.com. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and third-party insurers.
Workdays can be unpredictable, but your workwear shouldn't be. With the Cintas Apparel Plus program, you'll have freshly laundered garments for everyone on your team delivered every week. Cintas has workwear for just about any job imaginable, with high-performance fabrics and an uncompromising fit that stretches and moves with you. Don't leave looking and feeling good to chance. Visit Cintas.com.
Oh, I'm ready!
And get ready for the workday.
Check out Stormy and JVT on Money Moves, only on VSiN.
Reeled off 5 straight wins, including beating the freaking...
Wake up and text. Text and eat. Text and catch the bus. Text and miss your stop. Wait. Text and be late to work.
Sorry, I'm late.
Text and work. Text and pretend to work. Text and act surprised when someone calls you out for not working.
Who, me?
Text and meet up with a friend you haven't seen in forever.
Hi.
Oh, hey.
Text and complain that they're on their phone the whole time. Text and listen to them complain that you're on your phone the whole time. Text and whatever. But when you get behind the wheel, give your phone to a passenger. Put it in the glove box. Just don't text and drive. Visit StopTextsStopWrecks.org. A public service announcement brought to you by the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration and the Ad Council.
Is that a faucet running? That's not a faucet. That's a river rushing through the forest. Forest rivers provide over 100 million people with clean water to drink.
What? I can't hear you because of the vacuum.
That's not a vacuum. That's the trees in the forest, cleaning up the air we breathe.
I didn't know the trees were so amazing.
Yep, and the forest gives us shade, trees to climb.
That's awesome. Let's go explore some more.
Visit the forest today and enjoy all it does, just for you. To learn more about the forest and find one near you, go to discovertheforest.org. Brought to you by the U.S. Forest Service and the Ad Council.
What is dedication?
I am the father of a 9-year-old little girl and a 6-year-old little boy, and I find fatherhood both relentlessly challenging and relentlessly rewarding. My daughter is biological and my son is adopted. I love them both so much, from the morning when you wake up to putting them to bed at night and every moment in between. It really is so special, and boy, is it exhausting. One thing that I fear about being a parent is the future for my children. I think a parent's job is to protect our children, but also prepare them for the world so they become good, kind human beings. But I'm also hopeful that the future holds a more inclusive and compassionate world for them.
That's dedication. Find out more at fatherhood.gov. Brought to you by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services and the Ad Council.
If you're worried your friend may be struggling, remember, you don't have to be there to be there.
You can say, how are you, or get a fake tattoo. You can ask with an app if it works for you. You could chat on the game, kick off your flip-flops. You can ask on your couch while you binge watch.
Whatever gets you talking. Reach out to a friend about their mental health. Learn how you can help at seizetheawkward.org. Brought to you by the Ad Council, American Foundation for Suicide Prevention, and the Jed Foundation.
Someone's got to set the tone out there, boys. Someone's got to set it.
The station that sets the tone for Youngstown Phantoms hockey is Western Reserve Radio. WRDB, The Scourge.
Sweetelson broadcasting from the D Hotel and Casino in downtown Las Vegas. Thanks for making us a part of your day, however you may be tuning in. Sirius XM 158, YouTube TV, the Visa Watch app, and radio affiliates across the United States of God Bless America. We have got a loaded card going on right now in college hoops. A few big boys with some interesting scores early on. The first one in Tucson. Arizona ranked second in the country, hosting number 14 Kansas. They lead, Ben, 23-10. 10:15 to go in the first half. Wildcats up to a 16.5-point favorite, and your total at 152 and a hook. How surprised are you by the Wildcats coming out with the offensive firepower here?
Not necessarily. It felt like a Wildcats number. It felt like an Arizona spot back at home in Tucson. Winners of 3 straight just had to battle Baylor on the road in Waco, avoiding what would have been an ill-afforded loss earlier in the week. And when you look at this Arizona team, there is so much to like in terms of their balance offensively. And unlike other teams, Arizona top 50 in the country in terms of tempo, they don't necessarily take a ton of threes. They are 1 of 4 from deep today, but if they're 1 of 4 from deep and they're 9 of 14 overall, that means they're 8 of 10 from inside the 3-point line. Their big man, Mo Krivas, is 2 of 3 today. Braden Burries, who is an outstanding freshman, a perfect 3 for 3. And Koa Pete, after missing the last 3 games for Tommy Lloyd and Zona, is perfect starting as well. 2 of 2 from the floor, Dustin, 4 of 4 from the free throw line. He's got 8 points to lead all starters in this game so far. Felt like an Arizona game for them to get right and to remind everybody that, hey, we are the second-ranked team in the country, and right there with Duke and Michigan, step for step. Feels like an Arizona spot. That's what we're seeing here early. I can only hope the Cats contain Kansas and KU slows down Zona a little bit more on the defensive end, because I bet the pregame total to the under of 150 and a hook.
Yeah, I'm happy I laid that 10 with Arizona. There's still a lot of basketball to go here, but it just situationally, the revenge angle with Arizona getting healthier, and then you never know when Darren Peterson's going to tap out of a game for Kansas. All that played into laying it. 25-12 is now your score.
Yeah.
Let's go to the other Big 12 matchup as Texas Tech with a lead, 16-14 at Hilton against Iowa State. A bit surprised by that, but you got to give them credit. And here's the thing with the Red Raiders is Atwell can shoot the 3. And if they can get him looks and he can hit those shots beyond the perimeter, they will be able to hang with a lot of teams in the country. In-game number, we're down to 6.5. I laid 9 and a hook with Iowa State. Total 147.5. But the second half is where I think Iowa State starts to get it together. Yeah. So if you want a discount on the Cyclones, that's something I'd consider at this point in time.
We've got 2 really good three-point shooting teams, both 39.2% this year. Texas Tech, the 7th best three-point shooting team in the country. Iowa State is 8th, and 2 of those sharp shooters for both the Red Raiders, Donovan Atwell, and the Cyclones, and Milan Momcilovic is a big reason why. If you also want a little bit more confidence in the Red Raiders, booked as a 9.5-point